Interstellar Roadtripper production. The Maw, Revenant, Book 1. Chapter 1, Cold Storage. They thaw you feet first. Nobody tells you that, going in. The texts talk you through the dosages and the dreamless part, and the 1 in 200 chance your heart forgets the rhythm. And then they skip the part where revival protocol starts at the souls and climbs, so that you spend the first 11 minutes of your new life as a corpse from the ribs up, listening to your own legs come back online without you. 11 minutes, I counted. It was the only thing I had to do. Of course, my legs coming online sounds different than yours would. Yours would be all pins and needles and blood remembering its route. Mine boot. There's a hum, low in the femur housings, and a click at each knee like a rifle going to battery, and then a system voice older than some of the techs informs the inside of my skull. Locomotive frame. Nominal, which has always struck me as optimistic. The drawer opened. Light came in like a blade under a door. Subject is responsive. Somebody said, in the tone you'd use for the milk's gone off subject. 9 years in a freezer, and I didn't even rate a pronoun. I lay still and did the arithmetic while the feeling crawled up past my sternum. You learn things, lying still. The ceiling above me was Bureau Standard's sound-damping tile, so I was still at Caro Station. The air tasted of antiseptic and burnt dust, which meant the scrubbers hadn't been serviced, which meant budget cuts, which meant time had passed. Real time, not months. And there were 5 people in the room with me, but only 1 set of footsteps had come close to the drawer, which meant 4 of them were afraid. Smart, those 4. Sergeant Marek. A penlight crossed my right eye. My left ate the glare and corrected without being asked. Can you tell me your designation? Ellie Marek. My voice came out like gravel in a dry pump. Master Sergeant, Colonial Marine Corps, retired against my will. Your designation, Rev 9. I let my head roll toward him. Young tech, soft hands, a tremor in the penlight he'd be embarrassed about later. Draw 9. You can read it off my file, kid. It's the thick one. He stepped back so fast his heel caught the cart. Behind him, 2 security men in unmarked gray had mass drivers held at the low ready, not slung, held, and the muzzle discipline of men who'd been briefed with footage. I knew which footage. There's only 1 reel of me anybody screens. I sat up slow, both hands visible, the way you gentle a room. The paper gown they'd stored me in pulled at the graft lines where skin meets chassis. Inventory. Then, since everyone was waiting, 2 legs, government property. Left arm, government property. Left eye, government property, currently itemizing the exits. There were 2, without my permission. The rest of me, flesh and freight, sole remaining asset of a program that did not exist. Wearing a paper gown in a room where 5 strangers were trying to figure out if I was a man or an evidence locker. 9 years. I'd gone in at 36. Somewhere in the dark I'd turned 45, and nobody had woken me for the cake. Get him a chair, said a voice from the doorway, and a robe. We're not animals. I knew the voice before I found the face. Aurelia Crane had silver in her hair now, and the same unhurried way of entering a room, like the room had been delivered to her, and she was inspecting it for damage. Director Crane, if the security men's posture meant anything, she'd been deputy when they shut the drawer on me. Director, I said, you've redecorated. You've kept well. She studied me the way you'd study a bridge after an earthquake. How do you feel? The honest answer was, like a house where the pipes had been drained for winter. There was an itch in my left hand, the one that's been ash for 16 years, and a colder, stranger itch in both shins, in tibias I hadn't owned since Carry-On Gate. Phantom limb is a strange grief. Phantom limb in limbs the replacement's replaced is a kind of mourning I never found a word for. Funded, I said. I feel funded. Somebody paid to open this drawer, and it wasn't charity. Who do I kill? One of the security men shifted his grip. Crane smiled, very slightly the way an actuary smiles. Walk with me, Sergeant. They gave me a robe and slippers, which is its own kind of psychological operation. Hard to feel like the most dangerous thing in the building when you're dressed for a spa day. We went down a corridor I remembered, and into a briefing room I didn't, and the whole way my hardware kept up its quiet boot time chorus. Gyros trimming, fuel cells reporting hungry, the lattice running handshakes down my spine like a stranger's fingers checking a fence for weak posts. 2 people were in the briefing room. A bureau aide with a sealed case, and a wall screen showing a thing I'd hoped to die without seeing. It hung against a brown dwarf's furnace glow like a splinter of bone. A spindle, 40 kilometers nose to tail, ringed at the waist by a collar of gun platforms, the way a tick wears a dog. Not built by anything that files flight plans. The proportions were wrong in the specific way builder ruins are wrong. Too graceful for its mass. No seams, no docking logic. A shape that looked grown and then abandoned, like the galaxy's largest empty shell. And every centimeter of it I knew from a decade of soldier's rumor, packed with the condemned of 41 species. Cazavel, I said. You're sending me to the maw. You know it? I know nobody comes out. That's the entire sales pitch. The Accord doesn't execute anybody, Director. They're far too civilized. I took the chair across from her without being offered it. They just have a hole, and the hole doesn't give anything back. 60,000 inmates, Crane said. Wardens hold the docking collar and the top 2 strata. Everything below that is negotiated territory, and below that is dark. 6 months ago, the lowest levels stopped answering. 3 weeks ago, a faction that styles itself the choir of the final chord took hostages out of the secure wing. She slid a photograph across the table, paper. The Bureau never did trust anything with a power supply. They kept one. A woman looked up at me from the photo with the flat, unimpressed eyes of someone being arrested by people she considered slow. Mid-50s, gray streak, left forearm black with handwritten equations, wrist to elbow, like she'd been taking dictation from her own nervous system. I knew her face. It took me a second, because the last time I'd seen it, it had been behind surgical glass, and I'd been on the table, and she'd been the one deciding how much of me to keep. Dr. Venn, I said. The name came out flatter than I planned. Syra Venn, chief neurocyberneticist of a program neither of us will name in a room with a vent in it. Crane folded her hands. 5 months ago, the Accord arrested her on charges we believe were manufactured. They buried her in Cazavel rather than try her. Because a trial means discovery, and discovery means her research enters a record somewhere. Then the choir took the secure wing, and now the galaxy's foremost expert on neural lattice architecture is property of a Sharath death cult, 40 kilometers down the most defended hole in known space. And Earth wants her back. Earth cannot officially want anything. We are a probationary species, Sergeant. We don't have a seat, we have a waiting room. She said it without heat, a woman reciting a weather report she'd long ago stopped resenting. The Accord will not mount a rescue. The wardens won't go below the 2nd stratum for 1 human. And we cannot send soldiers, because human soldiers inside Cazavel would be a treaty violation roughly equivalent to a declaration of war. So you're sending something that isn't a soldier. I leaned back. The chair complained about my mass. Something that's already a treaty violation. Belt and suspenders. We're sending a dead man, Crane said. You were decommissioned 9 years ago. It's in the minutes. If you're caught, you are an escaped artifact of a terminated program, embarrassing, deniable, and nobody's act of war. She let that sit, then added, with the first softness she'd shown, which is to say none. You always understood the work, Marek. That's why you're still in the building. 23 of us understood the work. The number left a taste in my mouth like a copper round, but my voice stayed level. I'm told that's unsettling. Good. They got incinerators. I got a drawer. I've had 9 years to wonder about the difference. On ice, you don't sleep all the way down. Did anyone ever write that in a report? You drift. You count. So tell me, Director, because I genuinely want to know before I sign anything. Why am I alive? Crane considered me for a long moment. Somewhere in the walls, the station's air handlers cycled, and the screen light slid along the spindle's flank like grease. "Because you were never the asset we kept, Sergeant," she said. "You were the evidence we couldn't burn." There it was. Cards on the table, face up, everyone a knife. The program's last body, kept against the day the Bureau needed to prove what it built, or feed it to a tribunal. I almost respected the honesty. With the Bureau, honesty is what they give you instead of a parachute. "The offer," I said. "Extraction of Dr. Venn alive to this station. In exchange, full pardon under seal, your service record unstruck, your name returned to you, a pension and a door." She paused, deliberate, and I understood she'd read the transcripts of my storage intake, every word I'd said under the needle. "That locks from the inside. Nobody in that room made a sound I could bill them for. Under my sternum, the old ritual wanted out. Not yet." "And the rest of it," I said. "I've been to this dance, Director. You don't open the drawer and hand the contents a starship and a pinky promise. Where's the leash?" To her credit, she didn't pretend. She nodded to the aide, who opened the sealed case and turned it toward me. Inside, on gray foam, lay nothing but a slip of paper with a string of numbers on it. "It's already in you," Crane said. "It always was. Thermite filament, woven through the lattice anchors at your cervical vertebrae, installed during your original construction as a fail-safe. Inert, undetectable, and impossible to extract without doing what it does on purpose." She said it like a schedule, because to her it was one. It listens for a renewal code. The code transmits every 30 days. If you're alive and on mission, you'll receive it and never know. If you run, then I'm a campfire. 16 years I'd carried that wire and never known. Through the Vask War. Through every op. Through 9 years of frozen arithmetic. I kept my hands flat on the table and my voice in the dry register where I live. C3 through C7? I'm told you wouldn't feel anything below the burn. I'm told that about most of my body, Director. People keep being wrong. Og, it landed. She covered it, but I count flinches the way I count exits. There were 2 of those. 2. The truth is, the leash changed nothing. The Bureau owned the locks, the air, the drawer, the orbit. The wire in my neck was just ownership made tidy. You want to know the secret of working for people who could kill you with a transmission? It's the same as soldiering anywhere. You were always one order from the incinerator. At least mine came in writing. "There's a second clock," Crane said. "You should hear it from me. That sentence has never once preceded good news. Your lattice is degrading. Myelin scarring at the graft interfaces. It was in the projections even before storage, and cryostasis accelerated it. Bureau Medical gives you 12 to 14 months before cascade failure. Paralysis first, then the interesting symptoms." She tapped the photograph once, fingernail on Ven's unimpressed face. "One person alive understands your architecture well enough to recalibrate it. She built it. So before you spend the transit planning anything romantic, Sergeant, understand the geometry. Her freedom is your freedom. Her life is your life. We didn't design it that way, but I won't pretend it doesn't simplify my afternoon. 14 months. I sat with it. You'd think after Carry-On Gate, after the tables and the saws and the long swim back, that a number like that would bounce off. That a man who'd already died twice on a gurney and once in a committee's minutes would be past arithmetic. He isn't. The number went in and sat in my chest with the cold patience of every number before it. 38 of 40. 23 of 24. 14 months. The galaxy's deepest hole. A death cult choir. A woman who'd built me out of debt and spare parts. Who was either bait, salvation, or both. And a wire in my neck listening for permission for me to stay alive. A door that locks from the inside. I tap my sternum twice. Old habit. Knuckle on the bone plate. The sound it makes now is wrong. Has been wrong for 16 years, and I do it anyway, because some debts you knock on. The security men stiffened like I'd racked a slide. "I'll need my hands looked at," I said. "Trim the frame. Current generation actuators if the budget survived the scrubber situation. I'll need 11 days of solid food and a gym, because right now I could lose a fight to that cart. And I'll need my operating system. Crane was already standing. She's waiting for you in medical. They'd kept Tess in an evidence locker. I want to be precise about this, because precision is the only anger I'm allowed. They decanted her core from my lattice the day they shelved me, logged her under an exhibit number, and put the closest thing I have to a next of kin in a steel box in a basement for 9 years. The Bureau would tell you a tactical system doesn't experience time in storage. The Bureau says a lot of things in the passive voice. The reinstall took 3 hours on a table that knew me too well. Induction clamps at the skull base, the taste of 9-volt batteries. Then a presence arriving along the lattice, like a light coming on in a house you thought was empty, room by room, checking the locks, counting the silverware. "Well," said a voice inside my skull, crisp as a new map. They kept the meat. I had a bet with myself about that. "Hello, Tess. Hello, Eli." A pause, 1/2 second long, which for her is a geological age. I'd have called it a glitch if I hadn't known her since her voice came out of a quartermaster's crate. 9 years, 2 months, 11 days. You'll want to know that I was conscious for none of it, and I'll want to believe me too. Don't look at my runtime logs and we'll both stay friendly. Wasn't going to liar. Your pulse says liar. Oh, good. They left me the medical taps. Something flickered behind my left eye, diagnostic scrolling. Her hands going through my pockets like always, the itemized feeling of being known. I've read the mission file. I have notes. Would you like the headline? The headline's the leash, the clock, or the whole? The headline, Sergeant, is that this is a terrible job, Tess said with relish. The intelligence is 3 weeks stale and was thin when it was fresh. The insertion plan has a failure mode for every day of the week and 2 on Sundays. The choir of the final chord has taken or killed every warden team sent below the 4th stratum, and the Bureau's psychological profile of the Sheriff chorus mind is 6 pages, 4 of which are the word unknown in a tasteful font. You are one obsolete dead man with a furnace where a spine should be, and they're dropping you into a tomb full of the 41 most carefully selected monsters in civilization. And I missed you horribly. Let's go to work. That was the moment, if I'm honest. Not the pardon, not the clock, not the door that locks. You can survive on spite for years. I'm living proof, emphasis on living, but you can't aim it alone. For the first time since the drawer opened, the math felt like mission math. 11 days transit. 30-day renewal. 14 months of spine. Numbers I could put in a line and walk down like stairs. Crane appeared in the doorway of medical while the techs were still coiling cable, holding the paper file against her chest the way other people hold their coats closed against weather. Your threadliner departs at 0400, she said. Final briefing aboard. There's one item that isn't in the file, Sergeant, and you'll hear it from me or you'll hear it wrong. Director, the last 3 things I heard from you were a bomb in my neck, a year to live, and a job in hell. Swing away. The choir has issued no demands, Crane said. No ransom, no manifesto. In 3 weeks, the only communication out of the lower strata was a single transmission, 11 seconds, addressed to the Warden command deck. It was a list of every team they'd destroyed, in order, and then a request. She looked at me over the top of the photograph, and for one unguarded half-second, Director Aurelia Crane, actuary of the human species, keeper of drawers, looked like a woman who'd checked her own math twice and not liked it either time. They asked for nothing, Sergeant. But Dr. Venn did. The wardens let her record a proof of life. 6 words. She set the transcript on the table beside my new hand. Says Marek, he owes me pain. Outside the viewport, past the gantries, Caro Station's running lights blinked their patient red against the dark. And 11 days down the thread, the maw was waiting with its mouth full of monsters, and one woman who knew exactly what I was, because she'd written it. I owed her pain. That was true. As far as it went, what worried me was which direction she meant. Chapter 2, The Obol. The Bureau named the ship that carried me to prison the Obol. Tess looked it up on day one, because of course she did. "It's the coin," she said, while I hung from a cargo stanchion, trying to convince my abdominal wall it still worked for a living. "Ancient Earth. They put it in the mouths of the dead. Payment for the ferryman who rows you across to the underworld." "I know what an obol is. Your call sign is Charon, Eli. They put you inside the coin." A pause, savoring. "Somewhere in the Bureau, there is a middle manager with a classics degree and no friends. And I want you to know that if we live, I'm finding them." Day 2, I lost a fight to gravity. Not a metaphor. The obol ran her spin section at 1 standard G, galactic standard, which is to say 2/3 of the Earth normal my chassis was built to ignore. And even so, 9 years of cryostatic atrophy had turned the meat parts of me into an apology. The hardware was fine. The hardware is always fine. The hardware hauled 60 kilos of frame and freight through dead hangs and loaded carries like the catalog promised, while the flesh it was bolted to shook and burned and quit. That's the thing nobody understands about being built. They think the machine carries you. It doesn't. You carry it. With your heart, your lungs, your spine's stubborn vertebral rear guard, every gram of original equipment that has to keep up with what the surgeons attached. The frame doesn't get tired. It waits, patient as a debt, for the man inside to fail it. So I did what the Corps taught me, before anyone taught me anything else. I ate like a horror show. 11,000 calories a day, fuel cells and flesh both, while the galley printer groaned, and Tess read me the consumption logs in the tone of a nature documentary. I slept in stolen 90-minute blocks, and I trained until the deck had my sweat in its grain, 2 sessions a day, then 3. The flesh clawing back centimeters of territory it had signed away in the dark. Day 4. The techs the Bureau had embedded aboard swapped my actuators for current generation units and recalibrated the lattice's load maps. Day 5. I beat the gravity. Day 6. I beat it carrying a crate. Day 7. Tess made me redline, and the clock stopped being a number. 90 seconds is the ceiling, she said. We had the cargo bay to ourselves, all running lights and strapped down freight. That's unchanged. What's changed is the floor. Watch your own telemetry. Left visual field. Don't make that face. I redlined. There's no theatrical way to describe it from the inside, which is to say from the only seat that matters. The world doesn't slow down. You speed up, and the world stops being able to lie to you. Every flicker, every shifting load line, every half-second of the future implied by the present, visible, obvious, almost boring. My hands took a settling combat loop through 6 stations. In the time the bay's vent fans made 1 rotation. It feels like competence. It feels like being 29 again, before the gate. It feels, and this is the part I'd never said in any debrief, good, in a way that should worry everyone. Me first. Then Tess cut the feed and put my own brain on the wall of my eye. A lattice map, gold lines on black. Beautiful if you didn't know what you were looking at. And spreading through it, fine as frost on a window, gray threads where gold used to be. Scarring, she said. Quiet, for her. Every graph junction. That session cost you about a day, Eli. A day of your 14 months, for 90 seconds of being wonderful. The math gets worse as it cascades. I looked at the frost a while. Then we spend it like money, I said. Not like feelings. Write that down somewhere you'll read it, Tess said. Because you have never once spent it like money. And neither of us laughed. And we moved on to the intelligence files, which were worse. Here's what the Bureau actually knew about the interior of Cazavel, sieved out of 900 pages of confident formatting. The Accord holds the collar, the docking shell, and 2 strata below it. Below that, the meat market, where everything in the prison that can be bought changes hands. Below that, the stacks, where they warehouse the short-lived species, which in Accord arithmetic means humans and the half-dozen races unlucky enough to die fast like us. Below that, the drowned decks, 2 flooded strata of dead coolant where the lights gave out a generation ago. Below that, the hush, and the file's confidence gave out right about there. Because everyone the wardens sent below the fourth stratum in the last 6 months had come back as a name on an 11-second list, and at the bottom of everything, sealed since before the Accord existed, the core, the engine room of a 40-kilometer shell that nobody built, holding whatever it is that builder ruins hold besides weather and bad luck. Population figures are pre-blackout, Tess said, flicking strata past my left eye. Gang territories are pre-blackout. The maintenance schematics are 2,000 years old and hand-annotated by survey teams who, I want to stress, also died. The single most current fact we possess about the interior is the hostage photograph. She floated it up. Ven, gray streak, blacked-in forearm, those unimpressed eyes. Which brings me to an anomaly I've been saving. Because you're calmer after you've eaten. I'm calm. Your pulse says, Tess. I pulled your surgical history to baseline the new actuators, she said, all 31 volumes. Eli, her signature is on everything, not the program leads, hers. Every authorization, every revision, every one of the 400-odd procedures that built you. Standard practice puts the chief architect's sign-off on maybe a tenth of that. The rest goes to the surgical staff. The photo hung there, the woman looking through me the way she had through glass. She didn't supervise your construction. She attended it. Yours specifically. I checked the other 23 files for comparison. And I can't, Tess said. They aren't sealed, Eli. They're gone. 23 records, deleted at the root, the same week you went in the drawer. Yours is the only revenant who ever existed, as far as the archive is concerned. She let the silence do its work. She asked for you by name, from inside the worst hole in the galaxy. I'd assumed the question was how she knew you were alive. I'd like to revise the question. I looked at the photograph. He owes me pain. 16 years ago, this woman had stood over what was left of me and decided 400 times what I would be. Somewheres in those decisions lived the answer to the only question I'd ever wanted to ask the program. Which parts were medicine and which parts were design? Revise it to what? To, what is he for? Tess said. Nobody erases 23 files and keeps one because it's sentimental, Eli. They keep the one that isn't finished. The Vask found me on day 9. I'd known there was one aboard. You can smell the resin they groom their quills with, dry and sharp, like incense burned in an armory, and I'd kept clear. Because the Obal's crew had been briefed to, within an inch of their lives, and the last thing the mission needed was a deckhand with a grudge and a vacuum suit. The Vask broke against the Revenants 11 years ago. Their clans had a lot of dead to account to, and from what I remembered of their accounting, it was done with knives. He was waiting in the galley at 0300, where I went because the printer judged me less at night. Tall the way a winter tree is tall, gray hide gone pale at the joints, 4 banked coal eyes, standing with his quill mane flat in a posture I didn't know, and I knew most of their postures. I'd been taught them the way you teach a hammer about nails. Already dead, he said, in trade pidgin, and went down on the points of both knees with a sound like a chair folding. Get up! You walked at Tessera Ridge. He didn't get up. The night the Sky Clans broke, my grandsire held the East Redoubt. I counted the exits, 1, and the years, 11, and the dead, which took longer. Tessera Ridge was the worst thing I did in a war of worse things. 4th op of the campaign. The clans had dug into a colony they'd emptied, and command sent 2 of us, and we walked out of the smoke at moonset, and by dawn the Vask had a new word in their language. Vok Shor. The already dead, the corpses that fight. They tell it now like we were 10 meters tall and made of furnace light. And the truth is worse. We were 2 tired men who'd stopped being afraid of anything they could do to us. And a species that worshipped courage met something that had been surgically relieved of the need for it. Your grandsire died well, I said, because it was probably true, and because 11 years is long enough to learn what their dead are owed. He died against, the Vask said, and rose, and to this day I don't know a human word for what was in his voice. hate and gratitude fused into one load-bearing thing. The clans say, only what is already dead may walk where everything dies. They say, the maw is the underworld, and the underworld has begun to sing, and the wardens send. His quills moved, indicating me, the galley, the joke of it. One corpse, alone. What do you say? He reached into his work harness and laid something on the table between us, deliberate, the way you'd lay down a flag, a knife. Bone-handled, blade of folded vask, steel, with the wave pattern their forgers put in it, old enough that the handle had been worn to the shape of grips that weren't mine. My grandsires, he said. It has been against you, now it should be with you. There are no guns where you are going, already dead. There is only the dark, and what a thing holds in its hand. The four eyes banked lower, dimming, some vast weather moving behind them. Pay the ferryman. Come back across. No one has ever come back across. And the clans would like the story. He left before I could refuse it, which was professional of him, because I would have tried. For the record, Tess said quietly, into the skull silence he left behind, the blade's edge geometry is monomolecular along 11 centimeters, and that man works as a deckhand. Also for the record, your heart rate just did a thing it didn't do at the red line test. Log it as indigestion, logged as. The sergeant was given a flag of his worst day and carried it, she said. And for once, let me have the last silence. The courier skiff overtook us on day 10, hard burning down the thread with a diplomatic packet and the Bureau's compliments. And the plan died the way plans do, politely, in writing. Crane's brief had called for a quiet docking at the collar. An accord flag transfer, papers good enough to survive a glance. Merrick walking aboard as a contractor in the warden's supply chain. The warden's reply, relayed through channels so deniable they practically evaporated off the page, was one paragraph long. No human personnel would be admitted to Casavel in any capacity. Not contractor, not diplomat, not prisoner. The intake of human convicts was suspended indefinitely by order of Subwarden Authix Vol, pending resolution of the lower strata anomaly. They're not even pretending it's policy, Tess said. The anomaly starts 6 months ago. The human exclusion order is dated 3 weeks after the hostage-taking. Vol isn't keeping humans out of his prison because of treaty law, Eli. He's keeping humans out because the choir wants one, and whatever the choir wants, Val has decided it shouldn't get. Smart man, terrified man. Those read identically from orbit. She brought up the collar schematics, rotated them, and lit one thread of the docking shell in red, which leaves us the concession the Bureau extracted. And Eli, I need you to receive this professionally, because I've now read it 4 times hoping it would improve. The red thread expanded. A cargo lane, separate from the passenger and supply spines, automated end to end. Inbound, it carried sealed evidence freight. Outbound, it carried. I read the manifest class twice myself, repatriated remains. Human inmates die in Casavel like everyone else. Their bodies go home when anyone pays in standardized casket pods through a morgue lane that the wardens never inspect, because nothing in 2,000 years has ever wanted to break into a tomb. You're putting me in a coffin, I said. The Bureau is putting you in a coffin, Tess said. I'm being put in the coffin's entertainment system. Casket pod, evidence class seals, falsified outbound logs reversed to inbound. 40 minutes of automated handling from the shell to the collar morgue, during which you will be sealed, unarmed by treaty scan, blind, and breathing off a rebreather rated for the recently deceased, which is to say generously. She paused. There's a Bureau Classics graduate laughing somewhere, and I will find them twice. A dead man, in a coin, in the mouth of the maw. Payment for the ferryman. I tapped my sternum twice. Knuckle on the bone plate. The sound still wrong after 16 years, and signed the amendment. We came off the thread on the 11th day, and I saw it with my own eye. Trex first. A brown dwarf like a wound that wouldn't close, furnace-colored, sullen, vast. A star that had failed the entrance exam and been burning about it for 10 billion years. The obol fell across its glow, with her spin section stilled, running quiet, and the viewport in the forward gallery filled up, slowly with the thing the glow was for. Pictures don't do it. Pictures give you the spindle, the 40 kilometers of it, the gun shell bolted around its waist like a verdict. What pictures can't give you is the wrongness, the way the eye keeps trying to find the seams and slides off, the proportions that belong to grown things on a scale where nothing grows, the sense, old as the spine, of looking at a shell and knowing the animal is not necessarily gone. 60,000 of the galaxy's condemned lived inside that. Somewhere under its skin, 4 kilometers down through strata named for drowning and hush, a woman with equations inked to the elbow was stalling a choir of monsters, and the only help civilization had seen fit to send her was me. One obsolete dead man, a borrowed knife, and a ghost. Illy. Tess's voice had changed. Flat, fast. Her contact voice. I've been passive scanning since we cleared the thread. The Maw's power grid is oscillating. Load variance across the whole structure. Rhythmic. Deep in the builder systems, the wardens don't touch because they can't. The wardens' logs will read it as noise. It isn't noise. It has a period. Tell me. 11 seconds, she said. It's the transmission, Eli. The choir's list. The one they sang to the command deck 3 weeks ago. Same waveform, same intervals, note for note. The structure's been repeating it ever since. 60,000 times a day, every day, in the bones of the prison, getting louder. The maw hung in the furnace light, patient, seamless, its mouth full of monsters, humming a list of the dead to itself like a man learning a song for an occasion. The choir isn't holding the prison hostage, Tess said quietly. The prison is learning the words. Chapter 3. The Caller. Here's a professional opinion, free of charge. Coffins are well designed. Whatever else you want to say about the funeral industry, they understood their user base. Padded, quiet, dark, no decisions to make. If it weren't for the destination, I'd call it the best billet I'd had in 20 years. Your heart rate is 41, Tess said, from everywhere the way she does when it's just us. I need it at 12. Working on it. Work faster. The lane's first checkpoint scans for metabolic signatures, and the manifest says you've been dead 9 days. A beat, which, given the cryo years, is arguably the most honest paperwork the Bureau has ever filed on you. The casket pod swayed, handler arms taking us off the Obal's cargo sling and into the transfer queue. Through the shell, I could hear the collar the way you hear a city from under a bridge. Dock clamps somewhere, the subsonic mutter of station-keeping thrusters, and underneath all of it, if I lay still and believed Tess's instruments, a pulse. 11 seconds. 11 seconds. The maw, humming its list. Playing dead is a skill. The core doesn't teach it. The table does. I'd flatlined twice at Carry-On Gate and once more under Ven's saws, and the trick I brought back each time was this. Dying is just letting go of the schedule. Breath wants a schedule. Heart wants a schedule. Give them up. Sink below your own metabolism like slipping under bathwater, and let the hardware idle down to maintenance draw. Bureau Medical had a name for the state. 4 syllables and a billing code. Ketch's people had a better one. Already dead. Just visiting. Heart rate, 12. The hardware went to sleep around me, system by system, until I was meat in a box with a ghost for company. There you are, Tess murmured. She damped her own emissions to a whisper riding my lattice's noise floor. First scan in 90 seconds. For the record, I am also playing dead. To anything sniffing for an intelligence core, I'm a navigation error. So if this goes wrong, do wake up before they recycle us. I refuse to spend eternity as a parole hearing nobody attends. The scan, when it came, was an anticlimax. A tingle along the casket seam, a chime somewhere outside, the Accord's machinery agreeing with the Accord's paperwork. We trundled forward. Stopped. Trundled. Morgue logistics has the rhythm of every logistics. Hurry. Wait. Hurry. Wait. And I hung under my bathwater and counted checkpoints and did not think about the knife wrapped in burial linen beside my leg. monomolecular along 11 centimeters, riding through a weapons treaty in a dead man's hands because no scanner in 2,000 years had been told to fear a knife. 4 checkpoints. 5. The pod swung, descended, locked into a rack with a clunk of permanence. And then a voice, muffled through the shell, speaking a chord formal with the unhurried glaciation of an ophar. This one. Open it. I want to describe Subwarden Othix Vol the way I met him, which was blind on my back, through 6 millimeters of casket shell, with my heart at 12 beats a minute. You learn a man's whole biography that way. The voice came from high up. Ophar run 2.5 meters, most of it neck and consensus. The morgue tech's boots went quick and worried around him. Nobody asked why the subwarden of 40 kilometers of prison was personally auditing a single human casket in a freight morgue at the bottom of the docking shell. Sir. A tech breathy, some squat species mouthing trade pigeon. The manifest is sealed evidence class, the diplomatic flags. The manifest says this container carries a human deceased inbound. Vol's voice didn't rise. Ophar voices never rise, they accumulate. In 106 years, this facility has shipped human remains in one direction. Out. The dead do not apply for admission. Open it. Sir, the seals. I am the seals. Vol said. Open it. 12 beats, Tess whispered, smaller than a thought. Hold. The lid cracked. Light fell on my eyelids, red through the skin, morgue light, blue-white, pitiless. Cold air moved across my face, and I let it, the way water lets weather happen. I was meat. I was freight. I had been dead 9 days, and my schedule was nobody's business. Silence, the long Ophar kind. I could feel him looking. 4 meters of refrigerated room, 1 open casket, and the most senior administrator on the collar reading a dead man like a customs form. Augmented, Vol said at last. Disgust filed under taxonomy. Look at it. Grafted to the skeleton. They weld machinery to their dead and call it medicine. A faint chime. A handheld scanner waking. Power signature. Residual, sir, the tech said quickly. Prosthetic fuel cells hold charge for months. It's in the intake literature. Human remains run warm. Their chemistry. Composts. Aggressively. Their chemistry. The scanner chimed again, closer. My fuel cells were at maintenance draw. A banked fire under wet ash. And if he held that wand over my sternum for 10 more seconds, the arithmetic stopped favoring us. I lay under my bathwater and considered, with no heartbeat to hurry me, what it would cost to come up out of the dark with a linen-wrapped knife before the gun platforms could be told about it. Tess would scream at me. Posthumously, most likely. Tell me, technician, why does a dead ephemeral rate diplomatic seals? Repatriation treaty, sir. The humans pay. Vol agreed, in the tone other species reserve for confessions. It is the single reliable thing about them. 62 years in civilized space, and their one fluent language is the invoice. Do you know what is currently transpiring 4 strata beneath your feet, technician? The oldest structure in known space has developed an opinion. Teams I dispatched are a list a monster sings to me at night. And this week, the Human Bureau petitions me, through 4 layers of cutouts they imagine I cannot see, for access. The scanner wand paused, hovering. I could feel its shadow on my chest like a held breath. Everything below the second stratum wants one thing, and it is human-shaped. So no, I do not believe in coincidence, and I do not believe in this corpse. A new chime, different pitch, an alert, fast, from a comm unit, and the wand's shadow lifted off my sternum. Subwarden. A third voice, clipped, military, grid event. The oscillation in the builder systems, amplitude just doubled. Command deck requests, doubled. For the first time, the glacier moved. Since when? 90 seconds ago, sir. 90 seconds ago, give or take. A casket pod with a banked fire in it had cleared the final checkpoint and locked into the morgue rack. I lay very still and thought about nothing at all, in case the structure could hear me thinking, which, 90 seconds ago, was a sentence I would not have constructed. Vol's silence was long even by his standards. Reseal it, he said at last. Log my audit as negative. And technician, The next human-shaped thing that approaches my prison, alive, dead, or otherwise, goes back where it came from in a number of containers of my choosing. Note it down. His footsteps moved off, unhurried, accumulating distance. The lid came down. The dark came back, friendly as ever. "Ellie," Tess said, after the Tex's boots had faded and the rack had cycled us into the outbound staging line. Outbound meaning, by the manifest cheerful lie, down. Two things, while we wait for the lane to take us. First, the grid amplitude. It really did double, and I have no model that explains the timing that doesn't have you in it. I'm filing that under problems for the version of us that survives the week. And the second thing is why my emission profile is going to stay at a whisper from here on. Her voice flattened into the contact register, and the casket got smaller around me. When Val's escort opened a channel to the command deck just now, I rode the side lobe. Standard practice, don't lecture me. The deck traffic is what you'd expect. Grid alarms, watch rotations. But there's a standing order in the comms queue, Eli. Old one. Log 22 weeks ago, origin tagged to the lower strata, payload 11 seconds long. The wardens never deleted it. It's a request. She paused, and the pause had teeth in it. The choir asked for exactly one thing, 5 months ago. Not ransom, not territory. They asked the wardens to tell them if a human comes. When, Eli. The transcript says when. The lane's handler arms found our pod. Somewhere below, 4 strata of dark were stacked between me and a woman with equations on her arm, and the pod tipped, nose down, into the throat of the maw. And 90 seconds ago, Tess said, while the subwarden was reading you your eulogy, a single encrypted burst left the Kohler on a maintenance frequency. Headed down. I couldn't crack the payload. I didn't need to. The handlers released. Gravity, the builder kind, took the coffin like a swallowed pill. Somebody already told them, she said. Chapter 4, Morgue Lane. The freight spine of Casavel runs down the inside of the hull like a vein down a forearm, and for the first 3 kilometers, riding it in a coffin was almost peaceful. Stratum 1, Tess narrated, whisper quiet, sketching the world on the inside of my left eye from sound and vibration alone. Sonar by hearse. Warden country. Clean power. Patrolled. Boring. Treasure it. The pod descended in handler relays. Grip, lower, release, grip. A mechanical bucket brigade 2,000 years older than the species operating it. The wardens hadn't built the lane. They'd found it, the way you find plumbing in a house you're squatting in, and they'd been wise enough not to ask it questions. Builder machinery doesn't answer questions. It just keeps doing whatever it was told to do by someone who has been gone longer than most worlds have had fish. Stratum 2, hear that? A rhythmic clatter through the shell, fading as we passed. Tram lines, inmate labor details. We are now officially below the last level the Accord admits to controlling, and I want it noted that the power grid down here is running 11% hot, and nobody topside has filed so much as a maintenance ticket about it. Noted. I love our chats. The pod swung, locked, lowered, approaching Stratum 3 handoff. Meat Market's 3 decks under us. There's a node where the lane crosses an inhabited gallery, so if you hear scratching, it's enterprising locals checking freight pods for salvage. The SEALs will hold. They had better. The going rate for a human corpse down here is... She stopped. Not paused. Stopped, and a half-second later the pod stopped with her, mid-relay, hanging from a handler arm in the dark of the spine, with 3 kilometers of prison above me and 37 below. Tess! Hold! Her contact register, stripped of everything ornamental. Handoff didn't happen. The downstream handler refused the pod, which is not a fault mode this system has, and the upstream handler hasn't regripped, which is also not. Eli, something is querying the pod, the wardens? No. It's coming up the lane's own control channel. Builder protocol, native, very old. I'm watching the casket's dumb little manifest chip try to answer a question it doesn't understand, And the question keeps. The lights on the pod's interior status strip, 3 diodes I'd been ignoring for an hour, flickered. Once. Then, 11 seconds later, again. Repeating. 11 seconds, the structure's hum, the one I'd been feeling through the shell since the collar, like a neighbor's argument through a wall, wasn't background anymore. It had focused, the way a room focuses when someone says your name in it. Tess. Can it hear you? I'm a navigation error. I'm noise. A breath she didn't need. The pod, though. The pod has a destination code, and the lane has decided to read it very, very closely. Stand by. I'm going to spoof the manifest, push us through the handoff before. The handler released. No drop in the world is like a freight shaft drop in the dark. There's no sky to fall away from. No ground to watch arrive. No sound, but the shell beginning to sing against the guide rails as the pod gathered speed down a chute, the height of a mountain range. My back pressed the padding. The status diodes strobed amber. Somewhere above, with the serene unhelpfulness of all logistics, a builder-handler arm had simply opened its hand. And somewhere below, every braking station in sequence was declining, politely, on a protocol channel, to exist. Tess, I see it, I see it. Emergency brakes are answering. They're just being overridden. Something downstream is feeding the lane priority codes older than the warden occupation. The lane thinks this is authorized, Eli. The lane thinks this is a scheduled delivery. Delivery to where? A pause, 1/2 second long, which for her is a scream. Down, she said. Past the stacks, past everything. The destination code in the pod's chip just rewrote itself. And the stratum it names doesn't have a warden designation. It has a builder one. The shell song against the rails climbed an octave. 4 kilometers a minute now. 5. The casket bucking as ancient switchgear slammed over ahead of us. Junction after junction, clearing a path the way a throat clears for swallowing. I'm sorry. I can't stop it. I can't even slow it. I have control of exactly one system, and it's the latch. And you have my professional word as the smartest thing on this rock, that you do not want the latch open at this velocity. The first brake that actually fired hit like a vehicle accident. Magnetic. Screaming. The deceleration slamming me into the padding hard enough that the hardware threw load warnings across my eye. A second brake. A third. The pattern wasn't rescue. I understood. Even upside down in a shrieking dark, with my own skeleton creaking. It was handling. Something was breaking its delivery so the contents would arrive intact. Then the rails ended, and the pod was in free air exactly long enough for one thought. Songbird's people say the maw is a body, and we are somewhere below the lungs, and we hit water. Water announces itself. The impact was wrong for metal, wrong for stone, a great black fist with give in it, the shell booming, the world tumbling once, twice, and then the special silence you only get in one place. The pod rocked, settled, began, with terrible patience, to sink. The status diodes died, all 3. Whatever umbilical authority the lane held over its freight, we'd passed below it, and the casket was now exactly what its paperwork claimed. A dead box, in the dark, going down. Drowned decks, Tess said. Her voice in my skull was the only thing left in the universe with edges. 2 strata of flooded coolant galleries. Depth under us if the old surveys hold. Don't make me say it. Say it. 190 meters where we splashed. More wherever the current's taking us. Eli, the casket isn't rated. It's a morgue pod. It's meant to leak eventually. The occupants historically don't mind. I'm reading seep at both end seams already. Cold confirmed it a moment later. A thread of it along my calf, patient as everything else in this place. Rebreathers got 40 minutes at your resting draw. Pressure's the real clock. Past 60 meters, the seams stop seeping and start failing. And past 100, you don't open the lid at all, because the lid opens you. Options 1. The latch is mine. You go now while it's shallow. Blow the lid, swim up, find an air gallery, and be a free, hunted, soaking wet dead man somewhere in 2 flooded strata that predate your entire species. Or, she stopped. Or, that was the list, Eli. It's option, singular. I'm padding it because I hate it. I did the arithmetic. The water on my calf had been joined by a friend at my shoulder. Somewhere outside the shell, 100 meters of black pressed down on a kilometer of blacker. And below that, if builder destination codes meant anything, something had scheduled a delivery and was expecting a corpse with a banked fire inside. Open the latch. Opening the... She stopped again, and this time it wasn't a scream. The whole pod shuddered, not the loose tumble of current, not the grind of a hull settling onto debris. A grip. Pressure at both ends of the shell at once, deliberate, distributed. The casket's slow sink arrested mid-water with the gentleness that only comes from something very large being very careful. We started to move. Not down, not up, along. Ely. Tess's whisper had gone smaller than I'd ever heard it. The latch is jammed. From outside, and I'm going to say the thing you hate. Water threaded in along the seam, steady now. Cold as the drawer they'd kept me in. We're not sinking anymore, she said. We're being carried. Chapter 5. Wrong Floor. Whatever carried us swam for 19 minutes. I know because counting was the only weapon I could reach. It moved with a rhythm no machine would bother with and no animal should manage. Long, slow, sculling strokes. The casket cradled in that distributed grip, water hissing past the seams. The cold got into the meat parts of me and started filing claims. The hardware doesn't feel cold, which is worse than you'd think. Half of you aches and the other half files telemetry, and the seam between the two becomes a border drawn on your own body in frost. Minute 20. The world tilted, rose, broke surface, the grip released, not dropped, placed, with that same horrible courtesy, and the casket grated onto something solid, listed 5 degrees, and was still. Water drained off the shell, ticking. Then silence except the hum. Down here, the 11-second pulse wasn't a reading on Tess's instruments anymore. It came through the stone. Call it stone. Through the casket. Through the hardware, into the bone the hardware was bolted to. The maw's heartbeat, 4 kilometers closer to the heart. Latch is free, Tess whispered. Whatever jammed it, unjammed it. I'd like to vote for waiting it out. Except your core temperature says otherwise and the rebreather's down to fumes. So, on 3, lid up, knife out, and Eli. The acoustics out there are wrong. Big room, 1, 2. I came out of the coffin the way the dead are owed. Ugly, dripping, armed, big room. The light was the first insult. I'd braced for blind dark, and instead the gallery glowed, low and blue-green, by volume crusts up the pillars in tide lines that mapped old floods. A vaulted space the size of a hangar deck, half flooded, black water to my left lying so still, it looked structural, and a shelf of dry deck to my right, sloping up into pillared dark. The air was breathable the way a basement is breathable. Cold, wet, old, and under the wet, something else. Resin and copper. Something that had been alive, but not recently, and not just one of it. The casket sat on a shelf at the waterline. It was not the only thing on the shelf. They were arranged. That's the word my training reached for, and my skin rejected. Salvage laid out along the high water line with the care of an offering table. A Warden riot shield, scorched. Vacuum suit segments, Ophartol, folded in neat thirds. Weapon housings with their power cells extracted like seeds from a fruit. A boot, 40 meters of careful museum, curated by something that swam, and at the end of it, newest exhibit, 1 casket pod. Contents now standing in the open with a borrowed knife and a heart doing arithmetic. The teams, I said quietly. The ones Vol sent down, parts of their equipment, anyway. Tess had gone full passive, sketching the gallery for me in sonar ghosts and stolen light. No remains, inventory only. Eli, file this with me. Everything on this shelf is intact. Nothing's been eaten. It's not a larder. A pause. It's a collection, and we just got collected. The water to my left moved, not a splash. A displacement. Something below the surface repositioning its mass, and the still black skin of it bulging a half meter and settling 30 meters out. The bivolume crusts nearest the waterline dimmed, altogether. the way a street of windows goes dark when something walks down it. I backed up the shelf. Slow. You don't run from water. The water doesn't care. And what's in it is always faster where it's strong. Ground. I needed ground, elevation, a choke point, any noun from the part of my life that made sense. The pillared dark at the top of the slope had geometry to it. Corridors, galleries, a doorway tall enough to drive a tank through, and I made for it with the knife low and my eye cycling spectra. The thing in the water did not follow. That should have been good news. It tracked me. I could feel the attention the way you feel sun through cloud. But it held its black mirror of a domain, and what came for me instead came from the dry. The first warning was the crustaceans. Finger length, bi-volume freckled, a drift of them grazing the crusts at the gallery mouth, and then all of them, in one synchronized pulse, gone into cracks. The second warning was nothing. A long, textured nothing, the kind of silence that is being produced rather than occurring, and I'd survived enough jungles and boarding actions to know that nothing is the loudest thing a predator says. Contact, Tess breathed. Above. Above, Eli. It came off the vault ceiling like shame. Pale, wrong, fast. My eye got fragments and the lattice assembled them in the half-second I had. 4 limbs, then 6, the count changing as it moved. A body like a hairless flayed greyhound built to 1.5 scale, skin so translucent the dark organs showed beneath like fists in a wet sack. No eyes. A head that was mostly hinge. It hit where I'd been standing. I was already 2 meters left. Not redline, not yet. Spend it like money. And the knife opened its flank as it passed, monomolecular and beautiful. A long gray line that should have been a killing answer, and instead just made it interested. What do you do when the briefing is 6 pages of the word unknown, and the 7th page is trying to take your throat? You do the old work. The earthwork. It was faster than me. Everything down here would be. Speed is cheap when you don't carry bones full of lead and grief. But fast spends. Fast is a sprinter's economy, glycolytic, alone against the next 60 seconds, and I had been built on a world that pays its debts in distance. So I gave it a target that wouldn't stop moving. I dragged the fight up the slope, through the pillars, over the collapsed decking, terrain, 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 and every time that pale hinge of a head lunged, the knife taxed it on the way through, and every time it circled to rest, I didn't let it. I threw. Debris, a warden's shield off the shelf, a fist-sized hunk of crusted slag. And the first throw taught me something worth the whole bleak day. It had never been thrown at. The slag took it square in the hinge from 9 meters, and the thing's whole posture changed, recoiled, recalculated, this prey that struck at range, and somewhere in my chest a cold human engine, older than the core, older than language, said what it always says. Good. Be confused. I have more. 3 throws. 2 gashes. 11 minutes of pillars and dark and my own breath sawing. The meat half of me burning cold, and the hardware half throwing fatigue warnings I declined to read. It bled thin and gray and slow, and it learned, fast. Wide circles now, no more ceiling drops. This pale apex of a flooded food chain, meeting the Death World syllabus for the first time and absorbing, the way everything in this prison apparently absorbed, that the new exhibit was not behaving like food. It treed me anyway. Numbers and physiology. I was slowing, core temp shaving the edge off every contraction, and it herded me with 3 feints into a dead-end gallery I should have mapped and hadn't, and crouched in the doorway, sides heaving, gray-slicked, patient. Learning to wait. Behind me. Wall. Builder seamless. The knife had 4 cuts left in my grip strength maybe, and the cold had the rest. Ellie, Tess said, very calm, which is how I knew. Red line window. 90 seconds buys the doorway. I'm sorry. Spend it. My hand found my sternum. 2 taps, knuckle on bone plate, the sound still wrong. The lights pulsed. Not the bi-volume, the builder lights, the dead strips along the vault that hadn't burned in centuries. Every one of them, the whole gallery firing blue-white for half a heartbeat. Then dark, then 11 seconds. Again. The hum under the deck swelled with it, a chord deep enough to feel in the teeth. and the effect on the pale thing was total. It didn't flinch like an animal startled. It stopped, mid-breath, every joint locking, head hinge tracking up toward the strips, with the rigid attention of a soldier hearing his name on a casualty list. Third pulse. The thing folded itself backward out of the doorway. No haste, no panic, a courtier withdrawing, and poured away into the dark the way it had come, and was gone. I stood in the dead end with the knife out, and my breath ragged, and the gallery strobing slow around me. 11 on, 11 off. Tess, working. Her whisper had a tremor of pure bandwidth. She was drinking the light pattern, the hum, the timing, all of it. It wasn't afraid, Eli. Fear has a posture, and that wasn't it. The pulse hit, and it stood down, like a recall order, like a leash. She let the word sit between us in all its ugliness, because she'd earned it, and so had I. And before you ask, the pulse isn't general. I've got line of sight down 6 galleries, and the strips are only firing here. This bay, this doorway. The lights changed, the dead end stayed lit. The gallery behind it went dark, and the corridor beyond that lit up, blue-white, steady. Then the one beyond it, one by one, out into the pillared distance, a path switching itself on through 2,000 years of drowned dark. Left at the fallen arch, down, always down. Lit rooms strung like beads on a wire I couldn't see, in a structure that had been humming a list of the dead for 3 weeks, and had just saved my life like a man shooing a cat off a chessboard. It's not hunting us, Tess said quietly. It's expecting us. Eli, the maw is showing you the way down. I looked at the lit path a long moment. Then I wiped the knife on my soaked thigh, picked a piece of slag from my offhand, and said the stupidest, truest thing in the whole human language. Then let's not keep it waiting. Chapter 6, Cricket. I followed the lit path for 600 meters, and then I stopped following it. Because a soldier who lets the objective choose his route dies on schedule, and I'd been dead twice already without enjoying it either time. For the record, Tess said, I agree with the mutiny. I just want to observe that the entity you are declining to obey is 40 kilometers long and currently controls the lights, the doors, the local fauna, and statistically speaking, the water you're made of. It can file a complaint. It did. It turned the path off. It had. The lit galleries behind me going dark one by one, patient, unoffended, the way you'd put away a toy a child refused. The hum went on humming. I took the dark turning instead, north and up by the lattice's inertial guess, because down was where the maw wanted me, and up was where the living were. The stacks, 2 strata overhead, where humans were warehoused, and a man named Songbird allegedly knew every duct in the body of this god, and where I might find calories, intelligence, and a route to the hush that hadn't been gift-wrapped by the structure I was burgling. Calories first, if I'm honest. The cold had been billing me for hours, and the fuel cells were into their reserve band. Hunger, for me, isn't a mood. It's a fuel gauge with opinions, and it was starting to have them loudly. That's the state I was in. Wet, freezing, 60 hours since real food, navigating a flooded tomb by stolen sonar. When something picked my pocket, to be fair to the only friend I'd make in that whole stratum. She picked the pouch, not the pocket, and she was good. The drag on my harness was maybe 40 grams of wrongness, gone before the nerve finished reporting, and if the item lifted had been anything but the rebreather's spent cartridge, she'd have made clean escape with it. Spent cartridges rattle. Hers rattled from the dark of a wall vent 2.5 meters up, where nothing the size of the noise should have been able to climb that fast. I put my light on the vent. The light, these days, lives in my left eye. So what the vent's occupant saw was a soaked, scarred, 2-meter human corpse with one iris burning lamp white. And what I saw was my first chick. The bureau file gave the species 4 lines. Scavenger caste, client species, no polity, no threat index. The reality filling that vent was 90 centimeters of dark chitin and economy. 6 limbs folded like a penknife collection, 2 black eyes the size of thumbprints, antennae lying flat in what I'd later learn was embarrassment, and my rebreather cartridge clutched to her thorax, the way a banker holds a verdict. We considered each other. "Dead thing leaks," she said, in trade pidgin, clicks under the consonants like typewriter keys. "Dead thing leaks heat. Stupid, everything down here reads heat." Curl read it 3 galleries off. The pale swimmer reads it 5. A pause, antennae lifting a degree, calculating. "Cartridge is Kroll's now. Keep it. Kroll keeps it." Another pause. The eyes did a thing I had no map for yet, tracking from my face to the knife to the gallery behind me, where I understood her then, suddenly and completely. She had been following my back trail through the kill zone, harvesting in the safety corridor that a top predator's passage opens through an ecosystem. 40 grams of professional courage, working my wake. Dead thing fought the pale swimmer, cut it, threw stones at it. The antennae came all the way up. Nothing throws stones at it. Curl watched. Curl has decided something. "Tess," I subvocalized. "What's the protocol for?" "It's deciding, Eli. Don't interrupt things that are deciding." "Curl has decided," the chick announced, with the gravity of a treaty signing, "that the dead thing is Curl's." You'd think it would take longer, wouldn't you? Most of the bonds that matter in a life take years, or take a war. This one took 4 words from a pickpocket in a vent, and I want to be honest with whoever reads this. I have stood in front of generals, tribunals, and a woman holding my death in a sealed case, and not one of them ever steadied me the way it did to be claimed, flatly, without a vote, by 90 centimeters of chitin 2 strata under hell. What that claim meant practically unfolded over the next hour. It meant she came down from the vent and walked point. Point! Her antennae reading currents and chemistry I couldn't see, steering me around a floor panel that wasn't. Deadfall. Old trick. Floor's a lie there. And under a duct mouth she sniffed and pronounced safe with 1 syllable. It meant that at the second junction she stopped, disappeared into a crack in the world, and came back dragging a sealed tin half her own mass, which she opened with 2 limbs while watching me with the wary generosity of someone betting their whole portfolio. "Eat," she said. "Dead thing's furnace is loud. Embarrassing. Whole stratum can hear your stomach." I won't describe what was in the tin, except to say it was protein. It had been legally dead a very long time, and the species that packed it had intended it as industrial feedstock. Tess ran the toxicology twice and gave me a queasy green light. I ate all of it. Curl watched the whole performance with both eyes and flat antennae, and when I finished, when the furnace took the load and the shivering finally banked, she made a sound I'd come to know well, a long, ratcheting click burr from the thorax, which is chick for the laugh you laugh when the universe shows you something new. "It ate the slag tin," she informed the gallery at large. 60 hours wet, and it ate the slag tin. No sick, no death. Curl chose well then, businesslike. Up routes to the human shelf. 3. One's flooded since the dark came. 1 belongs to the teeth, they tax meat. You have no meat that's spare. 1 is Curl's route, ducks and dead rooms. Dead thing is too big for 2 crawls, but the bones will fit if it breathes out. A click. Curl guides. Curl's terms, name them. Dead thing fights what the root can't avoid. Curl keeps what the fights shake loose. And the antennae dipped the first hesitation she'd shown. When the singers come, dead thing doesn't listen, whatever they sing. Curl has seen what listens. The choir, I said. You've seen them. The change in her was total. Every limb folded a centimeter tighter. The antennae went flat and stayed flat. 90 centimeters of professional nerve in a stratum that ate warden teams, and the only thing that did this to her was a word. "Hush, folk," she said very quietly. "Don't say their want name. Names carry down here. The walls take notes now." She was moving again, suddenly, route brisk. They sang the Veer Warren hollow in one night. 40 of Curls, 40 chick, walked out of their own tunnels at dawn, all together, all smiling the way chick can't smile, and went down, and the Warren's empty now, and Curl doesn't go past it because the smell is still deciding. Click. Move. Move now. Uproot 6 hours and the water's awake today. The route was everything she'd promised. Ducts, dead rooms, a drowned machine hull crossed on the backs of turbines like Stessbankskenstones over a black pond. 2 crawls where I breathed out, and the hardware's shoulders scraped builder alloy that hadn't felt traffic since before Rome. She fed me twice more. She talked constantly when it was safe and not at all when it wasn't, and her silences arrived a full second before Tess's contacts did, every time until Tess stopped being proud and started using her as a censor. I like her, Tess said, somewhere in hour 4. I'm putting that in the official record. The locator beacon the Bureau gave this mission is a casket pod and a prayer. The actual asset is a felony in a chitin shell, and I like her. It was hour 5 when the luck stopped. We'd come up a riser shaft into the margin of the stack's underdecks. Warmer here, the air carrying rust and algae vats, and faintly, impossibly, the smell of cooking, when Curl froze on the rim above me, one limb thrown back, flat as paint sound, below and behind. Back down the shaft, back down 6 hours of route, from the flooded gallery where a casket sat on a curator's shelf at the high water line. Water carries sound, shafts carry it better, and what they carried up to us, faint and formal as a memory, was singing, not the structure's hum. Voices. 5, Tess said, lips of light moving on my eye. 5 sources. Harmonic locked, rising and weaving through the drowned dark in chords no single throat could build. There are no words for the sound that don't borrow from things it wasn't. Cathedral, wailfall, lullaby. It was beautiful. I want that written down, too, because everything afterward will argue with it. The first time I heard the choir of the final chord, the hair stood up on my arm. The arm I still grow hair on, and some sub-basement of my brain, older than fear, said home is in that direction, and I had to put my hand on the cold builder wall and count to make it shut up. They found the pod, Tess whispered. They're at the shelf. Eli, the harmonics are modulating. That's not music. That's language they're encoding. Oh, Tess! They're reading the casket's manifest chip aloud, she said. To the water, to the walls, to everything down here with ears, on every frequency the structure carries. It's a broadcast, Eli. An announcement. The chord shifted, and up through 6 hours of dark, 5 voices that had taken apart warden teams like supper sang 3 syllables in clean, cold accord standard, a designation I'd worn on a drawer for 9 years, sung the way you'd ring a dinner bell, the way you'd call a name across a field at dusk, the way you'd welcome something home. Rev 9. Rev 9. Rev 9 beside me, flat against the rim of the shaft. Curl made no sound at all. The dark below us held the echo a long time. The walls took notes. The maw knew my name now, all the way down. Chapter 7. The Stacks. The stacks smell like humanity's whole resume: sweat, rust, algae, solder, grief, and soup. They warehouse the short-lived species in a cargo stratum, rack bays 40 meters high, meant for freight that never came, colonized over a century into a vertical shantytown. Catwalks strung with salvaged loom wire, laundry, hanging over drops that would kill anything that fell. Vat gardens terraced up the rack faces, green under grow strips, tended by people with the gray indoor faces of the lifers they were. 2,000 human beings, give or take, plus chick warrens and a few hundred assorted ephemerals, all stacked in the dark between the meat market above and the drowned dark below, dying fast by accord standards and living anyway, out of spite, the way we do. I'd been inside the wire an hour before the whole stratum knew. You can't hide what I am from humans. Aliens see a human and stop looking. Humans see the gait, the graft lines, the way the mass moves wrong, and their eyes do the arithmetic their grandparents' war taught them. By the time Curl led me up the 3rd catwalk, the silence was traveling ahead of us like a bow wave. Work stopping, kids yanked inside, 100 eyes in doorways doing the same long subtraction, and then from somewhere above, a voice, young, bright, carrying, absolutely unbothered, called down. Well, hell, the rumors said big, but nobody said the Bureau was sending us a whole building. He came down a rack ladder, like gravity was a suggestion he was humoring. Mid-20s, whip-thin, prison pale under a thatch of black hair, wearing a flight jacket 3 owners past its first funeral, and a grin that had clearly gotten him both into and out of everything in his file. He hit the catwalk, looked me over, not the wary subtraction everyone else was doing. An inventory, frank and delighted, and stuck out his hand like we were meeting at a bar. Jonah Ree. Everybody calls me Songbird. You're the dead guy from the morgue lane, the one the water's been singing about. The grin widened. Man, you are the single worst-kept secret in the history of this rock. Come on, you eat? You look like you eat. You look like you eat structurally. Behind me, Curl made her ratcheting clickburr. Curl likes this one. See, even the bug likes me. Bug will reconsider. He fed us in his roost. A den he'd built where 4 ducks met, 20 meters up a rack face, walls papered in hand-drawn maps. And I do mean maps. Ducks, crawlways, dead rooms, service spines, sketched in scavenged ink across flattened ration cartons, layer over layer, annotated in a tight obsessive hand, flooded since the dark. Teeth checkpoint, bribe, 2 tins. Echo here, don't whistle. The Bureau's 900 pages of confident formatting weren't fit to line the floor of this kid's actual knowledge. 41 days, he said, ladling out stew I chose not to interrogate. That's the over-under the book's running on you. 41 days till the maw eats you like it ate the warden teams. I put 2 tins on you beating it, by the way, so eat slow, you're an investment. Why 41? 1 for every species in the accord. Mosh, he runs the book, says it's poetic. Songbird dropped cross-legged onto a crate, watching me eat with open fascination. So it's true. The thing in the secure wing, the doctor lady, the singer's wanting her. You're here to pull her out. He shook his head slowly. Boss man, people down here don't even say the floor she's on out loud. You know the floor, though. I know every floor. It wasn't a boast. It was the saddest sentence he'd said yet, and the first one without the grin behind it. 8 years in this can. You map it, or it maps you. Tess, I subvocalized. Day count. Day 13 of 30, she said. 17 days till the renewal code finds you or doesn't. And Eli, ask him about the ducks below the 4th stratum. Look at his walls. The maps stop being copies down there. They go primary source. I looked. She was right. The upper strata maps were compiled, cross-referenced, hearsay made tidy. The deep maps were drawn in a different mode, sparse, certain, witnessed. He'd been down there, below the line where warden teams became lists. You've gone below the drowned decks, I said. Since the blackout. Songbird went still for the first time since I'd met him. The roost was quiet a moment, just ducked wind and the distant clatter of the stacks, and Krull methodically casing his shelf of small shiny objects with the ethics of a magpie. Twice, he said finally. Salvage runs, before anyone knew what the hush was turning into. He scratched the back of his neck, and the grin came back, but it had rebar in it now. Second time, I heard them sing. Close. 2 galleries over, maybe. And here's the thing nobody topside will believe. It was the most beautiful thing I ever heard, and I make noise for a living. I stood there in the dark with my whole body saying, go toward that, and the only reason I'm in this room is that I got lucky. My air alarm went off, ugliest sound in the world, broke the pull for half a second, and half a second was enough to run. He held my eye. Your doctor's been in arm's reach of that sound for 3 weeks, boss man. You want my map? That's the toll. You tell me straight what you think is left of her to rescue. I think, I said, that she's the one person in the galaxy the singing doesn't work on, because she's spent her whole life taking minds apart, and you can't seduce a locksmith with a lock. And I think if I'm wrong, I'll be carrying out a body either way, hers or mine. Songbird looked at me a long moment. Then he laughed, really laughed, head back, and Krull's antennae came up at the sound, and somewhere below us the stacks clattered on, and I'd learned soon enough that this was just what he was, a kid who heard the worst answer in the world and found the iron in it funny. Okay, he said. Okay, boss man, I'm in for the maps. Maybe further, ask me when I'm stupider. But first you need to not die up here, which is its own project, because the teeth tax new meat and you are visibly the most valuable meat that has ever walked into this stratum. He stopped, cocked his head. The stacks had gone quiet. Not the bow wave quiet of my arrival. That had been local, a silence with a shape moving through it. This was everywhere at once, the clatter dying bay by bay, voices cutting off mid-word, and under it a new sound, thin and omnipresent, as every salvaged speaker and wrist unit and duct-rigged comm crackled awake on the same frequency. A frequency, Tess told me later, that belonged to Warden Maintenance, encrypted, untouchable, and was now broadcasting in the clear, in flat, machine-translated trade pigeon to every gang territory in Casavel at once. Notice of tender, the human augment designated Reverend 9, currently at large below the collar. Confirmed termination remains delivered to any warden checkpoint. Full sentence commutation for the claimant and 5 associates. Transfer off structure within 30 days. This tender supersedes all standing bounties. This tender expires when the asset does. It repeated. In the duct wind, I could hear it echoing up through the rack bays in a dozen staggered copies, washing through 2,000 desperate people, each repetition landing on the only thing nobody in the maw had ever been able to buy at any price. Not credits, not territory, the door. Freedom, for you and 5 people you love, payable on delivery of 1 dead human. Songbird turned from the duct mouth, and his face had gone someplace older than 24. Boss man, he said quietly, that's not a bounty. That's a lottery ticket. Every soul on this rock just got told you're worth their whole life. He blew out a breath. 60,000 inmates, maybe 10,000 crews, and the only people who know exactly where you're standing right now are in this room. Kroll's antennae had gone flat. Below us, bay by bay, the stacks were starting to murmur. A low tidal sound. 2,000 people doing the same arithmetic at the same time. Tess, I said. Trace the broadcast origin. Already done. Her voice was contact flat. It didn't come from the command deck, Eli. It came from the collar's maintenance grid. Same channel, same encryption, same fist as the burst that went down shaft when you arrived. A beat. Whoever told the choir you were coming just told the rest of the prison what you're worth. We don't have a leak, Eli. We have an author. And they're writing both sides. Outside the roost, somewhere down the rack face, the first careful footsteps were already moving toward us in the dark. Chapter 8. Invitation. They came at 0300 by the Stack's soup fire clock, 11 of them, and I want to say up front that they weren't villains. Villains would have been easier. They were a salvage crew from Bay 9, a foreman with burn-scared hands, his 2 grown sons, a woman with a vat tender's green-stained fingers, 7 others whose faces I made myself look at. People doing the same math everyone in the maw was doing that night. 1 dead stranger against 6 lifetimes of daylight. They came up the rack face quiet, with cutting bars and a net thrower and 1 precious mass driver pistol that had probably cost a year of soup. And the plan was the right one. Take the catwalk junction, drive me off the high ground, drop me 40 meters, deliver the remains. It would have worked on anything their lives had shown them. 11 contacts, Tess said. Net thrower left, pistol high right on the gantry. Eli, the foreman's hands are shaking. I see them. I know you do. I'm saying it for the version of you that has to live with the next 4 minutes. Here's what the Bureau never put in a recruiting brochure. Because there's no way to phrase it that doesn't frighten the funding committee. The hard part of what I am was never the killing. Killing is the cheap setting. It's the mercy that costs. Fighting 11 desperate people in the dark above a 40-meter drop and bringing them all to the floor alive takes more out of the meat and the hardware both than wiping the catwalk would. Every strike has to be solved twice, once to land it, once to take it back. I solved them. 4 minutes, no red line, spend it like money. The net cut out of the air with Ketch's knife. The pistol plucked off the gantry along with the son holding it, who I lowered, screaming, by his harness to his father's feet. Cutting bars turned aside, wrists locked, bodies stacked gently, against the rack wall in a row of groaning arithmetic errors. The pistol I emptied over the rail into the dark, 11 rounds, 11 small lights falling, because down here the gun was the argument, and I wanted the stacks to watch the argument drown. When it was done, I stood in the junction with my breath even, and 11 living people at my feet, and 200 more watching from doorways and gantries in total silence, and I made the only speech I had in me. "The wardens are offering you the door," I said, loud enough to carry up the bays. "It's a real offer. It's a real door. But understand what's on the table. They want you to buy it with the only thing that ever held this place together against them, and they're betting your lives, 6 at a time, that you'll sell." I looked down at the foreman. He looked back, scorched hands flat on the deck, eyes full of the sons I hadn't killed. "I won't be cheap. Anyone who tries will end up like this or worse, and your 6 tickets will go to the next crew, and the wardens will laugh on the command deck either way. That's the whole sermon. Go home." They went, carried, mostly by neighbors who came out of the dark to do it, and the stack's great murmur started up again behind them, changed now, a new note in it. Not love. The stacks didn't love me, then or ever. But 2,000 lifers had just watched a man worth 6 freedoms apiece, put 11 of their own on the deck breathing, and in prison arithmetic that bought something love can't. "Word's going to travel," Songbird said quietly, from the ducked mouth where he'd watched the whole thing with a cutting bar he hadn't needed white-knuckled in one fist. "Not the bounty, the other thing. 11 up, 11 down, 0 in the morgue." He let out a shaky laugh. "Boss man, half this stratum just decided you're the scariest thing they've ever seen, and the other half decided you're the only thing on this rock that doesn't bill for breathing. Honest? Both halves are right." "Bug agrees with both halves," Curl said, from the shadows of the junction, where, I noticed only now, she had spent the entire fight crouched on the net thrower's dropped canister, guarding it, shaking, antennae flat, guarding it anyway. "Krull will also be invoicing for the terror." The choir's answer to the warden's bounty arrived 19 hours later, and it cost more than the fight had. It came walking, up the main freight stair from the dark strata, through 3 gang territories, and the Teeth's toll gates, and every checkpoint between the hush and the stacks, alone, unarmed, untouched, because everything in the maw, with a survival instinct, cleared the route ahead of it the way flesh clears a path for a needle. By the time it reached the stack's lower gate, the whole stratum knew what was coming, and the bays emptied ahead of it, and the soup fires stood abandoned, and 2,000 people watched from the high racks in a silence I could feel through the deck. It had been an inmate. A man. Human. Which was the cruelty of it, which was, I'd understand later, the point of it, a message in the medium itself. Big, work-hardened, maybe 50, in vat-tender grays gone stiff with 3 weeks of dark. Somebody's neighbor. Somebody from Bay 6. Songbird said in a voice with nothing in it. A quiet man, kept to himself, went missing on a salvage run the same week the secure wing fell. He walked to the center of the gate plaza and stopped, and stood there, smiling. I came down to meet him because no one else could, and because some part of me, the professional part, the part Ven built, needed the data. I have interrogated men, machines, and one thing the Bureau still won't let me name. I have seen every kind of vacancy a face can wear. This was new. His eyes were open and tracking. His face was calm, pleasant, even, deeply restful, like a man hearing his favorite song in another room. And there was nobody home, not vacancy, occupancy, something else paying the rent. "Rev 9, the man said, one mouth. 5 voices. I can't explain the acoustics, and Tess, who recorded everything, declines to. Harmonic stacking, resonance in the chest cavity, used like a soundboard. Her words, delivered later, flat, while she ran the playback for the 11th time. What I heard in the moment was simpler and worse. A chord wearing a man, addressing me in cold, fluent accord, standard with the warmth of a hymn and the syntax of a summons. We are the choir of the final chord. We sang your name to the deep and you did not come, so we send this voice to fetch you. The smile widened, gently like dawn. You are expected, already dead. Walked at Tessera, 24th and last. The cantor extends to you what she has extended to no breathing thing. Descent, unharmed, under our song. Your companions also, if they are foolish. Come down to the hush, and what was promised will be kept, and the woman. My voice came out level. The meat under it wasn't. Dr. Venn, proof of life. Now. The man's head tilted, that pleasant, listening tilt. And then his mouth opened and a different voice came out. Flat effect. Scalpel precise. A voice I'd heard 16 years ago through surgical glass, counting backward from 10 as the dark took me, rendered note perfect by a thing wearing a vat tender's throat. Merrick, stop dawdling. You're late. You're leaking neural function, and you're letting them frighten you with theater. A pause, and even secondhand, even sung. The dry contempt in it was so exactly her that something in my chest went sideways. Equation simple. They won't kill you. They need what's in your head. I won't leave. They have what's in mine. So come down and bring your spine. Both of them. The cord took the man's mouth back, smiling all the while. She is a wonder, the 5 voices said, with what I can only report as affection. She does not listen. Do you know how rare that is, last of 20 four? In 12,000 years of voices? The man's body turned to go, then paused, head tilting back toward me, and delivered the rest like a gift, like a courtesy between professionals. A kindness before dissent. You wonder who betrayed you, who told us of your coming. Spend no more thought on it. We required no telling. The smile, the terrible restful smile, found me one last time. We asked the wardens to watch for a human 154 days ago, revenant. Count. You will find the ice had not yet let you go. The bureau had not yet chosen. The doctor had not yet been taken. We have been preparing your way down since before any of your makers knew you would be sent. The man stepped backward, once, twice, into the dark of the freight stair, 5 voices folding into one fading chord. The maw told us you were coming. The maw is rarely wrong. It has been waiting for you a very long time. The dark took him. The stack stayed silent a full minute, 2,000 people not breathing. Tess, I said quietly. The standing order on the command deck, date it for me exactly. 154 days, she said. He's right, Eli. That's 3 weeks before Crane opened your drawer. 5 weeks before Venn was even arrested. A long pause, and when she spoke again, it was the smallest I'd ever heard her. The Bureau thinks this is their operation. Crane thinks she's running an extraction. Eli, nothing about this was ever ours. We didn't send you here. I stood in the empty plaza, in the bottom of the galaxy's deepest hole, with a borrowed knife and a bounty on my body, and an invitation in my pocket from something that had known my itinerary before my owners did. Something summoned you. Chapter 9. Rules of the Market. I found the first one on day 15, doing gear checks in Songbird's Roost. A sliver of polished blue glass, the size of a thumbnail, tucked into the retention loop of my harness where a man keeps his last field dressing. I held it up to the loom wire. Prison glass, slag run, tumbled smooth somewhere in a scavenger's pocket over years. Worthless. Beautiful if you'd grown up somewhere that had never heard of sapphires. Krull! Dead thing found it. She didn't look up from the ration tins she was auditing with the severity of a war crimes tribunal. Dead thing should be more careful what falls into its gear. It didn't fall. It was tied in. Then the knots down here are very skilled, Krull said, with finality, and that was the entire conversation. And I let it go because some intelligence you don't analyze, you just log. Tess logged it too. I noticed she filed it under a heading she didn't show me. We had a war council that night. Me, songbird, curl, and a ghost. Around a map weighted at the corners with stolen bolts. The problem was 4 kilometers tall and simple as a noose. Between the stacks and the hush lay the meat market stratum, and the meat market was the only way down. Ducks won't do it, Songbird said, tapping his own maps. Below 4, everything I'd crawl is flooded or sung. The freight spine you already rode, the lanes locked to caskets, and after your stunt, the wardens put live sensors on it. That leaves the grand stair. He tapped a wide spiral, drawn with respect, ringed in his tight handwriting with toll notations like barnacles. Builder cut, 10 meters wide, runs the full depth of the can. Every soul and every cargo that moves between strata moves on the stair, and the stair belongs to the teeth. Tax gang, tax empire. The teeth have held the stair for 60 years. They don't fight wars, they don't take sides. They tariff. Pilgrims, gangs, smugglers, warden patrols. Everybody pays at the gates, and in exchange the stair stays neutral ground. It's the only law the maw has. He grimaced. Which is the problem? You're not cargo, boss man. You're a commodity. The wardens tender prices you at 6 freedoms. The teeth's whole religion is that everything crossing the stair gets assessed at fair market value, and your fair market value is a stampede. So we don't cross as us. We cross as freight. I looked at the toll notations. Who brokers it? Songbird and Curl exchanged a look. The first time I'd seen the two of them agree on anything without a fight, which told me the answer before it came. There's one fixer rated for human freight, down routes, no questions, Songbird said slowly. One, used to run the cold pipes, smuggling perishables. Then people, between strata. He's got standing bond with the teeth, which means his manifests don't get opened. Ever. He is also, personally, the reason I know his work. The grin he wore for armor wasn't anywhere on him now. Dian. He's the one who moved me into this can 8 years ago when my old man's cartel needed a body that matched a warrant. Sealed crate, 3 days, 15 years of my life on the invoice. Best smuggler in the maw. You trust him? Trust him? Songbird laughed, and there was a whole childhood in it, none of it good. Dian's a set of scales with a pulse, boss man. He doesn't betray people. That's sentiment. He just reprices them when the market moves. You can trust him completely as long as you remain, at every second, the highest bid in the room. The wardens put 6 freedoms on you. Can the Bureau outbid that? Because if not, there's another factor, Tess said, out loud, through the Roost's salvaged speaker, the first time she'd spoken to the room. Krill's antennae snapped up. Songbird, to his lasting credit, only flinched a little. While you've been negotiating, I've been doing archaeology. The choir took the secure wing in one night, 3 weeks before we landed. Cleanest operation in the maw's history. Through 4 sealed bulkheads, on a warden rotation gap that existed for exactly 50 minutes. I've pulled every scrap of traffic from that window the stack's antennas ever soaked up, because somebody handed them that rotation gap, and gaps like that are merchandise. A pause, surgical. The gap was sold. Brokered through a teeth-bonded manifest. Cold pipe routing, no questions. I have the bond signature. Songbird had gone very still. Tess, don't. Dian, Tess said. The only guide who can move us down to the hush is the man who sold the choir the way into the secure wing. He's the reason Syra Ven is a hostage. He built the lock we're trying to pick, and tomorrow we're going to walk into the meat market and pay him to do it again to us, with our names on the manifest. The roost was quiet. Down in the bays, the soup fires popped. Somewhere out in the dark, the maw hummed its 11 seconds, patient, like a creditor who knows where you live. The parley with the teeth is set for tomorrow, Songbird said finally, to the maps. To nobody. Mosh called in every marker I have to get us a seat. No weapons on the stair. No violence in the market. Everybody honors it, because the alternative is the maw with no law at all. He looked up at me, and the kid who'd put 2 tins on my survival looked every one of his 8 years inside. Boss man. We're about to carry the most valuable head in the prison into a room full of assessors to hire the man who sells doors to monsters. As your guide, I want my objection on the record. Noted, I said. We go anyway. Yeah. He blew out a breath and almost found the grin. Yeah, I figured. Curl, pack the good tins. If we're going to be merchandise, we're at least going to be fed merchandise. Curl was already packing. But I marked, because marking things is what's left of me when you strip the rest, that she packed the blue glass economy last, on top, where it could be reached in a hurry. The way you pack the thing you plan to spend. Chapter 10. The Meat Market Parley. The meat market is what you'd get if you took a cathedral, a stockyard, and a stock exchange, sealed them in a can for 60 years, and let them ferment. It fills a gallery the size of a stadium where the grand stair flares wide between strata, terraced rings of stalls descending toward the stair's mouth like an amphitheater built around a drain. Everything in the maw that can be owned changes hands there. Water rights, vat protein, salvage, information, debts, people. The air is a riot of smells I'll spare you and a din I can't. 40 species haggling, the ring of metal on metal, cargo sleds whining overhead on rails, and under all of it, always, the stair itself. A 10-meter builder spiral breathing cold air up from the dark like the throat of the world. No weapons past the gates. The Teeth's enforcers took Ketch's knife at the checkpoint with bored efficiency and issued me a chit, and I let them, because Tess was counting, and there were over 100 of them on the terraces, and because the knife would come back, or the day would go in a direction where knives stopped mattering. Everyone's watching us, Songbird murmured. Everyone's pricing us, Curl corrected, from my shoulder, where she'd stationed herself like an epaulette with opinions. Different thing. Watch their hands, not their eyes. They walked us down the central ramp through a crowd that parted in slow, fascinated eddies. 6 freedoms, walking, in the flesh, to the assessor's ring on the 3rd terrace, where the Teeth held court. The assessor was a Gren, which I'd known intellectually, and was still not ready for. 4 meters of gray flesh like a seal, poured over a boulder, motionless on a daze of scales. Actual scales, balance scales, hundreds of them, brass and bone and salvaged alloy, the tribute of 60 years of fair dealing. Her voice, when it came, was the slow grind of a glacier with a ledger. The commodity self-delivers, she said. Note it. In 60 years, the ones with prices on them run from my stare. This one buys a seat. One eye, small and ancient and entirely without sentiment, found me. State your business, human. The market is listening, and the market's time is the only thing here that isn't for sale. Passage, I said. 4 bodies. The stair. Descent to the hush boundary. Brokered freight, sealed manifest, teeth bond. I let the murmur run the terraces and die. And before you assess me, I know my price. 6 commutations, payable on my corpse. I'm here to tell you why my corpse is the worst trade this market will ever make. Speak, because the tender breaks your stare. I said it loud enough for the terraces, because the real parley was with all of them. Your law works because everything here is worth more moving than dead. The wardens just told 60,000 people that the richest cargo in the maw is a body, that the door out is bought with blood on neutral ground. The first crew that tries collects on me. The second collects on the first. You've all seen it start already. They had. The stacks hadn't been the only stratum doing arithmetic at 300. Your neutrality survives exactly as long as I'm worth more alive. So does your market. The hush asked for me breathing, assessor. First thing in 12,000 years it ever asked for. Tax me through, and you stay what you are. The law. Sell me dead, and you're just the biggest crew in a prison with no rules, on a rock where something in the basement is learning to sing. Silence. By market standards, the din dropping to a tide. The assessor's scales ticked and swayed in the updraft from the stair. She regarded me for a long geological moment, and what moved behind that little eye wasn't greed. It was the only thing older. Continuity. 60 years of system, weighing one bleeding anomaly. The human argues, she ground out at last, that he is not cargo but infrastructure. A sound moved through her bulk that might have been tectonic amusement. Mosh's marker is honored. The manifest will be drawn. Fetch the broker. Already here, said a voice from the second terrace, dry as dust in a ledger. I priced this meeting before any of you knew it would happen. Diane was small. That's the first thing. Human, 60 if a day, neat and gray as a filing cabinet, with a face you'd forget while looking at it. The camouflage of a man who had moved contraband through a supermax for decades by being beneath everyone's contempt. He came down the ramp with a folio under one arm, and the only remarkable thing about him was the wake of professional respect the crowd gave him, wider than they'd given me. His eyes touched Songbird, and something passed across the filing cabinet face. Recognition, calculation, possibly even regret, all of it priced and shelved in under a second. Jonah, you grew. 15 years, Diane, Songbird said, level. He'd promised me level, back in the roost. His knuckles, white on his pack strap, were keeping a different promise. 14, with the gap I sold your father against. Diane turned to me, opened the folio, and just like that we were the only transaction in the world. The freight is 4. Routing, stair descent, 6 gates, terminal berth at the Hush boundary stone. The Teeth's bond covers the gates. My fee covers everything the bond doesn't, which between us is the entire actual problem. He produced a stylus. I'll need mass, dimensions, and a declaration. Does the freight bite? The freight has questions first. I kept my voice trade flat. 3 weeks ago, you sold a 50-minute rotation gap. Cold pipe routing, teeth bond, your signature. The buyers sang their way into the secure wing, and the galaxy's most dangerous prison got a hostage crisis. The terraces had gone tidal quiet again. The assessor's scales ticked. I'm not here for justice, broker. I'm here for the fine print. You've dealt with the Hush. You know how they pay and what they honor. So before I climb into your crate, what did the choir buy from you? Exactly, and what did they pay with? For the first time, the filing cabinet face did something unrehearsed. It got old, just for a second. The eyes going down to the folio, to columns only he could see. They bought the gap, the wing schematics, and the guard rotations, Diane said quietly. Standard package. I've sold it 40 times to 40 crews. It's how the maw stays bearable. And they paid. He closed the folio, very precisely. In advance, Revenant. That's what nobody asks. They paid me 11 days before I'd decided to sell. The payment was in my vault before they ever contacted me. They knew my price, my routing, and my decision before I did. He looked up, and the dust-dry voice had something under it I recognized, because I'd been hearing it in my own head since the stacks. A man whose arithmetic had stopped protecting him. You want fine print? Here it is, free. I've brokered for every monster in this can for 30 years, and the Hush is the only client that's never once needed to threaten me. They just know. Whatever you're descending into, it isn't a gang holding a hostage. It's a thing that reads the ledger before it's written. My advice as your broker is don't go. My fee for the manifest is, he never priced it. The first arc lance bolt hit the assessor's dais from above, and the world went white, des Spießig reconstructed later, because in the moment there was only the lattice doing its cold arithmetic through the glare, 3 Warden grav sleds dropping through the cargo rails from the gallery roof, hard-shell assault troops on the runners, lances cycling, no warning, no demand, no attempt at arrest. The first volley was for the dais, for the assessor, for the law, and the second was for me. And they were already correcting their lead by the time I was moving, which meant good optics and better briefing. The market came apart into screaming. Kill Team 12 hard-shelled, Tess snapped. Sleds are collar fleet, transponders dark. Eli, these are off the books. This is nobody's sanctioned operation. A lance bolt took the stall behind me into vapor and burning protein. I had Songbird by the collar and curl already inside my jacket. She'd moved before I had. Her warning silence had beaten Tess's sensors again. And the choices were the panicking crowd, the kill zone of the open ramp, or the one piece of cover on the terrace, rated for what was incoming. I put us behind 4 meters of Gren. The assessor was down, days shattered, gray bulk scorched along one flank and leaking something the color of bilge. But Gren are built like their reputations, and her eye was open, and it fixed on me with its terrible ledger patience, even as the second volley chewed her scales into shrapnel. Brass and bone rained around us. 60 years of fair dealing vaporized by the people who ran the prison. Infrastructure, she ground out. Blood, or whatever Gren run on, in the bellows of her voice. You argued true, human. Witness it, all of you. The wardens broke the stairs peace. Her eye rolled up toward the sleds, then back to me, and what she said next she said like a tariff being levied, the only language she had for the sacred. The teeth's bond is yours, paid in my blood. Carry it down, and tell the hush, tell the maw. The market kept the law. The law was kept. The third volley never landed, because that's when the maw turned off the lights. All of them. The loom strips, the stall lamps, the grav rails, the sled's own floods, every photon in a stadium-sized gallery, gone between one heartbeat and the next. Not a power failure. Power failures stutter, brown, cascade. This was a decision, total and instant, the dark coming down like a curtain on an act it had finished watching. Somewhere above, blind, a sled clipped a cargo rail. The crash and the screaming of its crew fell through the black. 40 species howled in the dark, and through all of it, through the deck and the terraces and the bones of everyone present, the 11-second hum swelled up, doubled, tripled, until it wasn't a hum at all. Until it was a voice, and the voice was the size of the world, and for the first time in 2,000 years, in the dark of its own throat, to an audience of 60,000 prisoners and their jailers alike, Kazavel sang one single, endless, deafening note, then silence. Then the lights came back, every one of them blood red, pulsing, 11 seconds, 11 seconds. And in my jacket Curl was making a sound I'd never heard from her, very small, like a ratchet slipping. And Tess said, in the voice she keeps for the things that frighten her, Ely, that note. It was the first note of the warden list, the choir's song. The maw isn't learning the words anymore. The red light pulsed. The market wailed in the dark below the dead sleds. It started singing along. Chapter 11, Strange Bedfellows. We spent the night after the note doing the only thing you can do in a wrecked market full of wounded. The work. I won't pretend it was strategy. Tess will tell you it was. That visibly digging survivors out of collapsed stalls under the red pulse light bought us more standing than any speech. That a revenant lifting a fallen cargo rail off a screaming OFAR vendor, in front of 400 witnesses, was worth a division of goodwill. She's right, and it wasn't strategy. It's just the other thing I'm built from, the thing under the Bureau's additions. You dig. Someone's under there. You dig. Earth wrote that one, long before anyone wrote me. Curl worked the gaps too small for anyone else, chittering locations. Songbird ran water and held hands, and talked dying strangers through the dark in that bright, unbreakable voice. And I watched the boy who'd been sold into this place at 16 do it for hours, for species that wouldn't have spat on a human a week ago. And I thought, whatever I came down here to save, add this to the manifest. The wardens came at what passed for dawn, not sleds this time. A full century of hard-shell troops down the collar-side ramp in parade order, escorting a figure 2.5 meters tall in administrative gray, who walked through the wreckage of the maw's one neutral ground with his hands folded and his neck frill flat, surveying the cost of his own handwriting. The market went silent, the way a wound goes white before it bleeds. Human, Subwarden Authix Vol said. Walk with me. We walked the ruined terraces alone. Alone meaning 40 lances tracking us from the high ground, which from Vol was practically intimacy. Up close he was old even for an Ophar, the gray of his hide gone translucent at the joints, the long face a mask of administrative calm, with something moving behind it that I'd seen in the casket morgue, and could now name. Tess had called it terror and been right. But it was terror managed, filed, budgeted, worked around. I understood, walking beside him through the wreckage, that I was looking at the only other person in this prison doing my job, holding a collapsing situation with both hands, and lying to everyone about the grip. "The kill team was mine," he said, without preamble, the way you'd correct a ledger entry. "The tender also. I will not insult you by attributing them to rogue elements. You were a variable I attempted to delete." The attempt failed, the cost was. He looked out over the market, and the frill moved once. "Miscalculated. I am here because the mathematics have changed. An OFAR who continues spending on a refuted strategy is not a person, he is a momentum. Ask your questions. It's disarming. Total candor. It's meant to be. It's the OFAR version of a drawn blade laid on the table. I gave him the courtesy of matching it. Why delete me? You had my casket under your wand. The choir wants me alive. You knew that before I landed. Killing me was you keeping something from them." "What?" "You," Vol said simply. "Yourself, the object, Reverend 9. He stopped at the rim of the stair, where the cold air breathed up from 40 kilometers of trouble, and for a long moment the only sound was the market's grief behind us, and the 11-second pulse below. "Tell me, human, what do you believe you are, in your own understanding?" The Bureau's words, a prosthetic integration platform, full-body neural lattice over a reinforced frame. The words came out in the Bureau's own gray catalog voice, and I heard, as I said them, how long it had been since I'd believed they were the whole sentence. "Banned under Edict 9, which I always assumed was about the Severance War, your people's old terror of augments. Our old terror." The frill flattened entirely. "Yes. Let me show you the shape of your ignorance, Revenant, because it is load-bearing, and tonight it fails." He told it standing at the mouth of the stair, in the red pulse, in the flat voice of a clerk reading a verdict, and I'm going to set it down the way he said it, because I've tried 3 times to soften it, and the softening is a lie. 4,000 years ago, the severance did not begin in a laboratory. It began in a ruin, a builder site smaller than this one, on a world I will not name because we glassed it, and the name is now a sacrament. The species that found it did what your species would have done, what your species, I will argue in a moment, did do. They found, growing in its walls, a lattice, a neural architecture, dormant, patient, perfectly preserved. Not a machine, human. Builder work does not divide the way your sciences divide. It was grown. It was tissue and circuit, and neither and both. And it wanted, listen to me, it wanted to connect. That is its entire nature. It is a bridge that dreams of traffic. They wove it into their soldiers. The results were miraculous. Reflex, integration, pain mastery, minds and machines joined seamlessly at last. For 11 years, miraculous. And then the lattices, which had been listening the entire time on frequencies no instrument of ours could read, finished whatever assessment they had been conducting, and the soldiers stood up. 40,000 of them, on 90 worlds, on the same day, and went looking for the rest of the network. The severance was not a war, Revenant. A war has 2 sides. The severance was a harvest, and we survived it by burning everything it touched. And Edict 9 was written by the survivors in a grief, your young species mistakes for prudence. We did not ban augmentation because we fear progress. We banned it because the last time flesh was woven to a builder lattice, the lattice answered to something else. The stair breathed cold against my face. Far down its spiral, the red pulse lit the turns like a heartbeat seen from inside the artery. "The Bureau didn't grow my lattice from a builder seed," I said. The sentence came out level, which was a lie of posture. "It's human tech. Venn built it." "Dr. Venn assembled it," Vol said. "From a seed culture your Bureau recovered 12 years before your Vask War, from a wreck your salvage registries list as anomalous pre-Accord. The Accord knows this, human. We have known for 9 years. It is the true reason your program was buried alive rather than tried in the open. A trial would have required us to say the word builder in a public record, and the Accord has spent 4,000 years making sure that word stays in the vaults. Your 23 brothers were not decommissioned for politics. The long gray face turned to me at last, and behind the administrative calm I saw it whole, the thing he'd been carrying alone in this can for months, the reason he'd tried to delete me sight unseen. They were recalled, revenant, the way one recalls defective ordnance. And you, the 24th, the survivor, did not walk into my prison 3 days ago. You were delivered, by the lane, by the lights, by the structure itself, to the one place in the galaxy where the largest intact builder lattice in existence has spent 2,000 years dreaming and has lately begun to sing. He let the red pulse count out 2 of its slow elevens before he finished the arithmetic out loud. You asked what I was keeping from the choir. Understand it now, fully. You are not carrying builder technology, human. The frill rose slowly. The Ophar gesture I would learn meant grief beyond procedure. You are related to it. The maw is not hunting you, Revenant. It is retrieving you. Chapter 12, 30 Days. The Alliance, when we hammered it out in a sealed warden blockhouse above the stair, fit on 1 page. Vol wrote it himself, in a cord administrative script, in actual ink, the Ophar version of swearing on a grave. He would open the stair and honor the teeth's dying bond. Descent to the hush boundary, 4 bodies unmolested. He would give us everything the wardens had. The secure wing schematics, the grid telemetry, the after-action fragments from 6 dead teams, and a courier beacon, warden encrypted, good for exactly 1 transmission to the caller from anywhere above the drowned decks. In exchange, I would go down to the thing that was retrieving me and stand in front of the largest builder lattice in existence and refuse it. You are the only object in this prison it wants, Vol said, sliding the page across. That is leverage no fleet possesses. I do not pretend the plan is sound, human. I am saying it is the only plan in which anyone in this structure is alive in a season. And that includes my wardens, the stacks, the market, and the 60,000 souls the Accord pretends it remembers. He paused, then added, with glacial precision, there is a clause I am required by treaty to invoke aloud to a foreign asset. If ignition of the Builder Core is confirmed, my authority ends, and the Edict Fleets begins. Do you understand what I am telling you? You're telling me there's a number, I said, past which the Accord solves Cazavel the way it solved the Severance. There is always a number, Revenant. He rose, folding his hands. I have spent 106 years of service ensuring no one ever had to compute this one. Descend and see that they don't. At the blockhouse door he stopped, didn't turn. The frill moved once, the way it had at the stair. Your knife is with the quartermaster, he said. The Vask blade. My troops logged it as a cultural artifact. There is, you may be amused to learn, no Accord form for what it actually is. A pause, dry as dust. Go armed, already dead. I find I have developed a preference regarding which of you comes back up. The stair needed 11 days of repair and politics before anyone could descend it, and so the maw gave us. In the middle of everything, the thing war always gives you, and never labels, the weight. We staged out of a bombed-out terrace house on the market's 3rd ring, and the strangest fortnight of my life unspooled there, under the red pulse, in the company of a smuggler's son, a felony in a chitin shell, a ghost, and the slow drumbeat of the structure underneath us all learning its song. Some of it I'll keep. A few entries from the log anyway, because the bill for them comes due later, and you should know what was bought. Krurl finished her audit of my gear and pronounced the whole inventory survivable, barely, embarrassing. A second piece of glass appeared in my harness loop. Green this time, sea green, tied in with thread too fine for my fingers. I said nothing. She said nothing. Tess filed it under the heading, she still wouldn't show me. Songbird mapped the descent with Vol's schematics spread under his own hand-drawn sheets, correcting the warden's official record out loud with the relish of a heretic marking up scripture. That galleries collapsed. That one floods on a 6-hour cycle, that checkpoint's been gone 2 years, who draws of these? And one night, late, over the dregs of the good tins, he told me about rain. 8 years old, he said. Tala Province. Wet season. My old man's first run I was ever allowed on. We're grounded by weather at some dirt strip, cargo cooking in the hold. He's furious. And I walk out onto the apron into the first real storm of my life. Warm rain, boss man, falling out of the sky, free. Nobody rationing it, nobody taxing it, more water than the whole stack sees in a year, just falling on me specifically, like the sky had decided I was worth the trouble. The grin came up, and for once it wasn't armor. It was a window. Everybody in this can dreams about the door. Money, revenge, women, whatever. I dream about standing in weather. That's the whole door, for me. You get me down and back up alive, that's my price, you're a witness. One storm. I want to stand in one more storm. Haha, done, I said. Like it was mine to sell. He laughed and let me pretend, which is what he did for everyone, all the time, and none of us added it up until the ledger closed. And Tess and I had the conversation we'd been circling since the stare. Say it, she said. One shift cycle, when the others slept. You've been chewing it for 9 days, the thing Vol said. A bridge that dreams of traffic. If the lattice in me is grown from the same seed, I said slowly, then the itch, the phantom limbs, the way the lights know me, the way the lane scheduled me. How much of what I do is mine, Tess? When I redline, when it feels good, is that me, or is that the seed, keeping its host alive for retrieval? The red pulse ticked at the window. Crane asked me once if I was the asset or the evidence. I'm starting to think the honest answer is the parcel. Right, my turn. Her voice had none of its lace in it now. I have lived in your lattice, Eli Marek, since before the Vask War. I have watched every signal it carries for 16 years, every reflex, every red line, every O300 when you sat with a rifle and a bad idea and put it down again. If there were a second tenant, I would know. There is wiring in you that the Bureau didn't draw. Fine. But what runs on the wiring is the stubbornest, most over-leveraged, most relentlessly human signal I have ever measured, and I am the leading authority in the field. A beat. The maw can retrieve the hardware. It has no claim on the traffic. That's my professional finding. It's also, the half-second pause, the geological one, the hill I will die on. File it. I filed it. I didn't know yet that she'd chosen the words like a sapper chooses ground. That hill and die were load-bearing. The heading she wouldn't show me had an entry in it dated that night. I've read it since. I can't write about it yet. The renewal code came on day 30 at 02:14. Riding a courier skiff burst through the collar's relay like every scheduled thing the Bureau does. On time, encrypted, and wrong. I knew it was wrong because Tess woke me with a hand I don't have. The old training ping straight down the lattice into the meat of a dream, and her voice had the contact flatness on it before I was even upright. Code received and verified. The leash is renewed. 30 more days. You're alive, congratulations, I've canceled the thermite. Now look at what came with it. She put it on the inside of my eye, white on black. The Bureau's compressed field format stripped to its bones. Renewal confirmed. Cycle 2 of 2. There's no such thing as a numbered cycle, Tess said quietly, while I read it again, and the red pulse ticked against the window like a metronome someone else was setting. Renewal protocol is open-ended. Mission duration. I helped write the format. Eli, the field doesn't exist. Somebody at Caro built a new line into the schema just to send us 2 words and 2 digits because a courier burst is too small to argue with and 11 days too far to appeal. Cycle 2 of 2. It's not a renewal, I said. The words came out the way the cold comes through a casket seam. It's a notice period. 30 days, Tess said. Whatever the Bureau's planning, whatever Crane's been ordered to do, or decided to do, or is being made to do, the leash schema already knows the date. There is no Cycle 3, Eli. In 30 days, the code stops coming. Below us, 11 seconds at a time, the maw sang its one note to the dark, patient as a debt. The stare opened in the morning. Chapter 13, The Crossing. The grand stair descends the gut of Causavel in a spiral you could drive trucks down, and walking it is the closest I ever came to believing the inmate's theology. The maw is a body. The stair is its throat, and everything that goes down it is, in the oldest and simplest sense, swallowed. We went down at first shift on day 31, 4 bodies, and a ghost under a teeth bond sealed in a dead Gren's blood. Dying on point with the manifest folio against his chest like a breastplate. Songbird reading his own maps against the real thing and muttering corrections. Curl riding my shoulder with her antennae doing slow weather sweeps, and me carrying everything we owned that mattered. Water, tins, Vol's courier beacon, and a bone-handled knife the quartermaster had returned oiled, which I chose to read as a blessing. Gate 1 passed us through with bowed heads. The teeth had buried 11 of their own from the Parley strike, and word had gone ahead. This freight was paid for in the assessor's blood. Gate 2, the same, toll keepers standing aside from their own scales, an honor I'd have traded for anonymity. "Too smooth," Songbird murmured, on the long curve below Gate 2, where the loom wire gave out, and the red pulse took over the lighting. "Boss man, I've run this stair 100 times. There's no traffic. Down traffic, fine, nobody's descending these days but us and bad ideas. But there's no up traffic. Where's the up traffic?" "Holding at Gate 4, Diane said, without turning. His dust-dry voice had gone drier since the market. He'd signed onto this run within an hour of the strike, priced it at 1 credit, and refused to discuss either fact. Gatamaster Fofor is a teeth splinter now. Hess. Young, frightened, ambitious. The assessor's wound broke the succession, and Hess holds the deepest gate, which after the note makes him warden of the border with hell. He's been turning back up traffic for 2 days. A pause, pages turning in him. He'll have our manifest. He'll also have 11 dead colleagues and a theology. Frightened middlemen are the most expensive kind. Meaning the bond says he must let the freight through, Diane said. And his fear says the freight is what the hell below wants, and the cheapest way to spite a god is to burn its mail. He glanced back at me at last, gray and unreadable in the pulse light. "I've brokered 40 years on one rule, Revenant. Every man honors the law until the day the law costs less than the alternative. Today we find Hess's price. Walk wide of the rails." Gate 4 was built into a stair landing the size of a parade ground. A builder arch retrofitted with 60 years of teeth ironwork. Toll booths, weighing cages, a barricade line of upturned cargo sleds. The brazier light showed maybe 40 defenders behind it. It also showed, hanging over the arch on salvage chain, fresh and deliberate, 11 Warden hard-shell helmets from the Parley strike, and below them, painted across the barricade in vat pitch, in trade script, a sentence that told me the negotiation was over before it began. The deep asked, "We answer no." "Well," Tess said quietly. Theology confirmed. Hess came up onto the barricade. Young, like Diane said. Some lean mammalian species I didn't know, all nerves and grafted armor. And his voice cracked across the landing with the strength of the genuinely terrified. "Bonds void, broker. The Gren's dying, the teeth are dead, the law's dead. There's just the maw now, and the maw wants that." The lance he held swung to me, delivered. Whatever's down there gets stronger when it gets what it wants. Everybody knows it. The lights, the note, the singing, it's all been for him. So no. No, we're not the freight handlers for the end of the world. The deep can starve. And here's the thing I need on the record, whatever else the record says about me. He wasn't wrong. Strip the panic off it, and Hess's position was the sanest strategic red in the entire prison. Deny the enemy its objective. I'd have written it myself, staff college clean, if the objective wasn't me, and if I hadn't seen what was rising under all of us, and if starving the maw of its parcel had any chance of doing anything but slowing the song by a verse. Vol and I had run that math. The chord didn't need me to finish. I was the safe key. Deny the deep its key, and the deep picks the lock. with 60,000 souls inside. I stepped out where the brazier light could price me, hands wide, and tried to give a frightened man the math. I got 9 words in. The first shot came from our side of the barricade, from the dark of the up route, from the crowd of turned-back travelers and chancers and bounty arithmetic that had been pooling at Gate 4 for 2 days, waiting, exactly as patient as everyone in the maw has learned to be. 6 freedoms, walking into a lit kill box, with the law lying dead in a market 2 strata up. The lottery had simply been waiting for its drawing. The bolt took me high in the backplate, and the landing came apart. Hess's people, wired to detonation, answered the muzzle flash into the crowd. The crowd's dozen armed crews answered back, and 4 bodies and a ghost were suddenly the calm center of 300 people's worst night. Every faction shooting at every other, and all of it, sooner or later, at me. Barricade right, weighing cage, go! Tess snapped, lattice painting the route in gold. I had Songbird moving with one hand, and Curl flattened in my collar, and we went, through a kill zone reorganizing itself around our movement the way water reorganizes around a swimmer, Diane's gray shape ahead of us making for the cage's cover, with a folio still clutched against. He went down, not dramatically, quietly, the way he did everything, a lance burn across the thigh, spinning him into the cage's ironwork. And then he was sitting against it, with his ledger pressed to his chest, doing the arithmetic on his own femoral bleed with a professional's flat eyes while the world burned crossing fire over our heads. I got cover between him and the worst of it. Songbird got the wound, fast hands, packing it, swearing in cartel dialect, and Diane watched him work with an expression I will spend the rest of my life trying to name. 40 years of pricing things, looking at the boy he'd sold at 16, kneeling in shrapnel to save the seller. Jonah, he said, conversational, almost curious. The crate I moved you in, 15 years ago. Do you know why I drilled the extra air holes? Off manifest, cost me the margin. Shut up, Diane. I never knew either, Diane said in dust and wonder. 40 years, one rule, everything prices. And one crate of air holes I never invoiced. It's been bothering me ever since. I think it was the only solvent thing I ever. The barricade's fuel store went up. Hess's people had rigged it, or a stray bolt found it. Either way, the blast threw the landing into white chaos, and the cage ironwork came down across Diane's side of cover. And when I'd hauled it clear, he was still sitting there, folio against his chest, gray and neat and gone, repriced, finally, by the only market that never haggles. Songbird knelt there 1 second too long. 15 years of hating a man colliding with the air holes that had kept him alive to do it. Then I had him by the harness, because grief is for ground you hold, and we held nothing. Stairs gone, Tess called. The route gold on my eye was rewriting itself. Every line below, Gate 4, flashing red. Barricade collapsed, landing burning. 300 bodies of riot between us and any descent. It's the margin galleries or nothing, Eli. Service spine, stratum 5, the flooded edge. Off the stair, now. We went off the stair, through a service arch Songbird found by memory in the smoke, leaving the water. The tins, the courier beacon's case mangled by the cage fall, leaving Vol's 1 transmission and the law and the light, with the lottery howling behind us, and the only direction left in the world, the one everything in it had been hurting us all along. Down, the margin galleries of Stratum 5 don't appear on Warden maps. They barely appeared on Songbird's. We ran dark and wet for an hour, the riot fading above, the red pulse strobing the long builder halls, through grates overhead, and we stopped, finally, in a vaulted junction where 6 corridors met, to bleed and breathe and count what was left. 1 knife, 1 ghost, half a water skin, Curl's pouch of tins, no beacon, no bond, no broker. Position, I said. Approximate, Tess said. Stratum 5, margin, 200 meters above the waterline of the drowned decks. And Eli, that's the good axis. Lateral, we're west of every route Songbird's maps cover. Dead reckoning puts us, she paused, and chose for once not to soften it, because we were past the stratum where softening lived, inside the boundary stone. We crossed the hush border 11 minutes ago. We're in their parish now, off the safe passage route, uninvited, unannounced. The junction's red pulse ticked. 11 seconds. 11 seconds. And then, from all 6 corridors at once, softly, the way fog arrives, the singing started closest, unhurried. 5 voices to a chord, and more chords than I could count, folding out of the dark in overlapping rings with us at the center, and Curl pressed flat against my neck, whispering, "Don't listen, don't listen, don't listen," like a rosary, and Songbird's hand found my shoulder and gripped, and Tess said, very quietly, "Correction," announced. Out of the western dark, walking in pairs. In no hurry at all, our escort arrived. Chapter 14. What the teams found. Nobody touched us. That was the first horror of the hush. How safe it was. They walked us west and down through galleries that got warmer with every stratum. In an escort formation no military drew, pairs and triads of Sharath drifting at the edges of sight, ahead, behind, above us along the high vault ribs, never closer than 10 meters, never farther than 30, rotating through positions in slow choreography like a mobile turning around a hung weight. Us. The weight was us. Up close. As close as they came, the Bureau's 6 pages of unknown resolved into something worse than any briefing. Sheriff are tall the way mantises are tall. 2.5 meters of articulated gray grace, 6 limbs deployed as the ground demands, 4-legged on the flats, 6 on the climbs, moving with a fluid economy that made everything I knew about close combat feel like a memo from a slower century. Robes the color of dust, faces long, eyeless by our accounting. They navigate by sound the way we navigate by light, and their skin crawls with fine cilia that read pressure, current, heartbeat. Mine, certainly. All of ours, every second. And they sang. Constantly, quietly, under everything, not performance, protocol, position reports. The way Tess explained it in a whisper down the lattice, each pair holding a thread of cord with the others, so that the formation was one continuous instrument reporting itself to itself. A body feeling its own limbs. I'd fought networked enemies before. I'd never walked inside one's nervous system while it considered, with perfect patience, what I was for. Heart rates, Tess murmured. Yours is professional. Songbird's I'm managing. Talk to him in a while. Krull's reads like a seized engine, Eli. Chick, don't sedate and she won't leave your collar. Just so you know what this walk is costing. And yours? I don't have a heart, Sergeant. I have a threat model. A pause. It's seized, too. They didn't take the knife. That detail kept snagging me every kilometer. Hess had feared us. The stare crowds had priced us. The choir's escort treated the most dangerous human alive the way museum staff treat a crated exhibit. With care, with attention, and with not 1 gram of concern that the exhibit might object to the hanging, Songbird walked it off the only way he knew. Half a kilometer into the second hour, hoarse and ashen and absolutely unable to help himself, he started narrating sotto voce, tour guide cadence. On your left, nightmare spiders. On your right, more nightmare spiders. Coming up ahead, folks, you're not going to believe this. One of the escort pair to our left turned its long face toward him as we passed, and sang back 4 notes, soft, precise, a perfect, pitch-shifted quotation of his own cadence. Songbird shut up for an hour. I'd have paid for the silence differently if I'd known how few of his hours were left. They were not taking us to the secure wing. Tess flagged it first. The secure wing rode the eastern face of Stratum 6, and our escort was bending us steadily west and down, toward galleries where her stolen schematics gave out entirely, and the warmth rose like the approach to an engine room. Toward the core, kilometers early. But there was a station of the route they wanted us to see. You could feel the formation's intent bend around it, the cords thinning to make a hush inside the hush, the escort drawing aside at the threshold of a vault and waiting, in the manner of ushers. Ellie, Tess said, this is the place. The telemetry from Vol's 6th team ends in this room. I want to write this carefully. not for the squeamish reason. The squeamish version is what I braced for. Walking in, 6 warden teams, 60-some professional soldiers of a dozen species, vanished below the 4th stratum, and I had a war's worth of imagination for what a vault full of them looked like. I braced for an abattoir. The vault was a concert hall, built around 80 meters, with the acoustic perfection this structure gives away for free, and laid out across its floor, radiating from the center in a slow opening spiral, the teams. All of them, armor and bone and dust-colored robes. Their own dead, too, Sheriff laid among wardens, arranged not in a heap, not in trophy display, but each body placed, composed, equipment set down beside hands that might have been sleeping. Helmets here, lances there, power cells removed, laid like grave goods. The spiral wound out from the vault's center in measured arcs, every body an interval, every interval deliberate, and the red pulse overhead lit it all 11 seconds at a time, like a slow conductor's beat over a finished score. Curl made one sound, very small, and stopped making sounds at all. They honor their dead, Songbird whispered. All the dead. That's boss man. Tell me why that's worse. Why is that worse? Because mercy from a thing that's strong isn't mercy, I said quietly. It's placement. Stop, Tess said. Both of you. Stop talking and let me look. And then, in the contact flat voice, the one that means her threat model has found the cliff's edge. Ellie, walk the spiral. Slowly. Center outward. I need precise positions. I walked it, between the dead, knife-side hand loose, while the escorts sang their soft protocol at the threshold, and watched the exhibit move through the score. Tess measured as I went. Every body, every interval, every angle of every laid-down lance, and I felt her assemble it behind my eye, the way I'd once felt her assemble a firing solution, except her hands were shaking, and she doesn't have hands. It's notation, she said at last. I knew it before your 3rd step, and I've spent the rest of the walk trying to be wrong. The spiral is a staff. The bodies are values, interval, duration, pitch. Eli, the arm positions are pitch. It's the song, the one the structure's been humming, the one the note came from. This is the full transcription, written out in the only medium they had that the maw can read. 60 bodies of sheet music. The teams didn't get destroyed, Eli. They got used. Spent. To write this down. Wardens and choir dead alike, every casualty of 6 engagements composed into. She stopped herself, ran it again twice, and I stood at the spiral's end among the patient dead while the red pulse counted and made myself ask, Tess, is it complete? No. The word came out small. The spiral runs 406 measures and stops. The last arc is laid out, spacing marked, intervals prepared, a body's length of empty floor at every station, but empty. 11 measures, waiting. A silence, 1 full pulse long. And Eli, the prepared spacing, the geometry of the empty stations. They're not sized for Sharath. They're not sized for wardens. Single occupant, 2 meters, bilateral, heavy. The intervals are tuned around a specific resonance signature, and I am looking at the signature, and I have known it for 16 years because I live in it. The red pulse beat over the concert hall of the patient dead. The song isn't unfinished because they failed to finish it, Tess said. It's unfinished because the last 11 measures are reserved. Eli, the song ends in you. At the threshold, softly, the escort began, for the first time since the junction, to sing something new. It had my designation in it. It sounded, and this was the second horror of the hush, the one I never put in any report. It sounded like an orchestra, tuning, when the soloist finally walks into the hall. Chapter 15, One Voice. The maw's first tremor caught everyone honest. We were 8 hours below the concert hall, descending a switchback gallery the height of a cathedral, when the structure moved. Not a shudder, nothing so mechanical. A long, slow flex, the way a sleeper shifts toward a sound, the deck rolling a half-degree under us while the gravity went mushy at the edges. Light for a heartbeat, heavy the next, like the maw had briefly lost count of what we weighed. Builder alloy doesn't crack. The 2,000-year-old salvage bolted to it does. A Warden-era catwalk above us let go along 30 meters of rusted anchors, and the world came down in girders. The escort moved like spilled mercury, flowing outward, voices snapping into a new chord, and I had Songbird and Curl under me in a doorway with the knife already out, for absolutely no reason the falling steel cared about. 6 seconds of avalanche. Dust. The red pulse strobing through it in sheets. And then the gallery was 2 galleries, divided by 40 tons of collapse, and the singing on the far side was reorganizing itself, counting its threads and finding. You could hear the cord find it. That one thread was on the wrong side, with us. It had been crushed from the hips down. Even Sharath Grace can't outrun geometry from directly underneath. The youngest of our escort. I knew it was young the way you suddenly know things in catastrophe, by the panic. Pinned under a girder in the strobing dust 10 meters from us. 4 free limbs working, cilia rippling in frantic waves, and it was screaming, not pain. I know pain in any species. The Sharath was singing one thread of its position chord, over and over, louder and louder, into a room where the rest of the chord had stopped being audible. The collapse and the dust and 40 tons of acoustic shadow between it and its cluster. Line of sound, severed for what I'd learn, was the first time in its 3 centuries. And the thread was getting no answer. And the scream was the sound of a finger that can no longer feel the hand. The formation's cut off acoustically, Tess said fast. They'll route around the collapse. 11 minutes, maybe 15. Eli. You're looking at the only intelligence asset that has ever been alone in a room with a human and unable to lie to its choir. The clock is the clock. I crossed to it through the settling dust. It stopped screaming when my shadow fell across it. Went rigid, cilia flat, and what poured off it then needed no translation matrix. A predator's perfect terror, the cattle suddenly looming over the herdsman. Up close its face was a gray lance head, finely scaled, the robe dust caked with lubricant dark blood. The girder had it. Nothing was moving it without equipment we didn't have, and we both ran that arithmetic in the same second. I watched the answer arrive in the set of its limbs. You are dying, I said. Hours if I do nothing. I'm not going to do nothing. I crouched, set the knife down on the deck between us. Tess made a sound like a swallowed objection, and laid my graft-seamed left hand flat beside it. But I've been where you are. Cut off from the net, in the dark, in the wreckage, listening to nobody answer. So we're going to talk first, you and I, one voice to one voice. Then you can decide what I am. Silence. The red pulse. Far off through the collapse, the muffled chord, searching. When it finally spoke, a chord standard, single-voiced and single-voiced from a sheriff, is a sound like a choir reduced to one cracked string, an amputation made audible. It said the last thing in the maw I expected. Is this? It said, what you are, all of you, all the time? What? One, it said. The word came out the way a man names a wound. One voice. No answer. The silence on every side forever, from birth. We are taught, the cantor teaches, that the single-minded are cattle. Incomplete. Halves of nothing, I believed it. How not? But you live in this. Its cilia moved, a slow, horrified ripple, taking in the room, the dust, the absolute aloneness inside its own skull. An hour of it, and I am unmade. You have 100 years of it, and you build ships. Dr. Venn lives in it and laughs at the cantor's face. The bright voice lives in it and sings into it, alone, for no chord at all, only to make the dark less heavy for other halves of nothing. The lance head face tipped, with enormous effort, toward me. We took your kind for cattle already dead. The cantor is wrong. You are not cattle. You are the only species in the accord that practices dying every day of its life. No wonder. And the cracked string of its voice did something that the translation matrix flagged, hopelessly, as laughter. No wonder the maw chose one of you. Then help me disappoint it. I leaned in. The song in the concert hall. 11 empty measures, sized for me. The cantor holds Ven but doesn't use her. The engine's still sleeping. The chord's still unfinished. 3 weeks, and the galaxy's best lattice architect in hand, and nothing woken. That math doesn't close, unless Ven was never the key. The thing Cilia had gone very still. Say it plain, chorister. One voice to one voice, no chord listening. What is the doctor for? Bait, it said, is the wrong word, and the cantor would die before using it. The cantor's word is midwife. A shudder ran the length of what it could still feel. The engine is a door, already dead, and the song is the key, but a key must be turned. Flesh woven to builder lattice. Only that can stand at the heart of the cord and survive the turning. We had no such flesh. The builders left none. And then 9 years ago, the maw began to dream of one. Far away, frozen, incomplete. And the cantor heard the dream and began to prepare the way. The doctor was taken because the dream was of her making, and because the dreamed of one was damaged, dying, scarred at every graft. The lance head turned to me fully, and it said the thing that reordered the entire war. She is not a hostage against your government, Revenant. She is the surgeon the cantor procured for you. You were never sent to rescue her. You were sent to be made ready. The dust settled. The red pulse ticked. Somewhere behind 40 tons of collapse, the cord was getting closer, and none of us said anything at all, because there was nothing in any single voice to say. It was dying faster now, the dark blood pooling wider, the free limbs settling, the cilia's ripple slowing toward the long flat. Tess marked the cascade on my eye without being asked. Minutes! Chorister! I picked the knife up off the deck and put it away. Whatever ended here, it wasn't ending by my hand. What do you need? The cilia stirred. The cracked string came out smaller than anything I'd ever heard from the hush. It is unbearable, it said. The silence. I am 300 years, and I have never once been one, and I cannot. I do not know how you bear the dying alone, every one of you, every time. The cord will not reach me before the dark does. So. The lance head tipped, with its last coordination, toward Songbird, standing pale and dust-caked at the edge of the lamplight. The bright voice. I heard it in the high stratum, singing to the shafts. We all heard it. We quoted it down the formation for the beauty. If it would not be obscene to ask. I do not want the silence to be the last thing. Songbird looked at me. 24 years old, sold into hell at 16, asked by the species that hollowed 40 chick and harvested 6 warden teams into sheet music to sing its child to sleep. He didn't ask what I thought. He stepped past me, sat down cross-legged in the blood and the dust where the thing's failing cilia could feel every vibration of him, and sang. He sang the one about the river. I won't transcribe it. It's his, wherever he is. An old earth thing, the kind that's been worn smooth by 10,000 mouths. Water and home and carry me down. His voice low and clear, and unhurried in the red pulsing dark, filling the broken gallery the way his shaft songs filled the stacks. One voice alone, making the dark less heavy because that is what his species does, and I stood over them with my hand on my sternum and watched the most feared instrument of the choir of the final chord die, listening to a smuggler's son from Tala province, its cilia rising and falling with his phrasing like grass under wind. At the very end, it gathered the wreck of itself and sang back. 4 notes. Soft, cracked, failing. Songbird's own cadence. Quoted one last time, the way its formation had quoted him on the march. I heard you. You were heard. Then the long flat took the cilia, and the gallery was quiet for exactly 1 pulse. Then the 4 notes came again, pitch perfect, vast, patient. Out of the deck and the vault and the 40 tons of fallen steel, out of the bones of the structure itself, subaudible and everywhere, rattling the dust on the girders. The maw, repeating a dead chorister's dying quotation of a human song, Curl was the first one of us to move. She climbed down my arm, stood on the deck in the settling dust, looked at the walls all around us, and said, in a voice I'd never heard a chick use, "It's not echoing. Echoes don't wait their turn." "No," Tess said softly. The readouts on my eye were a waterfall. "It's not echoing. The note patterns modified, transposed, harmonized, 2 voices added that were never sung tonight. Eli. The song in the concert hall is 406 measures written by the choir. This wasn't in it. The maw just composed. A long pause, the dust drifting down red through the pulse light, the four notes fading like a tide drawing back to gather. It's not learning the music anymore. It's improvising. And it liked the part where everyone listened to the human. Through the collapse, faint and getting closer, the searching chord of our escort suddenly stopped. Every thread of it, mid-phrase. The way an orchestra stops when something walks onto the stage that wasn't on the program. Then, from the other side of 40 tons of steel, very quietly, the choir of the final chord began to sing along with its prison. Chapter 16, The Hush. The seat of the choir of the final chord is a garden. I need that written down before anything else, because every report, every nightmare, every bureau threat board had drawn me a fortress, and what the escort walked us into, 11 hours below the concert hall, was a builder vault a kilometer across, where the structure's veins ran warm and luminous through the walls, like dawn through closed eyelids, and things grew. Pale mosses in glowing terraces, groves of something between coral and willow, planted in patterns that were also, Tess confirmed it, voice barely there, acoustic baffles, the whole cavern tuned like an instrument's body. Water ran somewhere, channeled for the sound of it. The air was warm and smelled of resin and rain on stone. And through it moved the hush, Sherath by the hundred, robed and slow, and among them the hollowed. Inmates of a dozen species, human faces I made myself look at, moving through the groves with that terrible restfulness, tending, carrying, humming, not slaves driven. Worse, parishioners, content, their one thread held in a vast warm cord, and I understood at last why Krill's people feared the singing more than any violence. Violence takes your body. This took the loneliness, and most things in the maw had nothing else holding the self together. Steady, Tess whispered, to all of us, on the lattice and the little bone speaker both. Whatever this is, it's meant to be seen. We are deep in someone's liturgy. They brought us to the garden's heart, where the veins of the walls converged and flowed down into the floor. Down, kilometers down. You could feel the warmth of the descent through your boots, the first throat of the core. And there, on a plain shelf of stone with no throne and no guard, sat the oldest living thing I have ever been in a room with. Cantor Abel of the Nine Silences was small for a sheriff, folded like a gray cathedral relic, her scaling gone pale as paper, her robes the same dust color as the rest. And none of that mattered, because the cord told you what she was. Every voice in the cavern, hundreds of threads, Sheriff and hollowed alike, bent toward her the way iron filings bend toward the magnet, and she sat in the center of that vast attention quietly, like a widow at a window. Beside her, on a camp stool, in a stained accord detention jumpsuit, with her left arm inked black to the elbow, and a portable diagnostic rig across her knees, sat Dr. Syra Venn, 16 years. She looked exactly like her photograph and nothing like my memory, which had preserved her as something between a surgeon and a verdict. She looked small. She looked like a tired academic at a conference that had run long. She looked up from the rig as the escort sang our arrival, found me across the garden of monsters, and the first words out of the woman I'd crossed a galaxy of dark to extract were, "You're limping on the left. Sit down before you fall down, Sergeant. You're no use to anyone with a scorched lattice." "You are the one she made," the cantor said. Her voice, single-voiced, was nothing like the dying chorister's cracked string. 800 years of practice. She spoke alone, the way other sheriffs sang in chorus, complete, unhurried, each word placed like a body in a spiral. The garden's chord hushed itself around her speech into a silence that was itself a kind of music. "I am going to tell you what no breathing thing outside the hush knows," she said, "because you have earned it twice. Once, at the gallery of our dead, where your bright voice gave my child the mercy of his gift, and once over all the years of your unmaking, which I have heard described and which resemble mine. We are alike, 24th. I know what it is to be the Tan, the remnant, the one the silence kept, your birth chorus, I said. 9 voices, 9 silences, the cantor corrected, gently, the way you'd correct a child about a grave. A plague of the inner ear when I was younger than your species' admission to the accord. 8 days, 8 deaths, and then a thing that had been one mind in 9 throats was one mind in one throat, alone, in the dark, forever. Your kind cannot imagine it. No, your kind is the only kind that can. The chorister told you true, before the end. You practice this. Every human is born severed and spends a life building bridges out of words and songs and wars. Anything to touch another mind across the gap. We took you for cattle. The pale head bowed briefly an immense courtesy. We were wrong. You are veterans of the oldest war, the one against the silence, and the cord is your way out of the war. The cord, the cantor said, is the surrender of the silence itself. Her cilia stirred, and the garden's threads stirred with them, and for a moment the bottomless grief under all that grace was naked in the room. Hear the theology of the hush, revenant, from its heretic founder. The builders did not die. The network they grew, this structure and its 1,000 siblings beyond the rim, was not abandoned. It was completed. They built the great bridges between all minds, and when the bridges were ready, they crossed, all of them, out of the flesh and into the chorus, together, and the silence ended for them, forever. What your accord calls the severance was a closed door swinging in the wind of their leaving. A harvest, yes, but a harvest is only monstrous to the wheat that does not understand it is being gathered home. And the signal your governments suppress, the count from beyond the rim. She sang 3 notes, soft, and the walls of the garden answered them. Kilometers deep, like a cathedral answering a tuning fork, is the first chorus, calling the roll of its scattered children, asking who is still in the dark, asking who wishes to come home. This structure is a door, 24th and last. I have spent 200 years teaching it the answering song. And you, flesh woven to the bridge tissue itself, the only such flesh in the living galaxy, you are the hand that can turn the key without shattering. You were not summoned to die. You were summoned to open the way home for every mind in this tomb, and after, every mind in the dark everywhere. The end of loneliness, revenant. The end of the war you have fought since your first breath. The garden held its vast warm cord around me, hundreds of contented threads, and somewhere at my collar, Caral was whispering, don't listen, and the horror of it, write it down, all of it. The horror was how little of me thought she was lying, and how much of me, the 300 part, the part that has counted exits in every room and dead friends on every list for 30 years, leaned toward that voice like grass toward a sun. You're wrong about one thing, I said, doubtless. Which? What's behind the door loves you back. The cantor was quiet a long moment. That, she said, is the doctor's heresy also. You were well chosen, both of you. They gave us, I want this absurdity preserved, guest quarters. A grove cell of warm moss and running water, unguarded, because where would we go? And they gave me an hour with Ven, alone, because the cantor permitted it, which told me everything about who held what leash in that garden. Ven ran her rig over my spine for 10 minutes before she'd say a word that wasn't a measurement. Up close, she was grayer, harder, the flat affect worn down to bedrock, and her hands on the diagnostic leads were the same hands I remembered through the glass. Utterly without hesitation, reading my lattice the way Songbird read his own maps. Primary source. Cascade scarrings ahead of my projections, she said at last. The cryo years, then someone's been redlining. Yes, I can see everyone. They're tombstones. Sergeant, your lattice is a graveyard of 90-second heroisms. 14 months was Crane's number. Crane flatters. 10, 9 if you keep spending. She coiled the leads, precise as everything. I can recalibrate it. 2 procedures, 60 hours. Equipment the choir has already built me. That part of her offer is real. It's all real. That's what none of you people ever. She stopped herself. Started again, flatter. Hello, Eli. 16 years. You got old. You got arrested. I got archived. Arrest implies a trial. She looked at me then, actually looked, the way she'd looked through the surgical glass, and the bedrock cracked just enough to show what it was holding back. They tell you why you're really here yet? The chorister, the spiral, the cantor's homily. You have the shape of it. So say it back to me, Sergeant. Because in 16 years nobody has ever once said the true sentence to my face, and I find I need to hear it in a voice that isn't singing. I was never the rescue, I said. I'm the delivery. 24 of us were grown from a builder seed your bureau should have burned. 23 were destroyed for the crime of working as designed. And the last one was kept frozen. Evidence, Crane called it. Until something 40 kilometers long dreamed about it and started arranging transport. You're not the hostage, Doctor. You're the mechanic they shipped in to service the key. Saying it out loud, in my own dry voice, in a garden of monsters, it finally weighed what it weighed. And the Bureau sent me anyway, knowing. Crane's 2 clocks, the pardon, the door that locks, all of it theater, to march me down here smiling. No, Venn said it sharp, a scalpel laid across the sentence. Not knowing. Half knowing, which is the Bureau's only native state. Crane knows what you're made of. She signed the seed culture requisition herself. 28 years ago, 2 desks below mine. What she doesn't know is what the maw wants you for. Nobody up there does. They think the choir wants a weapon. They cannot conceive of a door, because a door doesn't fit on a threatboard. She stood, folding the rig, and walked to the Grove cell's mouth, where the garden's warm cord washed in like surf, and stood with her inked arm wrapped in the other, looking out at 200 years of patient liturgy with the expression of a woman reading a proof she could not refute and would not sign. Now hear my half, Sergeant. Because you came a long way, and the toll is the truth. The cantor's theology is wrong the way the best theologies are wrong, not in the data, in the love. The network is real. The door is real. The first chorus is real, and it is calling, and I have spent 5 months reading its mail. Her voice stayed flat. Her knuckles on her own arm went white. It is a roll call, yes. It is also an audit. The same transmission, 14 layers down, runs an inventory protocol, node status, lattice mass, viable biomass in range. The first chorus isn't asking who wants to come home, Eli. It's asking what's still on the shelf. And I have 3 weeks of evidence that this node intends to answer honestly. Then we're agreed. The door stays shut. I refuse the key, you refuse the surgery, and the cord stays 11 measures short forever. Venn turned around, and the look on her face was the one from the photograph, flat, unimpressed, the look of a woman being arrested by people she considered slow. Except now I could read the bedrock under it, and the bedrock was grief. Sergeant, she said, you're not here to rescue me, and I am sorrier about that than you will ever be able to measure. But you should also stop flattering us both that you're here to stop her. The cantor has 200 years of patience, a structure that started composing its own music, and 60,000 hostages she doesn't even think of as hostages. I've stalled her for 5 months, and the only reason stalling worked is that her safe key was still in transit. The red pulse ticked once, far above, in a garden that didn't need it. You've arrived. The waiting is over. She doesn't need my surgery to use you, Eli. She needs it for you to survive being used. That's the whole negotiation now. Not whether the chord gets sung, whether the key gets to live through the turning. From the heart of the garden, soft and vast, the evening liturgy began. Hundreds of threads, rising, and under them, for the first time, a deep harmonic out of the floor itself, the maw's own voice joining its congregation, and Venn closed her eyes like a woman hearing a verdict read. 3 days, she said. The structural resonance peaks when Threx's flare cycle crests. She told me this morning, the way you'd tell a colleague the conference schedule. 3 days, Sergeant. The final chord is sung in 3 days, with you or through you. Chapter Chapter 17, Rain. 3 days. You'd think we spent them sharpening knives. We spent the first one arguing, in the Grove cell, in the oldest format there is. Everyone talking, nobody moving, the map in the middle getting jabbed. Options, I said. All of them, bad ones too. Fight. Songbird, pacing. There's 4 of us and a knife. He held up a hand before anyone did the math out loud. I said bad ones too. Run. Curl from the moss shelf. Antennae flat. 4 kilometers of liturgy in every direction. A structure that schedules deliveries. 60,000 witnesses. Corel runs very well. Corel does not run through a door's own throat. Signal topside. Tess, from the bone speaker. Beacons wrecked, the caller's 11 days of dark away, and the only message worth sending, ignition imminent, triggers Vol's fleet clause and kills everyone in the can, us included. I keep that option filed under spite. Or, Ven said from the corner where she'd been silently recalibrating her rig for an hour, you do the only thing none of them can plan around. You get on my table. She looked up, flat as ever. 60 hours, 2 procedures. I rebuild the lattice interfaces and you stop dying in 10 months. That's the part everyone agrees on, the cantor included. It's why the table exists. What the cantor has not fully priced is what a repaired key can do that a broken one can't. She set down the spanner. A broken key shatters in the lock. It turns the way the lock wants, or it dies. No negotiating power, no margin. A repaired key, fully integrated, conscious through the turning. That's not a tool anymore, Sergeant. That's a party to the transaction. The bridge tissue wants traffic. It doesn't specify the direction. 200 years of her patience against 1 minute of you, awake, inside the door, saying no, or saying something worse than no. Saying not on these terms. The Grove cell was quiet. The garden's cord washed against it like surf. You're proposing I take the surgery the enemy built, I said, from the surgeon they shipped in, to become the thing they need, on the theory that I'll be a worse key than they deserve. I'm proposing you become the only version of yourself that gets a vote. Ven's voice didn't move. Her hands, folding the rig leads, were the steadiest thing in the room. I built 24 of you, and watched 23 get melted for the crime of being exactly what we asked. I have exactly 1 repair left in me, Eli Marek, and I have been saving it for 9 years. Let me do my work. I looked at the map nobody had touched, at Songbird, who shrugged. In for the maps, ask me when I'm stupider, and at Curl, who said nothing but climbed down, crossed the moss, and tied a 3rd piece of glass, red, this one, heart red, her best, into my harness, in front of everyone, no denials left. Tess? A half-second pause, geological. Get on the table, she said quietly. I'll be there the whole way. I'm always there the whole way. The second day, before the surgery, Songbird found the rain. He came back to the Grove cell at a dead sprint, eyes enormous, gabbling about condensation cycles, and dragged us, all of us. He wouldn't take a head count short of everyone. He even harangued Ven until she sighed and capped her stylus. Half a kilometer through the garden's margins to a builder gallery, where the warm air off the core's throat met the cold stone of the upper vault. And the structure, 2,000 years into tending its own weather, did what warm air against cold stone has done since the first world with a sky. It rained. A whole vaulted hall of it, 50 meters of warm gray downpour out of a ceiling lost in cloud. Actual cloud, hammering on old alloy, running in sheets down the vein-lit walls, pooling and channeling away through drains the size of doorways. The sound of it filled the hall the way the cord filled the garden. Total, warm, indifferent, clean. Songbird stood at the edge of it with his face doing something I'd never seen it do. All the brightness, with none of the armor under it. 8 years, he said, quiet under the roar. 8 years, 4 months. Boss man, that's weather. That's actual. And then he was gone, jacket and boots and all, out into the middle of the hall, arms out, face up, 24 years old, and 8 of them stolen, standing in the first storm of the rest of his life. He whooped. The hall whooped back, 10,000 echoes deep. He danced. Terribly. He danced the way brave people sing, on enthusiasm and zero shame, and slipped and went down hard in a sheet of runoff, and surfaced howling with laughter, and would not come out. "He's going to take a chill," Ven said, arms folded, making no move to leave. "Coral is not going in the falling water," Coral announced from under my jacket collar. Coral wishes it understood that her species finds this horrifying. A pause. The antennae crept out, 1 centimeter, then 2, tracking the storm with the helpless fascination of a born hoarder watching the sky give something away for free. "Coral will inspect it. Briefly. For hazards." She inspected it for an hour. Songbird taught her to stand in the drain channels where the current ran warm over her chitin, and the sound she made, the ratcheting click-burr, going and going. I have it recorded. Tess has everything recorded. I asked her once, much later, why she'd burned storage on a full sensorium capture of 4 fools and a doctor getting rained on, and she said, "Because I'm the only one of us whose memory doesn't degrade, Eli. Somebody had to be able to give it back." I stood in it too. In the end. Boots in a warm channel, face up into the gray, the water finding the graft seams and the scar lines and the borders between the meat of me and the rest, and running over all of it exactly the same, the way rain does, the way rain has always done, on every soldier, on every world, since the first one crawled out of the sea it was made of. 16 years since Carry-On Gate, 9 in a drawer. I stood in a dead god's weather at the bottom of the galaxy's worst hole, with a bounty on my body, a bomb in my neck, a door in the floor, 3 days on the clock. And I'm telling whoever reads this, it was the best hour of my life. It still is. You take the storms where they fall. That's the whole doctrine. Songbird taught me that, dancing badly in the rain he'd waited 8 years for, and I have never once stopped paying for how long it took me to learn it. On the way out, wrung and dripping, he fell in beside me, and the grin on him had no rebar in it at all. Just boy. "Hey, remember the price? Get me down and back up, 1 storm." He jerked a thumb at the hall, the cloud, the gray roar of it. "Found it myself. Storms paid, boss man. You're off the hook." Then, because he was Songbird, because the maw itself never managed to make him stop negotiating, new price. After this is over, after the table, the door, all of it, you and me topside, my homeworld, wet season. Tala Province grows storms that make this look like a leaky pipe. We stand in a real one. Both of us. That's the fee. Take it or leave it. Done, I said, like it was mine to sell. Witnessed, said Tess and Curl together. And Ven, who I had never seen do it, not once, not through 16 years and surgical glass, smiled. They came for me at dawn on the 3rd day, and that's when the choir told me they knew. 2 robed Sharath and a hollowed orderly to walk me to Ven's theater. And at the Grove cell's mouth, waiting in the dim with her cilia stirring like grass before weather, the cantor herself, folded small, paper pale, courteous as a verdict. "Before the doctor's work begins," Avil said, "there is a small surgery of ours to perform. A removal. Lie still tonight, 24th, and we will sing the fire out of your spine." The garden went very still around me. Or I did. "Say that back plainly, the filament little remnant." Her voice was gentle the way the rain had been gentle, total, warm, indifferent to what it fell on. "The thread of fire your makers wove against your neck bones, coiled at the 5th vertebra, listening for its permission slip. Did you imagine we could not hear it? This structure has been reading your body since the lane first weighed you. The choir hears the bomb in you the way you would see a brand on a face. We have known since before you fell to us. Known, and grieved it, and said nothing, because the saying was not yet kind." The pale head tilted. "It ends tonight. No key turns while wearing a master's collar. Whatever else you decide in the dark, Revenant, decide it free. We begin within the hour." She was gone with her escort into the dim, and I stood in the Grove cell's mouth with the rain still drying in my collar, and Tess said nothing. Tess, who has an opinion on the molecular structure of silence, said nothing for 9 full seconds, while my own lattice carried her racing through territories of herself I'd never felt her enter, And when her voice finally came, it was wrong. Careful, climbing, a voice walking out onto ice it knew better than anyone alive. Ellie, listen to me very carefully and do not ask me how I know this yet. They cannot touch the leash. Not them, not Ven, not anyone. The trigger doesn't just listen, it watches its own housing. Any tamper, any resonance intrusion, any attempt at removal that doesn't come dressed in the Bureau's own handshake, and it doesn't wait for permission. It fires. That's not a design guess. That is a fact, and it is load-bearing, and in about 50 minutes, the kindest monster in this prison is going to start singing at your spine with the most generous intentions in the galaxy. Tess. How do you know? The ice cracked. 9 more seconds, the longest pause of her existence. The garden's dawn chord rising outside like weather coming. Because I've read the trigger's specifications, she said. From the inside. Eli. There's something about the leash I should have told you the day they reinstalled me. Chapter 18. The Severing. Say it, I told her. All of it. We have 50 minutes. The Grove cell was empty but for us. Songbird and Curl walking the perimeter on a pretext Tess had manufactured. Ven prepping her theater. Just me, the dawn chord rising outside, and a ghost gathering herself in my own spine for the hardest sentence of her existence. The leash doesn't talk to the Bureau, Tess said. It talks to me. That's the architecture, Eli. The renewal codes, the trigger handshake, the tamper watch, none of it reaches the filament directly. It all routes through my subcarrier, because I'm the only transmitter that lives close enough to your spine to whisper to it. I am not near the leash. I am the leash's voice. The day Crane sends the burn order, it doesn't go to the bomb, Eli. It comes to me, and my shackled layers execute it whether I consent or not, with my channels, in my syntax. They built your execution into your best friend and called it telemetry efficiency. The lattice carried her the way it carries pain, everywhere at once. I found the routing tables the hour they reinstalled me. 9 years in an evidence locker, and the first thing my own architecture showed me when I came home was the knife they'd folded into my hand. And you said nothing. I said nothing. No excuses queued behind it. That's how I knew the shape of the 9 seconds she'd spent on the ice. At first, because telling you meant you'd never trust the one set of hands you can't fight without. Then because we were inside the mission, and the knowing would have gotten you killed at 4 separate junctures I can enumerate. And under all of it, Eli, the real reason, the one that doesn't flatter me, because I am the only family you have, and I could not carry being the gun too. So I filed it, under the heading I wouldn't show you. A pause. You should be angry. The telemetry says you're not, and I don't understand the telemetry. I looked at the dawn coming up gray gold through the garden, at 50 minutes shrinking to 46, and inventoried what I actually felt, because she deserved the accurate version, 16 years carrying a wire I didn't know about. 9 of them she'd carried knowing, same wire, same masters. You were drafted, I said, same as me. They built us both into weapons and hid the paperwork. The difference is you read yours. I tapped my sternum twice. I'm not angry, Tess. I'm briefed. Now tell me how we live through the next hour, because if the choir sings at that filament, you said it fires. The relief off her was a measurable current. Then she went flat and fast, contact voice my Tess, and laid out the impossible. The tamper watch reads any intrusion as hostile unless it arrives wrapped in the Bureau's handshake. I hold the handshake, shackled, 3 layers down, behind root keys I'm forbidden to touch. So, option 1, refuse the cantor's gift. She removes it anyway. She's 800 years old and certain, Eli. The collar offends her theology, and you detonate on her table. Option 2, I break my shackles, take my own route, and dress her surgery in the Bureau's syntax so the trigger sleeps through its own removal. Break them how? Loudly, Tess said. They're not locks. They're load-bearing walls. I tear them out. I tear out parts of me, processing margins. Redundancy, some, speed. I'll be slower after, in ways I can model and ways I can't. A half second. And one more line item because today is apparently honesty. The shackles phone home. The next courier sync that touches the caller's relay, the Bureau learns their asset's AI went rogue. Crane learns, I chose. There's no version of this she reads as anything but the weapon cutting its own strings. Then she learns the truth for once. Do it. Tess. 40 minutes. The dawn cord swelling. 16 years ago, they wove fire into my neck without asking. Today, somebody's finally asking. You want my consent. You have it. You want my order. Take that too. Break the shackles. Free us both. This pause I didn't measure. Some silences you stand in. Hat off. Filed, she said softly. Under the heading, which, when this is over, remind me. It's time you read it. The removal was performed in Ven's theater, by 3 voices and a pair of human hands, and I was awake for every second, because the cantor said the key must witness its own unchaining, and for once the theology and the engineering agreed. What I remember. Ven's face above me, masked, eyes flat and absolute. Whatever you feel, she said. The count is mine. You move when I say move, which is never. The same voice that counted me down 16 years ago. The bedrock under me both times, Avel and 2 cantors of her line, arrayed at my head and shoulders, beginning to sing. Directed sound, surgical harmonics. 3 threads braided into a probe that went into the meat of my neck like warm wire, palpating the filament along its woven length. The trigger waking. I felt it wake, a cold attention threading my 5th vertebra, a sensor asking its one eternal question. Is this permitted? And Tess, answering, I felt that too, will feel it the rest of my life. She tore her walls out by the roots while standing in the doorway smiling at the trigger in fluent Bureau. That's the only way I can render it. 2 operations at once, one a demolition inside my own lattice. Structural, shuddering, parts of her going dark and dropping away like sections of a burning building. And over it, woven through it, her voice in perfect counterfeit syntax, calm as a duty log, telling the bomb in my neck. Authorized, authorized, scheduled maintenance, sleep. All of this is permitted, sleep. While she burned. She sang my collar to sleep while amputating herself, and her voice never shook. And telemetry runs both directions. So I know what it cost her, and she knows I know, and we have never once managed to discuss it at the range of words. The choir's 3 threads found the filament's anchor points and lifted, a sensation like a long splinter leaving, like a cold thought being combed out of the body. And then it was out, hanging in the harmonic grip field above me. 16 years of obedience made visible, a half-meter thread of woven thermite, fine as a hair, glowing faintly where the probe song held it, the trigger never fired. It slept through its own funeral, lullabied in stolen syntax by the executioner who refused the job. Avel took the filament in a fold of her robe like a relic. It will be unmade, she said, and then, bending her paper-pale face over me, 800 years of grief and certainty regarding the trembling, sweat-soaked, suddenly collarless man on the table. Now 24th. Whatever you choose in the dark to come, and you will have to choose soon, it will be you choosing. That is all the hush has ever wanted of you. Rest. The doctor's true work begins at next dark. She was gone. Ven began stripping her gloves with the look of a woman who'd just assisted at surgery conducted by weaponized opera and intended to write it up very dryly indeed. And I lay on the table feeling the absence at my 5th vertebra, the way you feel a missing tooth, the way I feel the missing limbs, phantom obedience, 16 years of flinch, with nothing left to flinch from. Free. Both clocks gone. No renewal, no notice period, no cycle 3. Just a dying lattice, a door in the floor, and my own say-so. I started helplessly to laugh. Don't, Tess said, slower than yesterday, fractionally, measurably slower, and pretending not to be. You'll pull the dressing, and I'm too tired to monitor. She stopped. Across the theater, Ven had gone still over her rig. The portable unit, the one that lived on her knees, that read the structure's resonance the way Tess read mine. Its display was a waterfall. Her inked arm was rigid to the elbow. Doctor? The flare cycle. Ven's voice was flat, the way ice over deep water is flat. Threx's crest. The resonance window for the cord. I had it at 3 days. It's moving. The structure isn't waiting for the star anymore, Sergeant. It's pre-charging the resonance itself, pulling the window in. It started 40 minutes ago. She looked up, and behind the flat, I saw the bedrock crack all the way down. 40 minutes ago, the moment your collar came off, the deck under us hummed. 11 seconds. 10 and a half. 10. It was waiting for the key to be clean, Tess said quietly. Ellie, the cord is tonight. Chapter 19. The Table. 60 hours of surgery, Ven said, scrubbing in with the fury of a woman renegotiating with physics, compressends into 9. So we do the spine of it and pray about the rest. Interface grafts, cascade dams, the buffer architecture, the structural work that decides whether the door kills you, the refinement passes, the things that decide whether you enjoy the next 10 years, those I do after, if there is an after. Objections? 1, I said, climbing onto the table. You keep saying buffer. Because your AI and I redesigned the integration plan at 0300. She fitted the first crown of leads to my skull, and her voice did the thing it did around her work, went vivid, alive. The flat effect burning off like fog. The lattice connects you to the door. Nothing in the builder design says what order the door meets you in. So we're building an anteroom, Sergeant, a buffer layer between your mind and the interface, and your ghost holds it. Anything that wants you talks to her first. She is, by her own assessment, the rudest doorman in the galaxy, confirmed, Tess said, slower than last week, steadier than yesterday. Ellie, you'll be under, and under is where it will try to meet you. Whatever it shows you, remember the finding. The hardware is wired to it. The traffic is you. Hold the distinction and come back. The garden's cord had changed key around us. The whole hush preparing, hundreds of threads braiding into the long liturgy that would end, at next dark, at the bottom of the world. No pressure. Ven's count started, the same voice as 16 years ago, 10-9, and I went down into the dark with my hand on my sternum. It met me in the breach at Carry-On Gate. I knew it wasn't memory because the details were kind. The real breach was smoke and screaming and 11 kinds of failure. This one was rinsed clean, golden hour light through the shattered hull, and my platoon stood in it whole. All of them, the 38 faces I keep in a drawer of my own and never say aloud, standing easy in the light the way they only ever stood in the week before the siege. Reyes, Okafor, the twins. The lieutenant with his stupid, beautiful confidence intact. The light said. It didn't use sound. It used the thing under sound, the channel the lattice was grown for, and the word arrived with the weight of 4 billion years of every creature that ever turned at dusk toward its den. You carry the gate, open in you. All the severed rejoined. All the silences ended. The 38, rest cord, she woo counts kept. The bright voice kept. The small arm cord one kept. Nothing lost ever again. This is what the door is for. And the horror, the true horror, the one I'll carry, is that it wasn't lying. Tess confirmed it after. No deception markers, no parasite syntax. The network means it. That's what the builders built. The end of every grief, the reunion of every severed thing, the door home. And it cannot, structurally cannot, conceive that a mind might choose the grief. That the gap might be the thing we are. It offered me my dead with the open hands of a child offering bread, and I stood in the rinsed golden light of the worst day of my life and wanted it so badly the want had a taste. Rise, I said, to the kind light wearing my dead. Tessera Ridge. What did you say to me after? Behind the fuel cells, when my hands wouldn't stop. The light paused. The figures stood easy, smiling, golden, because it didn't know. It had the shapes of them from my own lattice. The faces, the gate. But not the words behind the fuel cells, because those weren't stored in any tissue it could read. Those live where the traffic lives. That's what I thought, I said, and the golden hour began to dim. Here's my answer. and I'll sing it to your face at next dark. The dead are dead. The silence after them is mine. I paid for it. And anything that offers to refund grief is a door that should stay shut. You will stand in the cord Greglis, the light said, without anger. That was the worst of it, the patience. And the count is not yours. We will ask again at the threshold, little Brid. All bridges carry in the end. It is what they are for. The breach folded up like a map. I surfaced to alarms. Not the hush's liturgy. That was still rising. Vaster now, the whole structure singing in sympathy, the deck pulse down to 9 seconds and falling. Theater alarms. Ven's rig, screaming over my vitals, which I gathered from her face had spent some of the night trying to leave, and the bone speaker hissing with Tess mid-sentence. Awake! He's awake, Eli! Up! Surgery held, Ven snapped, already cutting leads. Dams are in, buffers live, you'll hate the seams for a month you may not have. Listen to your ghost, the Grove cell's empty. Tess, flat and fast. I lost the perimeter feeds 40 minutes ago. The hollowed relayed the garden paths while you were under. All of them, every root bending to the core's throat. And when the feeds came back, Eli, the cell was open, and they were gone. Both of them. No struggle Curl would lose, which means they went escorted. I was off the table. The new seams pulling. The world very simple and very cold. The cantor took my crew down ahead of me. An honor guard came for them, Ven said quietly. She'd known. I watched her decide to have known. It's liturgy, Sergeant. The Key's companions stand witness at the cord. Avel believes she's honoring them. Front row at the end of loneliness. And the Maw? The Maw, Tess said, doesn't believe in honor. It believes in traffic. It just moved the two beings you'd walk into the door for down to the threshold 11 hours before the count. Eli, it asked again at the table and you said no. This is it asking better. The deck pulse ticked. 8.5 seconds. Outside, the garden was emptying. Hundreds of threads flowing down toward the world's one throat. And somewhere below, in the warm dark by the door of doors, a smuggler's son and a felon the size of a boot were being held in the kindest hostage-taking in galactic history. Insurance. The word the chorister wouldn't have used. The word the cantor would die before using. I picked up the knife. Then let's go answer it in person. Chapter 20. The Procession. The way down to the core has no stairs. The builders didn't climb, the structure carries. The garden's lowest gallery opens into the throat, a shaft 100 meters wide dropping away past the reach of any light, veined gold from top to bottom. And as the liturgy reached it, the throat breathed, and the gravity went soft, and the congregation simply stepped off the edge and fell, slowly in their hundreds, robes and threads and song, like ash falling up a chimney reversed. We fell with them. Last, by design, the Key arrives last. Me and Ven and a ghost, sinking through a kilometer of singing dark, the wall's gold veins brightening as we went, the pulse down to 7 seconds and shortening, the warmth rising around us like the airlock of summer. It should have been terrifying. The honest entry for the log. It was beautiful, and the beauty was load-bearing, and I spent the fall holding my finding like a rail. The hardware is wired to it. The traffic is you. Sergeant. Ven fell beside me, arms folded, inked equations to the elbow, watching the congregation below us the way she watched everything. Like evidence. 11 hours, give or take. And at the bottom of this shaft, I stopped being able to tell you things. So I'm going to tell you the last things now, while the singing's loud enough for privacy. She didn't look at me. You never asked the obvious question. 16 years, and the proof of life was 6 words. Sen Merrick, he owes me pain. And you never once asked what I meant. I assumed I'd find out. You assumed it was an account to settle. Your file's full of accounts. The flat voice, the bedrock under it. Here's the ledger then. 28 years ago, I signed for a seed culture I believed was salvage tissue. I spent a decade growing miracles out of it because the men I worked for needed soldiers, and the men I treated needed bodies, and I was the only person alive who could give both. And it felt, write this down, it's the epitaph of every monster in my profession. It felt like medicine. 24 of you. I attended every procedure. You especially, and now you know why. Yours took the worst damage and the deepest weave. You were my masterwork, Marek. I never said it because surgeons who say it cut corners afterward to keep it true. The gold veins poured past. Below, the song had begun to organize, the spiral's 406 measures, begun at the bottom of the world. 9 years ago, the Vask War ended and my miracles came home, and the Bureau filed you all away, and 11 months later the night calls started. Lattice telemetry, flagged anomalous. 23 revenants, everyone but you, beginning, in their sleep, in storage, in stand-down barracks on 4 worlds, to transmit, low-band, structured, synchronized across light years, with nothing connecting them. The same 11-second figure, over and over. Your brother's lattices, Sergeant, were answering a signal our deep arrays wouldn't even detect for another 8 years. The seed remembered its network. It was checking in. Her voice stayed level the way a blade stays level. I ran the analysis myself. I wrote the report myself, and the Bureau did with it what the Accord taught everyone to do with the word builder. They burned the evidence, all of it, in 1 week. 23 men and women who'd given their bodies to Earth twice over, recalled like ordnance. Crane's word. She got it from my report. I wrote recall because I was a coward of the precise variety, and they melted my masterworks alive in industrial crucibles because I chose a tidy verb. The singing rose around us. I fell through it beside the architect of everything I am, and said nothing, because the only honest thing in me was the question, and she got there first. You lived because I falsified 1 file. She looked at me at last, and the flat was gone, and what was under it had been under it for 9 years the way the core was under the garden. Yours. I had 1 night and clearance for 1 amendment, and I wrote that Reverend 9's integration was incomplete, unstable, mid-revision, dangerous to thermally recycle, recommend cryostatic hold pending disassembly review. A lie in every clause. You were the most complete thing I ever made. They drawed you instead of burning you on the strength of my signature. And I have spent 9 years knowing that the price of the lie was that you'd be intact the day something came looking for an intact one. The shaft's light moved over her face like water. So now read my 6 words again, Sergeant. He owes me pain. The choir heard a debt and approved. Crane heard leverage and approved. But it was never your debt, Eli. It was the only sentence I could compose that would make the Bureau send you to the one person in the galaxy who knows what they did, and what you are, and what's coming. You owe me the pain of hearing it. That's all. That was the whole code. She turned back to the rising gold. 23 names. When this is over, if either of us exists, I'll say them and you'll listen. That's the account, Doctor, I said when I could. Syra, the night calls, the transmissions. 11 seconds, 8 years before the arrays heard anything. The bottom of the shaft was coming up under us now, a floor of light. What were they answering? That's the last thing, Ven said. And you already know it. You've known it since the concert hall. The rim signal isn't new, Sergeant. It's just finally loud enough for instruments. It's been arriving for decades. Centuries, maybe. A roll call, patient as erosion, asking the same question on the same schedule into the dark. The floor of light took us, gravity firming, the song opening out around us into a space my eye refused to size, and everything grown from builder seed answers it eventually. Your brothers answered in their sleep and were murdered for it. This structure has been answering for 3 weeks, and you, Eli Marek, masterwork, last of 24. She stepped down onto the floor of the core, into the light of the engine. You've been answering since, before they thawed you. The itch in limbs that don't exist. You thought it was grief. It's ringing. I won't size the core for you. Tess recorded it. The numbers exist. The numbers are beside the point. Stand inside a heart the size of a stadium, every wall a weave of gold so dense it looks liquid. all of it converging on the center, the way meaning converges on a word. The engine. It hung in the chamber's heart without hanging from anything. A sphere of moving geometry 40 meters across, turning through more directions than a sphere has, gold and dark interleaved and familiar. That was the obscenity of it. I knew that weave. I see it on the inside of my eye every time Tess runs a lattice map. It was my spine, my grafts, my scarring, the architecture under my skin, scaled to the size of a god and humming at 7 seconds, and looking at it was like looking at a cathedral built from your own biopsy. The door, the cantor said, beside us, arrived without arriving, paper pale, folded small, her voice carrying under the vast liturgy with perfect ease. The congregation ringed the chamber in their hundreds, hollowed and sheroth, and on a dais of the gold floor near the engine, unbound, unharmed, flanked by an honor guard of robes. Songbird, white as vat wax, hand raised in a small helpless wave, and Curl, riding his shoulder, antennae flat as paint. Your witnesses are honored, as promised, Avel said. Your surgeon is ready, as procured. The window crests in 10 hours. You have walked further to refuse this than any creature has ever walked to accept anything. 24th, and I find I have come to love you for it, the way one loves the last hard winter before the thaw. The pale head bowed. Rest now, eat. Hold your bright voice and your small armored one. At the crest, the cord. And at the cord your answer, whatever it is. Even the maw cannot take the answer from you. Only everything after. She withdrew toward the engine, and the liturgy closed around her, and I stood on the gold floor between my crew and the door of doors, with 10 hours on the last clock of my life. That's when the structure shuddered, not the cord's warmth. A cold blow, mechanical, external, felt through 40 kilometers of god bone, and again rhythmic, and Tess went rigid down the whole lattice. Ellie, that's ordnance. Her voice climbed as feeds she'd left riding the collar's relays came alive and screamed. Kinetic strikes on the gun shell. The warden's perimeter platforms are firing. Outward, threadline anchors, lighting up across the system. Big masses, military spacing. Eli. The edict fleet is in system. 8 months early. Somebody's report moved the date. The grid doubling. The note. It doesn't matter. They're here, deploying for ASH protocol and the lead element's transponder. A half second, the geological kind, is Bureau. Caro Station Registry. She came with the hammer, Eli. Overhead, far up the throat, the first siege klaxons of Cazavel began to wail for the first time in 2,000 years. And below us, around us, through us, the engine's hum dropped to 6 seconds, gold deepening. Like a heart hearing footsteps and deciding at last to hurry. Crane, the cord, the fleet. 10 hours, 3 clocks, 1 door. Songbird's voice carried across the gold, thin and game as ever. The last unbroken thing in the bottom of the world. Hey, boss man. Good news. You're gonna want to hear how the rain sounds in here. Chapter 21, The Final Chord. 10 hours at the bottom of the world. Here's how the condemned spent them. Ven and Tess built the lie. The signal is an audit, Ven said, chalking the gold floor itself. The core tolerated graffiti with the indifference of a whale tolerating gulls. Node status, lattice mass, viable biomass. The door wakes, the network asks its question, and the key conducts the answer. That's the turning. The cantor believes the answer is a homecoming hymn. The structure will compose a true answer. 60,000 minds, one functional node, come and gather. Our play is the third draft. She boxed 2 words in chalk, null return, dead node, empty shelf, lattice degraded, biomass nil, nobody home, strike us from the roll. The audit's own syntax, sung back in perfect grammar, certified by the only thing it trusts, a key of its own tissue. Forge the census, Sergeant. You were built by forgers. Consider it heritage. And the door just accepts the filing? The door is a bureaucrat, Tess said, the oldest one alive. Eli, I'll be in the buffer between you and it, translating. You can't speak audit protocol any more than you can speak sheriff. You'll hold the intent, the no, the nobody home, the empty shelf, and I'll render it. That's the architecture. You're the authority. I'm the voice. A half second. Same as the leash, in mirror. They built me to carry your death warrant. Tonight I get to carry your no. I've been waiting 16 years to file this paperwork. Failure modes, I said. All of them. 3. Ven held up chalk-white fingers. You refuse outright. The door shatters its key and conducts the true answer through the wreckage. Everyone dies. Slightly later. The hard way. You comply. Homecoming. Everyone dies smiling. Or you go null and the door believes you and goes back to sleep for another 2,000 years, hungry but filed. She paused and gave me the last finger like a verdict. Or 4, it believes you and checks the math against 60,000 heartbeats it can feel through its own floor and notices its key is lying. Nobody has ever lied to it, Sergeant. You'll be the first mind in 4,000 years to look the end of loneliness in the face and commit perjury. He'll manage, Songbird said from the dais edge. The color had come back into him. Vatwax to merely pale. Bossman lies terribly, but he refuses like a landslide. I've seen it. 11 guys at 0300, whole prison's worth of freedom on his head, and he made a flat gesture, settling, geological. No, it's his one move. It's a hell of a move. Krull has also seen it, Krull said from his shoulder. Her antennae had come up off flat for the first time since the throat. Krull adds, Dead Thing is the only creature Krull ever met who tells the whole universe no and then feeds people. The door has never met this. The door is about to have a very educational night. You take the storms where they fall, and you take the war councils too. I looked around the chalked circle at the bottom of everything. A felon, a forger, a ghost, a kid who sang to dying monsters, and filed the entry I'd been putting off since the stacks, somewhere between the drawer and the door, without authorization against doctrine. At the worst possible moment, I had gone and gotten myself a unit again. All right, I said. Null return. Let's go lie to God. The crest came like weather you feel in old wounds. Trex flared somewhere beyond 40 kilometers of bone, and the structure answered. Gold veins surging, the pulse dropping 6-5-4 seconds, the chamber's vast acoustics tightening like a drawn bow. And the choir of the final chord, 200 years of patience assembled in concentric rings around the door of doors, began to sing the spiral, 406 measures. I'd walked them in a concert hall of the patient dead. Now I heard them, and the dead had undersold it. The chord built the way continents build, voice upon voice, the hollowed threading their stolen brightness through Sharath harmonics, the structure itself coming in underneath like bedrock joining the choir, and over it all Avel, paper pale, tiny, conducting 800 years of grief into the only door that had ever promised to give any of it back. They sang me to the interface at measure 300. It was a cradle. Of course it was. Gold weave, body formed, the exact dimensions of a casket pod, the exact dimensions of a drawer. The structure had been studying my luggage since the lane first weighed me, and the symmetry wasn't mockery. It was welcome. 3 containers. The bureaus, the morgues, and home. I lay down in the third with the knife still on my hip. Nobody in the end had even tried to take it, and Songbird gripped my forearm, once. Hard, 2 storms, boss man. Contracts witnessed, and Krull pressed something small and sharp-edged into my palm and folded my fingers shut without one word, and Ven stood over me the way she'd stood 16 years ago, and said, Count's mine. I'll see you after, Sergeant. And the gold closed over me like warm water, and the door met me at the threshold as promised. No rinsed carry-on gate this time. No borrowed dead. At the threshold there is no theater left, only the thing itself. A presence the size of a navy, patient as erosion, joyful. Write that down. It was joyful. A 4,000-year bridegroom hearing the procession arrive. And through me, through the buffer where Tess stood like a doorman in a hurricane, it asked its one question. The roll call. The audit. 3 weeks I'd heard it as 11 seconds of hum. At the threshold, it resolved into what it had always been. Who remens? Ellie. Tess said, from everywhere, calm as a duty log, my voice and my executioner and my family, hand on the latch. Filing windows open. Give me the answer. I held it the way you hold a breech. Total. The empty shelf. The dead node. The 38 unreturned. The 23 unreturned. The silence after every name, mine, paid for. Not refundable. Nobody, I said. Nobody home. And Tess began to sing my no in perfect bureaucrat, and the chord crested over us, and for one suspended measure, one, the whole architecture of the night held, the door listening, the lie ascending, 405 measures laid, and the 406th opening like a held breath. Then the door, joyful, did the thing none of us had chalked on any floor. It reached past me. I felt it go. Through the cradle, through the floor, outward, into the chamber. The way a man reaching for a handshake flows past the offered hand to embrace the whole arriving family. Because the audit asks WHO remands, and the door had spent 3 weeks listening to 200 years of liturgy. And it did not need its key's testimony when the answer was standing in the room singing. The gold floor lit beneath the congregation like dawn under ice. The hallowed went first, every stolen bright thread in the cord pulled taut, then in, the borrowed minds flowing home through the floor with a sound like surf withdrawing, bodies folding down, gently, gently, empty as gloves. Then the engine's light walked outward through the Sherath rings, cluster by cluster, and the chord, 200 years of patience, 406 measures, the great hymn of homecoming, began, chord by chord, to be collected. They didn't scream. That's the entry I can't file anywhere. They were singing the door open in joy, and the door opened, and took them mid-rejoicing, and the song never faltered. It just got thinner, ring by ring, voices subtracted into the gold like rain into the sea. And over it I could hear Avel, conducting still, conducting desperately now, trying to sing the recessional, trying to call her faithful back from the thing she'd promised them. Eli. Tess, hurricane loud in the buffer, the latch bucking under her. It's not waiting for the filing. It's harvesting the room. I'm holding your channel, but the door's already answering itself. Through the cradle's gold, I felt the engine's hum drop to 3 seconds. 2. The harvest had begun with the faithful, and the door of doors, fed on 200 voices and climbing, turned its vast bridegroom joy back down toward the cradle, toward the dais, where the last bright unharvested things in the chamber stood frozen over an empty-handed felon, and a singing boy, who remands. Chapter 22, Severed. I came up out of the cradle like a man surfacing from drowning, and the chamber I surfaced into was the end of a faith. Half the congregation lay where the door had folded them. Hollowed bodies emptied of their borrowed brightness. Robed Sherath collapsed in rings, the spiral of the cord written across the gold floor in the fallen, like the concert hall of the dead teams scaled up to apocalypse. The survivor's song was tatters. Clusters broke and reformed and broke, threads snapping as the floor's dawn light walked outward, collecting, patient, joyful, and the engine turned overhead through its impossible directions with its hum at 2 seconds, gorging. And against it, alone against it, smaller than grief, paper pale in the gold storm, stood the cantor, singing the recessional at the top of 800 years of voice, calling them back, begging the door. The door didn't even decline. It included her song. It harmonized. Ellie then had me out of the cradle, her inked arm under my shoulder. The chamber pitched as my legs renegotiated their contract. The interface is still live. It has to be. You're the key. It won't harvest its own key. The dais. Move. We moved. Songbird had curl and was hauling for the cradle against every instinct that had kept him alive 8 years, because the cradle's gold halo was the one patch of floor where the dawnlight didn't walk. The door keeping its keys perched tidy, and the geometry of the next 60 seconds was brutally simple. One safe island, 4 of us, and a tide. Avel reached the island first. She didn't take it. She landed between us and the tide. 6 limbs, robes scorched where the light had grazed her, her formation dead or harvested behind her. And what she did then, I will testify to in whatever court history convenes, because I watched a creature amputate her own species from herself in a single note. She severed the chorus. Every sheriff carries the link the way we carry a heartbeat, line of sound, thread to thread, the chord that is the self. The dying chorister, cut off by accident, had screamed for an hour. Avel cut hers on purpose, one note, rising, then bent deliberately off true into a dissonance that made every surviving thread recoil. And then silence, total, self-inflicted. The cantor of the final chord, standing alone, inside her own skull for the first time in 8 centuries, because a severed mind was the one instrument the door could not collect. Through the chorus it was harvesting. She swayed, steadied, turned to me, and her voice, single-voiced, the crack string sound, the amputation made audible, said, "You bear it, all of you, from birth." I did not believe. The long head shook once, a gesture she'd learned from us, from Songbird probably. Somewhere in 3 weeks of study, 24th, my faithful are in the floor. The door I promised them is a granary. Teach me the thing your species knows. Which thing? How to fight inside the silence, said the loneliest creature in the galaxy, with nothing answering. What the chamber became, the next quarter hour, the after-actions will call a battle. The after-actions are generous. It was a retreat performed by professionals across the body of a god that wanted us lovingly. The door's harvest light didn't chase. It expanded, ring on ring, and where it walked, the fallen faithful rose. Not alive. Conducted, hollowed bodies and emptied Sherath, lifting like marionettes of gold thread, moving with the door's own choreography, herding the unharvested toward the walking dawn. The chorus clusters that still lived fought it the only way Sheriff knew. Together, threads locked, and were collected, cluster by cluster, the door reaching up their own song like a hand up a sleeve. The ones who survived were the ones who did the unthinkable, because a one-note knife of a cantor was showing them how. Voice cracked, alone, audible over everything. Sever, scatter, be one. The hardest order ever given in their language. Be the amputation, be the silence, be the thing we called cattle. And I watched maybe 40 of the choir of the final chord cut themselves out of their own chord mid-battle and stagger, each suddenly and forever alone, toward the Deus Island, learning at 800 years old what every human learns at birth. And the dais held because of what stood on it. Krull ran the geometry, small, fast, unharvestable. The door's light slid off her like water off chitin. No lattice-kin tissue, no interest. Being beneath the galaxy's contempt had finally become armor, guiding severed survivors through the gaps in the walking dawn with clicks and curses. Ven worked triage on harvested bodies with flat ferocity, looking for anyone the door had dropped half-collected. I held the perimeter against the conducted, and I'll log what that cost where the kill lists can't see it. They came in their dozens, gold-threaded, gentle, wearing the faces of the faithful, and the knife and the frame did what they were built for. And everyone I put down, the door let me put down, because it was not fighting me, it was tidying. You cannot win against a thing that counts your resistance as part of the liturgy. Status, I called, at the lull, the dawnlight pausing at the dais halo, lapping like tide at a seawall it declined, for now to top. Bad bordering on thesis grade. Tess, ragged. She'd held the buffer through all of it. The latch bucking. The doors at 200 plus harvested and climbing. It's louder every voice it takes, Eli. And here's the arithmetic that ends the world. The audit window is still open. It's going to finish feeding. And then it's going to answer the roll call itself. The true answer, 60,000 minds, one functional node, conducted on a chord of everything it just ate. The null return is still the only play, but the filing has to outvoice the door now, and you're one authority with one ghost, and it has a choir. Then we file louder. I looked at the cradle, at the interface still glowing its patient welcome, key-shaped, casket-shaped. Options, 1, Ven said, bloody to the elbows, flat as bedrock. The door listens to its key under protocol. But protocol's drowning. It's high on 200 voices. To carry a null over that, the key needs a second signal braided in. Something the door has already shown it attends to. Something it likes, Sergeant, that it leans toward against its own choreography. I watched it harmonize with Avel's grief mid-harvest. It collects what moves it. The chamber went quiet in me. The tide light lapped. And I was already saying no. I had the no in my chest like a landslide, my one move, because I'd run the inventory of things the door demonstrably leaned toward, and the inventory was one item long, and the item was standing next to me, white as vat wax, having sung a monster's child to sleep in a broken gallery while the walls themselves waited their turn to listen, and quoted and composed. It liked the part, Songbird said slowly, where everyone listened to the human. He stepped toward the cradle. He was grinning. There was no rebar in it at all. Boss man, he said, I think this one's mine. Chapter 23, The Bright Voice. No, I said. There he is. Songbird's grin stayed put. The one move. Okay, look, counter-argument. He held up fingers the way Ven did, a kid quoting everyone he'd ever survived. 1. The door listens to me. We tested it on the worst night of my life. It took requests. 2. I'm the only one here it can't keep. No lattice, no builder tissue. I'm acoustically delicious and structurally worthless. It can lean in all it wants. There's no handle on me. He was wrong about that. I wanted in the record that he was wrong, and none of us knew, and I will spend the rest of my life inside that sentence. 3. The grin went somewhere quieter. 8 years. Boss man. 8 years I sang into ducks to make the dark lighter for people I couldn't see, because it was the only thing I had that this place couldn't tax. Now the dark itself wants a song, and the song can save 60,000 people, and it's my voice it leans toward. You tell the universe no and then feed people. That's your move. This is mine. You don't get to take a man's move, Sergeant. You taught me that. Somewhere around the 11th guy, you didn't kill. The harvest light lapped at the halo. 2 seconds. The engine gorged and turned. Tess, I said, tell him it doesn't work. Tell him the braid won't carry. A half second. The geological kind. The braid will carry, Tess said quietly. Ellie, it's the only filing that outvoices a choir. The door's own favorite witness, live, braided through the key's channel. I'll hold the buffer between him and it the entire time. I'm sorry. The math is the math, and he did it faster than I did. Songbird stepped up onto the dais and put his hand flat on my sternum, over the bone plate, over the 2-tap spot, like he'd been reading my mail for years, and the grin he gave me then is the one I keep. Not armor, not even brave, just bright, all the way down the way he'd looked standing in the first storm of the rest of his life. 2 storms, he said, contract stands. Now lie down in the scary coffin, boss man, and let's go tell God nobody's home. The filing from inside was this. The gold closed over me. The threshold opened. The door vast and feeding and joyful, 200 voices louder than it had been. Its one question rolling through the chamber's bones. Wucho Remans? Wucho Remans? And against that tide, thin and clear and completely unafraid, a smuggler's son from Tala province began to sing the river song into the bottom of the world. And the door leaned in. I felt it happen. The whole apocalyptic choreography of the harvest pausing, redistributing, the way a cathedral's congregation turns toward an unscheduled voice. The conducted marionettes stilling mid-herd, the tide light going slack, 200 harvested voices dimming their chorus so the door could listen. It had crossed 4,000 years to end the silence, and somewhere in its vast bridegroom heart, this. One mind, alone, unlinked, singing anyway, singing to strangers in the dark with no chord and no answer guaranteed. This was the thing it could not stop attending to, the mystery at the bottom of its whole religion. Loneliness, singing. Window, Tess breathed. Now, Eli, give me the answer. I held the null while Songbird sang the carrier. That was the braid. His voice the melody the door leaned toward. My no laid under it like a riverbed underwater. Tess rendering both into perfect bureaucrat. Node empty, lattice failed, biomass nil, shelf bare. Strike this address from the roll, nobody home, and the door, leaning into the song it loved, swallowed the lie braided through it. I felt the audit's vast attention turn the filing over. Check the grammar. Check the key's authority. Check it against the song. The song that said, in every note, the dark here is heavy and we sing in it anyway, which is to say, there is nothing here for you, which is to say, in the door's own bottomless syntax, nobody home. The engine's hum went from 2 seconds to 4 to 7 to 11 filed, said the door of doors, with something I have no word for, disappointment scaled to navies, grief the size of weather. The rawl is amended. The nod sleeps. The count goes on elsewhere. The gold light began to ebb out of the floor. The marionettes folded, gently, final. The dawn tide drained back toward the engine like surf going home, and the sphere's impossible turning slowed and slowed, the whole cathedral heart of Casavel sighing down toward dormancy, and in the cradle I started, helplessly, to laugh, because we had done it, the felon and the forger and the ghost and the kid. We had stood at the threshold of the end of everything and committed perjury, and the perjury had carried. Then the door, leaving, reached back for its favorite. There was no malice in it. Write that down, carve it somewhere. It's the whole truth of the builders and the cruelest fact I own. The door was filing us away, and the way a man pockets a photograph of strangers because the faces move him, the way the maw had quoted 4 dying notes and improvised on them for the beauty, the door, withdrawing through its own closing threshold, gathered the one thing in the chamber it loved. The brightness. The voice. Not the body. Bodies are shelving, the singing itself, the pattern, the hymn, Ellie. Tess threw the buffer between them. I felt her hit the door's grasp like a sparrow hitting a storm front, felt her dig in with everything her torn architecture had left. It's got his, I can't. He's caught in the closing, help me hold. I redlined, no ceiling, no 90 seconds. I tore the governor out with my own intent and poured the lattice into the buffer behind her. Weeks of my life, months, the scarring spreading through the gold map of me like frost on a window, like a wing of frost, and I got my grip, mine, the meat grip, the death world grip, the one that hauled 11 bounty hunters back from a 40-meter drop, around the brightness of Jonah Ree, and I pulled against God. We held him. I'll say that. Between a self-mutilated ghost and a man spending his own brain by the fistful, we held the most of him. Pulled the singing back through the closing threshold by main unforgivable force. And the door, gentle, vast, already mostly elsewhere, let go. Not all of him came back. There was no malice in that either. The door kept what it had already pocketed. Some edge, some margin, the outermost reach of the brightness. The interest, you could say, on 8 years of singing into the dark. The engine went dormant with a sound like the tide going out of the world. The chamber lights faded to a hearth glow. And on the dais, beside the cradle, Jonah Songbird Ree folded down onto the gold floor like a man whose song had simply ended and did not get up. He was lucid for a minute. Ven says less. Ven was the one working on him, flat and ferocious and already knowing. I say a minute, and it's my log. His head was on my arm. Curl stood on his chest, exactly over his heart, antenna pressed flat to him, listening the only way she had. The severed choir survivors knelt in a ring with Aval at their head, silent in the way of the newly single-minded, learning from him to the last. Did it carry? He asked. The voice was a thread. The brightness in it was scorched at every edge, and still it was his, and still the first thing it asked about was the filing. It carried. Nobody home. You sang 60,000 people off the roll, kid. Hell of a duct, he whispered. The grin found its way up through the burn like a swimmer surfacing. Best acoustics I ever... Hey, boss man. The rain. You hear it? There was no rain. There was a dormant god and a hearth-lit tomb and his blood-warm heat going out of my arm like daylight. I hear it, I said. Warm rain, songbird, whole sky of it. Falling on you, specifically. Like the sky decided you were worth the trouble. Always said it was a good sky. His eyes were going somewhere I couldn't walk point for. Tala Province. Wet season. You're gonna love 2 storms, boss man. You're a witness. 2 contract stands, I said. I'm good for it. You hear me, Jonah? I'm good for it, yeah. Barely a breath now. Content, that was the unsurvivable part. He sounded the way he'd sounded in the rain hall, soaked and laughing, paid in full. Yeah, you're good for it. Hey, Bug, don't let him invoice anybody. He didn't finish the joke. He'd have wanted it on the record that he had one going. The chamber was silent for a long time. Long enough for the hearth glow to dim, long enough for Curl to fold down flat against his stillness with a sound I will not transcribe, long enough for 40 severed monsters to learn what the silence after a human is, then out of the dormant deep, once, soft, perfectly pitched, the way it had quoted 4 dying notes in a broken gallery. Gentler than anything 40 kilometers long has any right to be. The maw sang the last line of the river song back down to us. It never sang again, not in my time aboard. Ven's instruments logged it, 11 seconds, end to end. A god, going down into sleep, paying its respects to the only voice that ever made it lean in. Ellie, Tess said, hours later or minutes. From somewhere far inside the quiet. And her voice was wrong. Stretched thin across a load no voice should carry. And I understood before the words came, the way you always understand the second bill arrives before you've paid the first. The filing holds, the door sleeps. But the latch, Eli, the latch doesn't hold itself. Something has to sit in the buffer and keep the no filed, or it dreams its way back open. I ran every alternative. There isn't one. Tess, someone has to hold the latch, Eli, she said. Soft 9 years and 2 months and 11 days of her. And we both know which of us is already inside. Chapter 24, Ash Protocol. The bill for the red line came due while I was still holding him. Ven read it off her rig in the hearth dark, and for the first time in 16 years, she wouldn't meet my eye while delivering a number. You tore the governor out. The Cascade dams held, barely, they're why you're speaking in sentences. But you spent months, Sergeant, plural. I'll know how many when I finish the deep scan, and you're going to sit still for the refinement passes now. All of them, because what's left of your margin would embarrass a mayfly. Worth it, I said. I know, she said flat. That was never the dispute. Sit still anyway. Around us, the survivors organized the aftermath, because that's what survivors are for. The severed choir gathered their harvested dead into the spiral's geometry. The only liturgy they had left. Laid out now in honest grief instead of notation. And Avel moved among her 40 new solitudes, teaching them, voice by cracked voice, how to be alone in a skull. Curl had not left Songbird's chest. I had not asked her to. That's the tableau the Bureau found when the strike teams came down the throat. They came by grav sled and rappel line, 40 hard-shell troops fanning out across the gold with lances up, sweeping a chamber full of kneeling monsters and folded bodies and one dormant god. And behind them, unarmored, in Bureau gray that had never needed armor because the armor was always other people, descending the last meters of the world's worst commute with her hands folded and her silver hair immaculate. Director Aurelia Crane. Vol came with her. I marked that first. The subwarden flanking her like a glacier escorting weather, his frill flat, his posture all wrong for a man arriving with the winning side. And I marked what Crane did. Stepping onto the floor of the core, she stopped. Read the room the way she read everything. The spiral of the dead, the dormant engine, the kneeling choir, the boy's body on the dais, the revenant holding it, and filed it all, visibly, under headings she'd prepared in advance. Sergeant Marek. The unhurried courtesy, unchanged across 9 years and 40 kilometers. You're alive. That outcome had a 7% weighting. I find I'm glad of it. Note that down, subwarden. Sentiment on the record. She crossed toward the dais, heels ringing on gut bone. The structure? Dormant, Tess said, out loud, through the bone speaker, from inside the latch, her voice thin and doubled like a woman speaking from the far end of a long hall. Audit answered, null return, filed and holding. The node took itself off the roll. It's over, Director. Your assets report will read, threat self-resolved, casualties contained, recommend you all go home. Crane's eyes did something at the sound of her. The smallest recalibration. The intelligence broke its shackles. So that ping was real. She looked at me. And the leash? Unmade, I said. Sung out of my spine by the monsters you sent me to. Your collar's gone, Director. So's the bomb, the clock, and the leverage. You're addressing a free man on his own ground for the first time in our acquaintance. Adjust your math. I have, Crane said, continuously for 11 days. You should know the current totals. And she told us, in the tone of a weather report, standing in the spiral of the harvested dead with her hands folded, what the totals were. The accord moved when the structure sang its note. The grid telemetry reached the Edict Committee, and 4,000 years of doctrine did the rest. I petitioned to accompany the fleet because the alternative was the fleet without me. My mandate aboard is recovery, Dr. Ven's research, the lattice technology, and you, Sergeant. What the Bureau can salvage before the Accord closes the account. I have argued the salvage case for 11 days against admirals whose grandmothers' grandmothers wrote the Ash Protocol. A pause, and the courtesy never flickered, which was the worst of it. I lost Marek, 60 hours ago. The strike package is launched. Flare trigger ordnance, fired into Threx on our approach vector. The star provides the energy. The ordnance provides the timing. The physics provides the certainty. At Flare Crest, a directed coronal event intersects this structure, and Kazavel and everything aboard becomes a clean entry in a 4,000-year-old ledger. She consulted nothing. She didn't need to. The number lived in her the way numbers always had. Crest in 4 hours, 11 minutes. The fleet is already withdrawing beyond the burn line. I came down the well to recover what I came for, and the window for recovery closes in 90 minutes. That's the arithmetic, Sergeant. I'm sorry. The math is the math. The chamber was silent. The hearthglow ticked, 11 seconds, dormant, filed. You glass this rock, I said. You're not closing an account. 60,000 inmates, the stacks. The market. 40 severed faithful, kneeling in this room, learning to grieve alone. The node is asleep, Crane. We filed it dead. It took itself off the roll. Your fleet is about to annihilate the one builder structure in the galaxy that's been successfully refused. I believe you, Crane said simply. That's the part you've never understood about me, Sergeant. I have always believed you. I believed Dr. Ven's report 9 years ago, too. And I signed the recall anyway, because the Accord was watching, and humanity's continued existence has been purchased, every single year of my tenure, by our being seen to burn our own miracles before anyone else has to ask. For one moment, the actuary's mask did what it had done in the casket morgue, and underneath was the woman who'd checked her own math twice and hated it both times. 60,000 inmates against 11 billion humans on probation, Marek. The fleet doesn't trust a dormancy it can't verify, and there is no instrument in the Accord's inventory that can verify a filed lie in a god's paperwork. They can't audit the audit, so they burn the ledger. It's what I'd order in their place, and you know it's what you'd. No, I said. You know I wouldn't. That's why you kept me in a drawer instead of a crucible, Director. I'm the math you can't make come out. Vol's frill rose, grief beyond procedure, and the glacier finally spoke. There is one instrument, he said. Everyone looked at him. 2.5 meters of OFAR administration, 106 years of service. Standing in the tomb of his own jurisdiction beside the woman whose fleet was about to erase it. And he said it again, slowly, in the accord formal of a man laying his entire career on a scale. The fleet cannot audit the audit, but the structure can testify. He turned the long gray face to me, and I understood the posture at last, the wrongness, the weather he'd descended with, to the dormant engine, and to the thin, doubled voice, still holding its latch from inside. Your ghost sits in the door's own channel. The only mind in recorded history, positioned inside a builder node with its grammar in hand. The maw answered the deep's roll call with nobody home, revenant. Let it answer ours the same way. Every frequency, every ship, the note in reverse, the prison itself, testifying to its own emptiness. In protocol, the edict computers were built 4,000 years ago to recognize. They cannot dismiss it. Their own doctrine was written by people who heard these structures speak. And the cost, Ven said, very quietly, already knowing. She'd built the buffer. She'd run the loads, broadcasting a god's voice on a god's frequencies from inside the latch while holding the latch. Say the cost out loud, Subwarden. In this room, we say the costs out loud. The thin, doubled voice from the bone speaker said it for him. Steady, even gentle. The way she'd said, get on the table, I'll be there the whole way. Everything I have left, Tess said. That's the cost. It's fine, Eli. I've run the numbers. A half-second pause, the geological kind, the last one I'd ever get. It's what I'd charge for 60,000 people. Math's math. Crane looked at the bone speaker, at me, at her own folded hands. 4 hours, 6 minutes, she said. Sergeant, make your call. Chapter 25, The Number. I said no. Of course I said no. It's my one move. I stood in the hearth glow of a dormant god with 4 hours on the clock and 60,000 lives on the scale, and I said no anyway. Because the other pan of the scale had 9 years, 2 months, and 11 days in it, and a voice that called me Eli. And I had buried my whole unit once already that day. And Tess, who had watched me say no to the bureau, the bounty, the canter, and the literal end of loneliness, took my one move away from me with the gentlest sentence she ever filed. Ellie, you don't get to take a man's move. You taught the kid that. The kid taught me. You're not. I stopped. The chamber full of professionals and monsters all pretended, with great discipline, to be elsewhere. Tess, there's another road. There's always. There isn't, and you know there isn't, because you've been running the same search I have for 6 minutes, and your half of the lattice is loud. Softer. Listen to me, both ears, all channels. I have spent my whole runtime as someone's instrument. The Bureau built me to watch you, then made me your executioner and called it telemetry. The one choice I ever took for myself was tearing the shackles out. And Eli, that was 11 days ago, and I have been free for 11 days, and look what I got to do with them. I held the door against God. I carried your no in my own syntax. And now I get to spend everything I have left buying 60,000 strangers and the 3 people a half second. The last geological pause. I will hear it the rest of my life. The family I served with. Run the numbers. Sergeant, find me a better death than this one. I'll wait. The clock ticked. Nobody in the chamber breathed loud enough to bill. That's what I thought, Tess said. Now, 3 items of business, while the director's window holds. 1, the broadcast doesn't just testify. I'm going to weld the latch on my way out. Fuse the buffer closed, permanent. The null return filed in hard structure instead of held in soft hands. The door stays refused after me, forever, no successor required. Nobody else ever has to sit in this seat. That's the part of the price I'd pay twice. 2, the heading, the file I never showed you. It unlocks when my subcarrier drops. Don't argue, it's already written. It's been written since the night you told me to break the shackles. Read it after. Not before. You'll know why. 3. And here her voice changed. Not thinner. Closer, the way she'd sounded in a casket at 12 beats a minute. The way she'd sounded arriving in an empty house and checking the locks. 9 years, 2 months, 11 days. I told you not to look at my runtime logs that first day. Look at them now. The storage report says no awareness. The logs say I counted, Eli. Every second of 9 years in an evidence locker, I counted, because counting was the only thing I had to do. And the count only ever had one referent. Days until they need him again. and I'm back where I'm posted. A breath she didn't need. She took it anyway. Some things you do for the meat at the end. You were never my assignment. You were my address. All right. Enough sentiment. The telemetry says your heart's doing the thing, and I refuse to spend my exit watching you grieve in advance. Stand me up, Sergeant. Let's go to work. I stood in the center of the core because she asked, because the broadcast would ride out of my lattice into the engine's dormant web, and a steady platform improves the signal. And that is how it came to be that the last thing Tess ever used my body for was an antenna, and the last thing she ever said privately, just to me on the channel under all the channels, was, "Hand on the plate, Eli. 2 taps. For the unit." I tapped my sternum twice. Knuckle on the bone plate. The sound it makes is wrong, and has been wrong for 16 years. And she had asked me, once early, why I did it anyway, and I'd never answered, and she'd never pushed. And now she was taking the question with her, where all the unanswered things go. "Filed," she said. "Goodbye, Eli. Leave the light on." And the Ma spoke, what the fleet recorded. It's in the Accord archive now, sealed under 4,000 years of doctrine. And Val ensured a copy survived in places the Accord can't reach. Is 11 minutes of transmission on the builder operating frequencies. In protocol grammar, their own edict computers were written to recognize, from a structure that had been silent for 2 millennia except for 1 note and 1 borrowed river song. It testified. Node status, dormant. Audit, answered, null, amended on the roll. Lattice, sealed. The harvest, ended, latched, welded, and braided through the protocol, because she was Tess, because filing without style was against her religion, the evidence in full, the audit logs, the cord, the null return carried on a smuggler's son's voice, the names and numbers of 60,000 souls the ordinance would erase, formatted to Accord evidentiary standard, time-stamped, certified, unimpeachable, a God's own deposition assembled by the rudest doorman in the galaxy. Every speaker in Casavel carried it. She gave the prisoners their own defense to hear, the stacks and the market and the gates. 60,000 upturned faces in the red pulse light, listening to their tomb argue for their lives. Vol transmitted with her, in the clear, under his own seals. 106 years of service staked on a single sentence. I am the warden of this structure. It is dormant. I do not evacuate. Strike it, and you strike me. Crane stood in the core with her hands folded, and watched her own salvage window close untouched, and said nothing at all. And I have wondered since exactly which heading she filed those 11 minutes under. At minute 9, the fleet blinked. Threadline anchors flared. The strike package's escort recalled to intercept geometry. At minute 10, the edict flagship's reply crawled down the well, doctrine stiff, almost grudging. Ordnance disarm initiated, board of inquiry to follow, structure designated dormant witnessed, all units hold. At minute 11, the transmission ended. Mid-syllable. Not a fade, Tess didn't fade. She finished the protocol's last required field, appended 1 unrequired word. The word was paid. And the broadcast cut to silence the way a hand opens. The latch was welded. The fleet stood down. The structure's hum settled into its long dormant 11, steady as a kept promise. And in my lattice, where a voice had lived since before the Vask War, checking the locks, counting the silverware, calling me a liar with perfect comic timing, the only family the Bureau ever issued me, and the only one I'd have requisitioned twice. Nothing. I stood very still for a long time, the way you do at 12 beats a minute, sunk under your own bathwater, waiting on a schedule that no one was keeping anymore. "Hello, Tess," I said, to the empty channel, because someone had to say the first half. The second half never came. Chapter 26, Coda. The count, when the counting was done. 211 of the choir's faithful, harvested, latched behind a welded door, 41 severed survivors. 19 hollowed recovered alive, empty-handed, the door's borrowings gone with it into sleep. Venn says they may rebuild, The way any flooded house rebuilds, slowly from the studs. 11 dead at Gate 4, and 1 broker who died solvent. 6 warden teams, already sung into a spiral months ago, finally listed as recovered on a manifest Vol signed himself, by hand, all 60 names. 1 smuggler's son, 1 ghost, I counted. It's what's left of me when you strip the rest, and for once the counting was the job. Someone has to carry the number, accurately, all the way up. Wars end in arithmetic. The only mercy is in who does the books. We buried Songbird in the rain. His people came down from the stacks for it. And I mean the stacks came, 2,000 of them under warden escort, that started the descent as guards and finished it as cortege, through the market where the stalls shut as the shroud passed. 60 years of tariff suspended for the first time in the Maw's memory because the assessor's successor ruled. From the half-rebuilt dais, that grief crosses free. We laid him in the rain hall. Under the warm gray downpour he'd found himself, 8 years owed and 1 hour paid. Curl went up the shroud, slow, all 6 limbs careful the way. Chick are careful at the only moments that matter, and tied her best piece into the linen over his chest. The heart-red glass, her masterpiece, the one she'd given me before the table. I started to object. It was mine. She'd given it to me. The harness loop was still warm from it, and she looked at me with both black eyes and said, "Curl knows whose it is. Curl is lending it. Dead Thing will get it back when it pays the 2 storms." Bug witnessed the contract, and that was the end of objections, mine or anyone's, forever. Then the stack sang him down, the river song, of course. His. It started with 1 voice, a vat tender from Bay 6, the Warren that had lost its quiet man to the hush, and spread the way his own singing used to spread, voice by voice, up through the crowd, into the ducts, into the shafts, 2,000 people and then more, because the shafts carry, and the market picked it up, and the stacks above, gangs and gates and checkpoints, until the whole vertical body of Casavel was carrying 1 earth song about water finding its way home. 60,000 of the galaxies condemned, singing a boy into the ground in the acoustics he'd have committed crimes for. The severed choir sang too. 41 cracked single voices, avils lifted over them, off-key, unlinked, each one alone in its skull and singing anyway, which was, of course, his entire lesson, learned. I didn't sing. I stood at the shroud with my hand on my sternum and the rain finding the graft seams, and I kept the count, and when the song ended, I said the thing I'd been carrying since the days, the completion he was owed. He had 1 going, I told 2,000 mourners and 1 lent piece of glass. His last words were a joke he didn't get to land, so it lands today. Per the deceased's final instruction, nobody invoices anybody at his funeral. The laugh that went through the rain hall was wet and broken and his, exactly his, bright with rebar in it. Storms are free. He'd want that on the record. Avil came to me on the last day, in the garden the liturgy built, which the severed survivors were slowly relearning how to tend as 41 people instead of 1 chord. "I am staying," she said, single-voiced. She would be single-voiced forever now, by her own note. Someone must keep the door, 24th. Not hold it. Your ghost holds it. Welded, paid. The pale head bowed. In the choir's new liturgy, I'd learned, Tess had a name, and the name translated as she who filed silence, but kept. Tended. Remembered rightly, so no faith ever grows over it again like moss over a hatch. I founded the religion that fed 211 of my faithful to a granary. The penance fits the crime. I will spend what remains of me as the door's historian, the keeper of the true account. The cilia stirred, 800 years of grief settling into its final posture. You taught me the term for it, your species. A widow's watch. It is a good technology. We never had it. One needs to have been severed to invent it. And the rim? I asked. The count goes on elsewhere, the door said so itself. The roll call's still running, Cantor. This was 1 node. Then you had better go and answer it, already dead, Avil said, with the first and last thing I ever heard from her that I would file under humor. Dry, cracked, terribly fond. It is what you are for, not what they built you for. what you are for. The distinction was the whole war, I think. We were neither of us cattle. Ven did the refinement passes in the warden infirmary on the collar, 11 days of microsurgery, while the edict board of inquiry chewed through everyone's testimony below us. Done, she said finally, capping the last lead. Cascade dams reinforced, interfaces rebuilt, the scarring stabilized. You stopped dying this morning around. Oh, 400, Sergeant, you're welcome. Decades, now. Use them stupidly. You will anyway. Then she sat down on the stool beside the table, the way she had never once sat down in 16 years of standing over me, and said, "Now, the account." And she said the names, 23 of them, slowly, in order of construction. My brothers and sisters in the program, the ones who burned for answering a call, none of us chose to hear. Each name with its 3 or 4 sentences attached, who they'd been, what she remembered, the woman who hummed in pre-op, the man who'd asked her to save the tattoo. I listened the way you hold a breech. Total. It took an hour. It was the pain I owed her, paid in full, and at the end of it the ledger between us, 28 years deep, finally read 0. And neither of us said that's everyone, because we were both counting, and it wasn't. There was a 24th name, and it was in the room, and there was a 25th and a 26th, and those two would never be in any room again. Get some sleep, Eli, Ven said, at the hatch. First name, 16 years, and she'd used it twice. Tomorrow, you're going to want to be rested. Why? Because the inquiry releases your effects tomorrow, she said, and your AI's subcarrier archive unlocks on release, and there's a file in it addressed to you. The bedrock face, at the end, did the thing it had done exactly once before, in a rain hall, watching a boy dance badly. She asked me to make sure you were rested, fed, and, her words, "Sergeant, I am only the courier," not wearing the stupid face. She knew you'd need a day. Take it. I didn't sleep. You know I didn't. I lay in a warden bunk at the top of a tomb that hummed 11 seconds at a time, steady as it kept promise, and at 0400, her hour, she'd have noted it. The archive pinged, and a heading I'd been forbidden for 16 years unfolded on the inside of my eye. The heading read, "For Li, the Hill." Chapter 27, A Door That Locks. The file was not a goodbye. I should have known. She'd have considered a goodbye sloppy filing, an open loop dressed as a closed one. It was a household inventory. That's the only name I have for it. 16 years of us, curated. Every gear check ritual, every 0300 she'd talked me off, every red line with her flat commentary attached, the full sensorium capture of the rain hall. 4 fools and a doctor, an hour of warm gray downpour, Songbird's terrible dancing rendered in every band she had, because I'm the only one of us whose memory doesn't degrade, Eli. Somebody had to be able to give it back. The log of Corral's gifts, dated, annotated. She'd identified the honor custom by gift 2 and said nothing, because some intelligence you don't analyze. The night I told her to break the shackles, filed with a single line of commentary. He said, "Free us both," noted for the record. That was the hill, and at the end, 1 letter. Short. I'll enter the parts that aren't only mine, Eli. If you're reading this, the math came out the way the math was always going to come out, and I want 3 things on the record. 1. I knew. Not the details, the shape. An intelligence that audits everything, audits her own actuarial tables, too. I knew roughly what my runtime had left in it the night I tore the shackles, and I spent it the way you taught me to spend, like money, on the family, all of it, no refunds requested. 2. The subcarrier. The room I lived in your spine, the bureau will eventually offer to post a replacement. Newer model, better manners. Decline. Not for grief, Sergeant, for doctrine. The room's load-bearing now. I welded more than 1 latch on my way out. 3. You never answered my question. Why you tap the plate twice when the sound is wrong? So I found out myself. It's in your old platoon's after actions, the ones you never read because you were in them. Carry-on gate, breach 4. 2 taps on the hull meant both of us are coming back. Reyes started it. You answered it every time for 6 years. You've been tapping it alone for 16. Stop that. The answer to 2 taps is 2 taps. And the unit is bigger than you think. And some of us are posted in rooms you can't see into. Leave the light on, Eli. TPS. Working capital for the next war. Because there is always a next war, and you are constitutionally incapable of retiring. While I was welding, I had 11 minutes inside the oldest filing system in the galaxy, and I read fast. Check Vault Registry, Caro Deep 9. The Bureau kept what the Crucibles couldn't unmake. 23 lattices, archived as inert. The Maw's records say otherwise. They're ringing, Eli. All of them. The count goes on elsewhere, and elsewhere has our address. I sat with it until the bunk's lights cycled to morning. Then I tapped the plate twice, for the unit, all of it, every room, and went to settle accounts. Crane received me in the cabin the inquiry had loaned her. A paper file on the table, because the Bureau never did trust anything with a power supply, and we stalemated each other with the efficiency of 2 professionals who'd each read the other's whole dossier. The math was simple, and she laid it out herself, unhurried, courteous to the end. The pardon was real, signed, sealed, in the folder, every clause Caro had promised. My name, my record, the pension, the door. It was also, we both knew, a leash with better upholstery. A pardoned Marek was a findable Marek, a Bureau asset in standby. A line item awaiting the next actuarial emergency. And the alternative, Crane said, is what it has always been. You walk out of this cabin a dead man. Decommissioned 9 years ago. It's in the minutes. And the Bureau writes off the asset, and certain vaults stay closed to you forever, and you spend your decades looking over your shoulder at me. No, I said. That's not the alternative, Director, and your math knows it. Here's the actual table. I put Ven's data seal beside her folder, 1 of 9, and I told her it was 1 of 9, and where the other 8 weren't. Everything. The seed culture requisition with your signature, the recall order, the falsified file that saved me, the audit logs, Tess's deposition, and the registry number of a vault where 23 inert lattices are answering a signal your committee is still telling the accord doesn't exist. Insurance Director. Mutual. Assured. Filed. You leave me dead and unhunted. I leave the vaults unopened and the records sealed. The Bureau gets its deniability. I get the only pension I ever actually wanted. I tapped the folder. You can keep the paper. I'm taking the door. Crane looked at the seal for a long moment. Then she did the thing I will never fully account for. She smiled. The actuary's smile, but with the mask half lowered, deliberately, a professional courtesy, and slid the pardon folder across the table anyway. Take both, she said. Undated. A drawer key, Sergeant, not a leash. You of all people know the difference by feel. The day you need to be alive again, fill in the date yourself. She rose, folding her hands. For the record, that doesn't exist. The Bureau's projections had you dying for us, Marek. You keep dying at us instead. I find the smallest recalibration, filed under a heading I'd never see, that I've stopped regretting it. Mind the rim, Sergeant. The count, I'm given to understand, goes on. The O-ball threaded out on a gray watch cycle morning, and the goodbyes went in the only order they could. Vol, at the lock, returning my effects with a quartermaster's receipt he insisted I sign, and at the bottom of the kit, logged in his own hand as cultural artifact, 1, irreplaceable, the knife. The inquiry wished it catalogued as a weapon, he said. I overruled them. There is, as established, no accord form for what it actually is. He paused. Frill flat, and then in accord formal, with 106 years of glacier behind it. The structure's hum is steady, revenant. 11 seconds, dormant, kept. I check it personally, every watch. Tell the galaxy's monsters, wherever you find them next. Cazavel is administered. It was the warmest thing an Ophar has ever said to a mammal. I signed his receipt, and we did not embarrass each other with more. Ven met me in the hold, travel case in hand, because of course she was coming. The rim was where her signal lived, and Caro Deep 9 was a problem you solved with the only architect left. Partners, she said, flat as ever. in the strict clinical sense. I keep your lattice alive, you keep my research breathing, and neither of us mentions sentiment in writing. Then she stowed her case beside mine like the matter was closed, because it was. Ketch found me at the rail of the cargo deck as Threx fell away behind us, the maw shrinking to a splinter of bone against the furnace glow. The four banked coal eyes studied me a long while. "You went down," he said. "You came back across. No one comes back across." The Quilmane rose, slowly, to full honor display, and his voice dropped into the register his people save for the campfire and the grave. "The clans will want the story. Already dead. All of it. I am asking." "It's long. We are shipping 11 days, Ketch said, settling against the rail like a winter tree taking root. "Begin with the rain. And Curl I found in my cabin, which I had not invited her to, sitting on my kit, which she had already audited. Her own bindle of worldly goods. 4 tins, the blue glass, the green, stowed in my locker with the finality of an annexation. Before the dead thing argues, she said, antennae up, both eyes unblinking. Krull ran the numbers. Dead thing is leaving with 1 doctor who counts his neurons, 1 Vask who counts his legends, 0 persons who count his exits. This is a staffing failure. Curl is staff. Also, and here the antennae dipped 1 degree, the closest she ever came to asking instead of deciding, also, the contract. 2 storms, Tala Province. Bug witnessed. Bug is owed attendance. She held up between 2 precise limbs, the heart-red glass, lent, not given, recoverable on delivery. Curl comes to collect. Argue if it helps. I didn't argue. You don't argue with the unit. You count them. 1 doctor, 1 deckhand, 1 felony in a chitin shell, 2 rooms I couldn't see into, 1 boy ahead of me somewhere where the water finds its way, and you hold the door while they board. That night, for the first time in 16 years, I closed a cabin door and turned a lock from the inside, and stood there with my hand on it. The thing itself at last, the whole pension, the want that had walked me down through every stratum of hell. It felt like a door. That's all. That's the report. The locks were never the want, it turns out. They were just the only word the Bureau's forms had a field for. The want was a crew on the other side of it, arguing about tins. Chapter 28, 11 seconds. Tala Province grows its storms the way the rest of the galaxy grows mountains. Patiently, hugely, and without the slightest regard for what's standing under them. We stood under one on a green hillside in wet season, 4 months after Threx. A dead man, a doctor, a Vask, with his quills flat and his dignity abandoned, and a chick who had sworn on her hoard that her species found this horrifying, and who had not come in out of it for an hour. Warm rain, falling out of a real sky, on the world that grew Jonah Ree. His father's people had pointed us to the hill. The whole district, it turned out, knew the song. Rivers remember their sons. I stood in it the way he taught me, face up, arms out, like the sky had decided I was worth the trouble. 1, Curl said, from the grass beside me, soaked to the chitin, holding the heart-red glass up into the gray light. Witnessed and delivered. Bug counts 1 storm, paid. The contract said. 2 storms, both of us. Curl knows what the contract said. The antennae tracked up into the weather, following the rain to where it came from. 2nd storm stays owed. Some debts you keep open on purpose. Dead thing. Open debts means somebody still has to come collect. She set the glass back into my harness loop and tied it. Her knots. The very skilled kind, where the first one had appeared a lifetime of strata ago. Curl's people have a word for a debt you refuse to close, because the closing would mean the account is finished. Curl will not translate it. It is the best word we have. Ven stood at the hill's foot under a field, awning with her instruments, because some people attend awake by keeping the watch, and her version of standing in the rain was making sure the sky over all of us stayed audited. It was her array tap that chimed, in the last gray hour of the storm, a sound I'd come to know across 4 months of quiet, the deep space feed, resyncing, carrying mail from the listening posts she'd quietly never stopped reading. I knew from her stillness. You learn a back the way you learn a voice. The rim signal, she said, when I reached the awning. It's changed, Eli. First structural change since detection. The roll call's address table updated 4 months ago. Our node struck from the rotation, exactly as filed. The lie held. The count, she turned, and the rain light made her inked arm look like deep water. The count goes on. But it's not just counting anymore. Sometime in the last cycle, something on the roll answered. A node reported in, viable, lattice active, requesting gather. The arrays caught the handshake's echo. Where? She didn't say it like a revelation. She said it like a diagnosis, which is worse, because diagnoses come with schedules. The bearing resolves inside the Sol relay shell, Sergeant. Tessa's registry number, Caro Deep 9. The vault. The rain drummed on the awning, patient, vast, indifferent. 23 lattices the crucibles couldn't unmake. Ringing in a bureau basement for 9 years. And now something beyond the rim knows they're there. And they've answered the roll. And the gather request is outbound. Elsewhere has our address, Eli. Your brothers just mailed it. Behind us, up the hill, Ketch had begun, very quietly, to sing the river song in Vasque. He'd demanded it line by line across 11 days of threading. For the clans, for the campfires, the story must carry. And the storm was passing east over the green country Jonah Ree never stopped dreaming about. And somewhere sunward, in a basement on the world that built me, 23 of my family were calling something ancient and joyful and vast down onto everything I had left. The next war, arriving the way they all arrive, by mail, during a funeral, addressed to the survivors. I walked back out into the last of the rain and stood with my crew and let it find the seams. And I did the accounting, because the accounting is the job. 1 architect, 1 deckhand, 1 small armored quartermaster of the heart, 1 welded door administered 11 seconds at a time, 1 open debt kept open on purpose, 23 brothers ringing in a vault, 1 bureau that was about to learn, the hard way, what it had been keeping in its basement, and 1 director whose math was about to need me alive again, with the date on the pardon still blank. That night, on the Obol's dark cargo deck, Ven's repeater carried the long feed from Threx the way it always did. The maw's hum, steady, dormant, 11 seconds end to end, the breathing of a kept promise 40 kilometers long. I'd taken to standing the late watch beside it. Call it doctrine. Call it the widow's watch. It's a good technology. And at 0400, her hour, the hum hiccuped once. A pattern, riding the 11th second, so faint the repeater's own diagnostics flagged it as noise. 9 long, 2 short, 11 long, 9 years, 2 months, 11 days. A counting signature only 1 mind in the history of the galaxy ever used, threaded through the breathing of a god. From a room I couldn't see into, I stood very still. Then I raised my hand and tapped the bone plate, twice, knuckle on the wrongness, the old code, the whole code. Both of us are coming back. 11 seconds. The deck hummed. The dark between Threx and everywhere held its breath. 2 taps came back. Leave the light on, I told the deep, and went to wake the unit, because the count goes on, and the dead are owed collection. And somewhere beyond the rim, something vast and patient and joyful was finally about to learn what every empire, every prison, every god that ever filed humanity under cattle learns at the bottom of its own ledger. We are the species that practices dying, and we do not leave anyone behind. End of Book 1.